Section 68 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 68. Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination, 1204-1571, Part 5, by William Miller. Florentine rule at Athens had ended in one of those domestic tragedies of which the history of the Franks in Greece was so productive. Nero II, left a widower, had married a beautiful Venetian, daughter of the Baron of Carystus, by whom he had a son Francesco. When his father died in 1451, this child was still a minor, and his mother assumed the regency with the consent of the Sultan. But the Duchess had other passions besides the love of power. She became enamored of a young Venetian noble, Bartolomeo Contarini, who chanced to visit her capital and bade him share her couch and throne. Contarini had a wife at home, but poison freed him of that encumbrance, and he returned to the palace on the Acropolis to wed the tragic widow. But the Athenians were not minded to support this Venetian usurpation. They complained to Mahomet, who cited Contarini and his stepson to appear before his court, where a dangerous rival awaited them in the person of the former duke, Antonio II's only son, Franco, a special favorite of the Sultan. The real master of Athens ordered the deposition of the Duchess and her husband. Francesco disappeared, and Franco ruled by Mahomet's good pleasure at Athens. The first act of the new ruler was to throw the Duchess into the dungeons of Megara, where she was mysteriously murdered by his orders. Contarini, and enraged at her loss, begged Mahomet to punish his puppet, and the Sultan, thinking that time had come to make an end of Latin rule at Athens, ordered Omar to march against that city. On 4th June 1456, the lower town fell into the hands of the Turks, but the Acropolis, where Franco lay, held out until Omar offered him, in the name of his master, Thebes with the rest of Boeotia, if he would surrender. Then the last duke who ever held court in the Propylaea, and the last Latin archbishop who ever performed mass in the Parthenon, left the castle forever. And when Mahomet returned in triumph from the Morea in the autumn of 1458, he received from the abbot of Caesariane the keys of the city. The Athenians obtained humane treatment and various privileges, thanks to the respect which the cultured conqueror felt for their ancestors and the interest which he showed in their monuments. While in Boeotia, Franco lingered on a little longer as Lord of Thebes. Scarcely had Muhammad left Greece than the too despicable despot of the Morea, whom no experience could teach that honesty and unity constituted their sole hope of safety, resumed their quarrels and intrigues. The inability of Thomas to raise the stipulated tribute was the final stroke which made the Sultan resolve to have done once and for all with both these faithless rulers. In 1460, he a second time entered the Morea. Mistra, with Demetrius incited, surrendered, but the impregnable rock of Monemvasia defied the Turkish menaces, while Thomas, its absent lord, sailed with his wife and family for Corfu, and thence to Italy. At this, The Monemvasiotes invited first a Catalan corsair and then the Pope to take them under his protection, till in 1464 they found salvation by becoming subjects of Venice, the sole Christian state whose colors broke the monotony of Turkish rule in the Morea. Only one man worthy of the name, Graitzas Palaeologus, was found there to keep flying the flag of Greek independence over the mountain fortress of Salmenicon, and when he at last capitulated in 1461, the last vestige of Greek rule disappeared from the peninsula. As for the two despots, Thomas died in Rome in 1465, while Demetrius, after receiving the island of Imbros and Lemnos and the mart of Enus, the former dominion of the Gatilusi, as compensation for the loss of his province in the Morea, fell into the disfavor of his master and finished his days in 1470 as a monk. Thomas's elder son Andrew, after a career of dissipation, married a Roman prostitute and died in abject poverty in 1502, while the younger accepted the charity of his father's conqueror. Such was the inglorious end of the last Greek princes of the Morea. The annexation of the last fragments of the Athenian duchy followed the conquest of the two Greek principalities in the Peloponnese. On his way home, Mohammed revisited Athens, where he was informed of a plot to restore Franco. The Sultan thereupon ordered Sagan, his governor in the Morea, to kill the Lord of Thebes. The order was promptly executed, and the Turkish guards strangled the unsuspecting Franco on his way back from the Pasha's tent. Thebes and the rest of Boeotia became Turkish, and the sons of the last Florentine ruler were enrolled among the Janissaries. Finally, two of the three continental fortresses held by Leonardo III Tocco were captured, and in 1462 the rule of Gatilusi ceased to exist in Lesbos. Of all the Latin lords of the Levant, this Genoese family had been perhaps the most distinguished for its toleration and its culture. Even Francesco, the founder of the dynasty, had come among the islanders not in the guise of a foreign conqueror, but as the brother-in-law of the Greek emperor. Speaking the language of his subjects, he allowed the national church, which was that of his consort, to retain its local hierarchy, and his successors followed his example. The marriages of ladies of the family with Byzantine, Trapezuntine, and Serbian princes maintained this tendency, while the love of archaeology displayed by Dorino Gatilusio aroused the admiration of Cyriacus of Ancona, and also the historian Ducas was the secretary of his son Domenico. Their abundant coinage proves the commercial prosperity of the little state ruled by the lords of Lesbos and their relatives. Besides Lesbos, its original nucleus, it included at its zenith, in the 15th century, the islands of Lemnos, Imbros, Thasos, and Samothrace, as well as Enus and the mainland. By 1456, however, Mohammed II had captured all these places except Lesbos, and 6 years later that island was taken and its last princeling was strangled, as he had likewise strangled his brother. Thus, poetic justice closed the career of the lesbian Latins. After these sweeping Turkish conquests, the only Latin possessions left on the mainland of Greece were the four groups of Venetian colonies, Coron, Modon, and Navarino in the south, Argos and Nauplia on the west, Lepanto at the mouth of the Corinthian, and Pteleon at that of the Pegaean Gulf. The papal fortress of Monemvasia, soon likewise to become Venetian, and the castle of Bonitsa on the Gulf of Arta, the last possession of Leonardo Tocco on the continent. But in the islands there was still much Latin territory. While Venice held Corfu and Serigo, Crete and Negropont, Tenus and Mykonos, she had succeeded the Catalan family of Caopena in Aegina in 1451 and had occupied the northern Sporades in 1453. The Genoese still administered Chios and Famagosta, the latter soon to be restored to the still existing kingdom of Cyprus. The Knights of St. John were still unconquered in Rhodes. The dukes of the archipelago were still secure in Naxos, and Leonardo Tocco still governed the old county palatine of Cephalonia. It now remains to describe the fate of these outworks of Christendom. A long war, which broke out in 1462 between Venice and the Turks, led to the temporary conquest of a large part of the Morea by the Venetians, of the islands that had so lately belonged to the Cattilusi, and of the city of Athens. But these exploits of Victor Capello had no permanent effect, whereas in 1470 Venice lost, through the culpable hesitation of Canal, another of her admirals, the city of Negropont, and the rest of that fine island. The heroism of Rizzo, its brave defender, sawn asunder by order of Mohammed II, afforded a splendid but useless contrast to the incapacity of his fellow officer. Venice emerged in 1479 from the long war with the diminished colonial empire. She ceded all her recent conquests, and by the loss of Argos, Teleon, and Negropont was poorer than when she began the contest. The acquisition of Cyprus in 1489 was some compensation for these misfortunes. There James II, having driven the Genoese from Famagosta, had married Caterina Cornaro, an adopted daughter of the Venetian Republic. After the death of his posthumous son, James III, the Queen Dowager continued for a time to govern the island under the guidance of Venice. Then, like a dutiful daughter, she gave the real sovereignty to her mother country, while her rival, Queen Charlotte, left nothing save the barren title of King of Cyprus to the House of Savoy. Meanwhile, another Latin dynasty, that of Tocco, had disappeared from the Ionian Islands, at that time most populous and fertile. Wedded to a niece of King Ferdinand I of Naples, Leonardo III had thereby become an object of suspicion to Venice, and the Republic accordingly sacrificed him to the Turks by leaving him out of the treaty of peace which had ended the long war. Accordingly, in 1479, the Turks, seizing upon a slight to one of their officials as a pretext, annexed all the 4 islands and the mainland fortress of Vonitsa, which then comprised this ancient Italian state. Like most of the princely exiles from the Near East, Leonardo and his family found refuge in Italy, whence his brother Antonio succeeded in making a successful raid upon Cephalonia and Zante. Once again, however, the Tocco dynasty had to reckon with Venice. The jealous Republic, long mistress of Corfu, Paxo, and Serigo, coveted the flower of the Levant and its big neighbor. Both islands were occupied by the Venetians, who, though forced to cede Cephalonia to the Sultan, managed, on payment of a tribute, to keep Zante from that time down to the fall of the Republic. The Tocco family long flourished at Naples, almost the sole example of medieval rulers of Greece who prospered in exile, if such it could be called, and the last representative of the honors and titles of this ancient house, the Duke of Regina, died only in 1908. A 20 years' peace followed the disastrous Turco-Venetian War. But when in 1499 hostilities were resumed, the Turks made further gains in Greece at the Republic's expense. Lepanto was lost in that year, and Modon and Coron with Navarino in the following, and great was the lamentation at home when it was known that Modon, the halfway house between Venice and the east, had fallen. While Zante took its place as a port of call, the Republic in the same year recovered and thenceforth permanently kept Cephalonia and temporarily obtained Santa Mavra. The final blow to her colonies in the Morea was dealt by the next Turco-Venetian War, which lasted from 1537 to 1540. Corfu successfully resisted the first of her two great Turkish sieges, but the war cost the Republic of Nauplia and Monemvasia, Aegina, Mykonos, and the northern Sporades. Thenceforth, till the time of Morosini, she ceased to be a continental power in Greece. But she still retained 6 out of the 7 Ionian islands, as well as Crete, Cyprus, and Tennis. Moreover, in the Aegean, the Duchy of Naxos, founded but no longer ruled by her adventurous sons, lingered on, the last surviving fief of the long-extinct empire of Romania, while the Genoese company still managed Chios. The history of the Duchy of the Archipelago, perhaps the most romantic creation of the Middle Ages, is largely personal and centers in the doings of the dukes and the small island barons. Several of the latter, whom Licario had dispossessed, recovered their lost islands about the beginning of the 14th century, while new families arrived at the same time and settled there. The islanders, however, suffered severely from Turkish raids, which grew increasingly frequent, while under the Crispo dynasty, Venice became more and more predominant in their affairs, twice taking over the government of Naxos, Andros, and Paris in the 15th and 16th centuries. But the Republic was not always able to aid her distant children, who, after the Turkish capture of Rhodes and the departure of the Knights of the New Year's Day, 1523, were deprived of another bulwark against the Asiatic invasion. The war, which broke out between Venice and the Sultan 14 years later, involved the downfall of 3 insular dynasties, those of the Micheli, the Pisani, and the Querini, while the Duke of the Archipelago Giovanni IV Crispo only saved his tottering throne at Naxos from the blows of the terrible Khair ad-Din Barbarossa, who commanded the Turkish fleet by the humiliating payment of a tribute. The peace of 1540 left only 3 families, the Crispi, the Somaripa, and the Gosadini, still reigning in the Aegean, and it is remarkable that not one of the 3 was of Venetian origin. This fact, and the loss of all the Venetian colonies except Tanis in the archipelago, therefore naturally diminished the political interests of the Republic in that sea. In vain the Duke addressed a solemn appeal to the princes of Christendom to forget their mutual differences and unite against the Turks, emphasizing his arguments by a quotation from his great ancestor Sallustius Crispus, a proof alike of his literary culture and of his family pride. Fortunately for himself, he ended his reign, the longest of any Duke of Naxos, before the final catastrophe. In 1566, however, his son and successor Giacomo IV, a feeble debauchee, so disgusted the Greeks, who formed the overwhelming majority of his subjects, that they invited the Sultan to depose him. Piale Pasha thereupon occupied Naxos without opposition, and the Latin duchy of the archipelago ceased to exist. Selim II bestowed this picturesque state upon his Jewish favorite. Joseph Nasi, who never visited his insular dominions but governed them through his deputy, a Spanish Jew, Francesco Coronello. With Nasi's death in 1579, the Hebrew sway over the Cyclades ended, and the duchy was annexed to the Turkish Empire. One petty Latin dynasty, however, that of the Gosardini of Bologna, which had been restored in 1571, the year of Lepanto, continued to rule far into the 17th century. This curious survival of Italian authority in 7 small islands ended in 1617, but Denis remained a Venetian colony for nearly 100 years longer. Genoese domination over Chios terminated in the same year as the Latin Duchy of Naxos, and by the same hand. The trading company of the Giustiniani managed at its zenith both Chios and the islands of Zara, Samos, and Icaria. This last entrusted to one of its members, Count Arangio, as well as the 2 towns of Phocaea and the coast of Asia Minor, with their rich alum mines. For a long time, the payment of a tribute secured immunity from a Turkish invasion, and the chief events of Chioggia history were the Declaration of Independence in 1408, when Genoa became French, and a war with Venice. But Mohammed II was anxious for an excuse to annex this little state. In 1455, the Turks took both the Phocaeas. In 1475, the company abandoned Zara and Samos, and in 1481 allowed the Knights of St. John to occupy Icaria, the neglected county of the Orange family, thus reduced to the island of Chios alone. The Maonia merely survived by the prompt payment of what the sultans chose to demand, till at last its financial condition made it no longer in a position to raise the amount of the tribute. In 1566, Piel descended upon the island and added it to the empire of his master. Genoa struck not a blow in defense of her sons, nor did she ever pay the sum which she had guaranteed to them in the event of the loss of Chios. 5 years after the fall of Chios and Naxos, Cyprus was lost. The history of this island was throughout the Frankish period so completely detached, save at rare intervals, from that of the rest of the Hellenic world, that it seems most convenient to treat it separately. It falls naturally into 3 sharply defined epochs: that of prosperity under the Lusignan dynasty down to the death of Peter I in 1369, that of decline under the remaining princes of that house, and that of colonial dependence upon the Venetian Republic. Guy the Lusignan, ex-king of Jerusalem, having lost all chance of recovering that dignity, gladly purchased Cyprus from Richard I in 1192, after the grand refusal of the Templars, and in his short reign laid the foundations of the feudal system in the island. The Franks naturally became, as in Greece, predominant alike in church and state. The well-to-do Greeks were reduced to the condition of vassals. The peasants remained serfs. His brother and successor Amari completed his work, organizing the Latin Church of Cyprus with its hierarchy dependent upon the Archbishop of Nicaea, introducing the feudal code of Jerusalem and striving to weaken the power of the Cypriotic nobles, none of whom had the right, exercised by some of the Frankish barons in Greece, of coining money for their own use. Anxious to increase his authority, he exchanged the title of Lord of Cyprus, borne by his brother, for that of King, which he persuaded the Western Emperor to bestow upon him in 1197. And in the following year added to it the coveted but empty honor of King of Jerusalem. This double accession of dignity proved, however, to be detrimental to the interests of Cyprus. For the former distinction involved the suzerainty of the Western Emperor over the island and led to the subsequent civil war, while the latter diverted the attention of Amaury to Syrian affairs. Another event of lasting influence upon the country was the privilege granted in 1218 to the Genoese, who thus began their connection with the island. A time of much trouble began in 1228, when the Emperor Frederick II, then on his way to the Holy Land, landed in Cyprus and claimed suzerainty over the young King Henry I. A long struggle known as the Lombard War ensued between the national party under John of Ibelin, the regent, and the Lombards, as the imperialists were called. The nationalists were at last successful, and the imperial suzerainty was destroyed forever. After the close of this conflict, the island became very prosperous, and the loss of Saint John the Acre, the last stronghold of the Crusaders in Syria, in 1291 was really a benefit to the Cypriotes, because their sovereigns need no longer concern themselves with the affairs of the phantom kingdom of Jerusalem. From 1269, however, down to the end of their dynasty, the sovereigns of Cyprus continued to bear the title of King of Jerusalem, and it became the custom to hold a double coronation, one at Nicaea, the Cypriot capital, and the other at Famagosta, as representing the Holy City. Thus isolated from the continent, the Cypriotic court became, in 1306, a prey to the ambition of Amaury the Lusignan, titular prince of Tyre, who deposed his brother Henry II, the Beast of Dante, and drove him into exile. The brief usurpation of the regency, for he was assassinated in 1310, was remarkable for the commercial concessions made to the Venetians, who thus became the rivals of the Genoese and established a basis for their future dominion over the island. The accession of Peter I in 1359, the most valiant and adventurous of the Lusignan kings, a man who should have been born in the days of the Crusaders, plunged Cyprus into a vigorous foreign policy, which contrasted with the concentration of the last 2 generations in internal politics. The small Turkish princes of Cilicia became his tributaries, and the Cilician fortress of Gorigos remained in Cypriotic hands till 1448. Flushed by these successes, he dreamed of recovering the Holy Land and undertook 2 long European tours for the purpose of exciting interest in their new crusade. But although he journeyed as far as London, he received no real support save from the Knights of Rhodes, with whose aid he took Alexandria. In 1368, he was offered the crown of Lesser or Cilician Armenia, but was assassinated in the following year on his way to take it. The victim of conjugal infidelity and aristocratic intrigues. With his death, the kingdom of Cyprus began to decline, and the 2 rival Italian republics, Genoa and subsequently Venice, became the real powers behind the throne. The coronation of Peter II as King of Jerusalem at Famagosta on 2 October 1372 marked the first downward step. A foolish question of precedence between the Genoese consul and the Venetian bailey led to the sack of the Genoese warehouses by the mob. A Genoese fleet under Pietro di Campofregoso arrived off Famagosta. The two coronation cities and the king were captured. Peter II had to purchase his freedom on 21st October 1374 by promising to pay a huge indemnity and by ceding Famagosta, the commercial capital of the island, to his captors until this sum should be paid. In Genoese hands, the city became the chief emporium of the Levantine trade, and a clause in the treaty prevented the kings of Cyprus from creating another port which might interfere with the Genoese monopoly. When Peter II died, circumstances enabled the astute merchant republic to obtain a confirmation of this humiliated convention from his uncle and successor, James I, then still a hostage at Genoa. The new king was not released till he had paid up his predecessor's arrears and guaranteed to the Genoese the possession of Famagosta, nor was his acquisition of the barren title of King of Armenia by the death of Leo VI the last native sovereign. In 1393, any real compensation for the loss of the richest city in Cyprus. Thenceforth, all his successors were the three crowns of Cyprus, Jerusalem, and Armenia. Although of the former Armenian kingdom, they held nothing except the castle of Gorigas. His son Denis, whose name denoted his humiliating birth as a captive at Genoa, tried in vain to drive the foreigners out of Famagosta, with the sole result that he was forced in 1414 to sign another onerous treaty. But this was not the only misfortune of this rash prince. By his encouragement of Christian pirates, who preyed upon the Egyptian coast, he so greatly irritated the Sultan of that country that the latter, probably instigated by the Genoese, landed in Cyprus, burned Nicaea, and captured Janes at the Battle of Koirokoitia in 1426. An annual tribute to Egypt was one of the conditions of his ransom, and thenceforth formed a constant charge upon the Cypriot revenues. The next reign, that of the feeble John II, marked the further decline of Latin authority and the revival of Hellenism, phenomena which we observed in the contemporary history of the Morea. Indeed, the influence of the Morio Decree of Mistra then made itself felt in Cyprus also, for the real power behind the throne was Queen Helen, daughter of the despot Theodore II, a masterful woman who naturally favored the claims advanced by the clergy of her own race and creed to supremacy over the hitherto dominant church. The loss of Gorigas in 1448 was a smaller misfortune than her quarrel with the most dangerous man in the kingdom, the bastard James, himself the offspring of a Moriote mother, who had been compelled as a boy to accept the archbishopric of Nicaea. On the death of John II in 1458, his daughter, the brave young Queen Charlotte, feebly supported by her husband, Louis of Savoy, in vain attempted to combat the rival forces of the bastard, seconded by the Sultan of Egypt. By 1460, her ruthless adversary had already occupied most of the island and assumed the royal style of James II, but the strong castle of Serenus held out for the queen 3 years longer. Charlotte then withdrew to her husband's land, while the bastard acquired popularity by achieving, in 1464, the ardent wish of his last 4 predecessors, the recapture of Famagosta, held since 1447 by the Bank of St. George, and the consequent abolition of the Genoese monopoly of Cypriotic commerce. With characteristic cruelty, he completed his conquest by the massacre of the Mamluks, who had assisted him in his campaign and for whom he had no further use. But if it had been reserved for this bold and unscrupulous usurper to end the Gallic commercial predominance of one Italian republic, it was also his fate to prepare the way for the political hegemony of another. He had rid his country of Genoa only by his marriage with Caterina Cornaro, niece of a wealthy Venetian sugar planter resident in Cyprus, to place it under the influence of Venice, whose adopted daughter his consort was. His premature death in 1473, followed by that of his posthumous child, James III, a year later, left his widow queen in name but the republic regent in fact, till at last, in 1489, Venice acquired the nominal as well as the actual sovereignty of the coveted island. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 69, Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination, 1204–1571. Part 6, by William Miller. The prosperity of Cyprus had, however, begun to wane before the island became a Venetian colony. It was still saddled with the Egyptian tribute. Except for the revenues of its salt pans, it yielded little. And a traveler who visited it at this period described its barrenness and depopulation, which the Venetians in vain tried to remedy by colonization. The Republic exacted a hard measure of tithes and forced labor from the people, while to the last there lingered on the descendants of the French nobles, whose serfs were little better than slaves. In these circumstances, it cannot be considered as remarkable that the Greeks should have welcomed the Turks as deliverers, although they found when too late that Turkish officials were more rapacious than Venetian governors. Selim II, whose bibulous propensities led him to desire the conquest of an island famous for its rich vintage, had promised to bestow on his favorite Nazi, the Jewish Duke of Naxos, the crown of Cyprus, of which he might claim to be suzerain in virtue of the Turkish annexation of Egypt and the consequent transference of the tribute to the Porte. While the ambitious Jew painted in anticipation the arms and title of King Cyprus in his house, he urged his willing patron to perform his promise by the conquest of the Venetian colony. Accordingly, in 1570, a Turkish fleet appeared off the island. Nicaea, the residence of the Venetian governor, was taken on 9 September. Most of the other towns surrendered, but Famagosta held out till on 1st August 1571, famine forced its heroic defender Bragadino to yield. The name of this brave officer, flayed alive at Famagosta, will ever be remembered, with that of Eriso, sawn asunder a century earlier at Negroponte, as a splendid example of that devotion to duty which Venice demanded from the defenders of her colonial empire. Even after the loss of Cyprus, the Republic still retained for nearly a century more her much older colony of Crete. The Cretan insurrection of 1363 had been followed by a long period of peace. But after the Turkish conquest of Negroponte, the Venetians became alarmed for the safety of their other great island. When Cyprus became also Venetian, it served as an outpost of Candia, and its capture was therefore felt to have weakened the Republic's position in Crete. It was at this period that Venice set to work to restore the fortifications of the island and sent Foscarini on his celebrated mission to redress the grievances of the islanders. The old feudal military service, which had fallen into abeyance, was revived. Exceptions were curtailed. The Jews regarded the commissioner as their enemy. The peasants looked on him as their friend. But vested interest on the fanaticism of the Orthodox clergy proved stubborn obstacles to the reformer. The population diminished, the island coast more than it yielded, and the Cretans avowed their preference for the Turkish rule, which was destined to be their lot. In 1669, after a war that had lasted well nigh a quarter of a century, Troy's rival, Candia, fell, and only the three fortresses of Grabusa, Suda, and Spinalonga remained in Venetian hands. The first, till 1691. The two last till 1715, when Denis also, the last Venetian island in the Aegean, was lost. Venice, however, still retained the Ionian Islands, including Santa Mavra, reconquered by Morosini in 1684, down to the fall of the Republic in 1797, when the career of Franks and Venetians in Greek lands, which had begun 6 centuries earlier, ended with the short-lived triumph of Bonaparte, the self-constituted heir of both. The Frankish domination in Greece is certainly the most romantic period of her history. The brilliant courts of Thebes and Nicosia, the gaieties of Naxos and Negroponte, the tournament of Corinth, the hunting parties of Attica, Cyprus, and the Morea, and the pleasaunces of Elis were created by the Franks and perished with them. The grass-grown ruins of Glarenza were then a flourishing mart, with its own weights and measures, the residence of Italian bankers, and known all over the Mediterranean. The palace of Mistra, now the haunt of tortoises and sheep, was then a princely residence, second to Constantinople alone. Splendid castles in marvelous sites, like Passava, Clomuzzi, and Dieu d'Amour, remind us how the Frank nobles lived and fought, while dismantled abbeys by fair streams or above azure seas. Like Isoba and Bella, Pais tell us how the Latin monks fared in these lands of their adoption. But except in the Cyclades and the Ionian Islands, the Frankish conquest has left a little mark upon the character and institutions of the people, with the exception of the half-castes, a despised breed which usually sided with the Greeks. The two races had few points of contact and never really amalgamated. They differed in origin, in creed, in customs, and at first in language. And the tact of many Frankish rulers did not succeed in bridging the impassable chasm which nature has placed between East and West. In a word, the Frankish conquest of Greece did not succeed in becoming a permanent factor in Greek life, because it was unnatural. Here and there, especially in the case of the Cephalonian or Zini, Latin princes became Hellenized, adopting the religion and language of their subjects, only in such cases as is usual to assimilate their vices without their virtues. Even in the Cyclades, where the Latin element is still considerable and the Roman Church is still powerful, the picturesque adventurers who built their castles above marine volcanoes or out of classical temples were to the last a foreign garrison, while in Crete the existence much rarer elsewhere of a considerable native aristocracy furnished leaders for that long series of revolts against foreign authority, which was a peculiar feature of Cretan history. One lesson, however, the Greeks of the Morea learned from the Franks, a lesson to which they owe, in some measure, their later independence, that of fighting. For if the Frankish conquest found the Greeks an unwarlike race, the Turkish conquest was disturbed by continual insurrections. Of the influence of the Latin domination upon the common language of the country, there is abundant evidence, especially in the islands where Venetian authority lingered longest. Frankish Greece has bequeathed to us in literature the curious Chronicle of the Morea, a work extant in 4 languages and even more valuable for social and legal than for political history, while Crete and Corfu produce romances drawn from Western models. In art, the influence of Venice may still be seen at Monemvasia, Andros, and Zante, whereas Crete gave birth to a native school of painting which owed nothing to foreign influence, and in the frescoes of Geraki we have perhaps the sole surviving portraits of Frankish nobles on the soil of Greece. That the Latin masters of the country were not indifferent to culture, we know, however, from several instances. An Orsini patronizing a vernacular version of Homer, a Giustiniani and a Gattilusio interested in archaeology, a Samaripa excavating statues, a Tocco facilitating a foreign savant search for inscriptions, a Crispo quoting Sallust, a Gysi studying the Chronicle of the Morea, an Archbishop of Corinth translating Aristotle. Such are a few of the figures of this by no means barbarous epoch, to which we owe some of the best Byzantine historians, the Athenian Chalcondyles, the Lesbian Jocas, the Imbrian Critobulus, the Monemvasiote Prantes, men not only of letters but of affairs. Even under the Catalans at Athens, we find a bishop possessed of a library, while Mistra in the time of the Paleology was a center of philosophic culture as a residence of Plato. New France was, therefore, especially at its zenith, a land more brilliant and more prosperous than either the Byzantine provinces out of which it was formed or the Turkish provinces which succeeded it. But the Franks, like their successors, could neither absorb nor suppress that marvelous Greek nationality which has survived through the vicissitudes of more than 20 centuries. Thus, the motley sway of Frenchmen and Italians, Catalans and Navarrese, Flemings and Germans over the classic home of literature and the arts has remained, save in a few cases merely a long episode in the long history of Greece, but still an episode curious above all others from its strange contrasts, its unexpected juxtapositions of races and civilizations, its dramatic surprises, and its sudden and tragic reverses of fortune. Tables of Rulers. Princes of Achaea. William the Template, 1205. Geoffrey I de Villehardouin, Bailey, 1209. Prince, 1210. Geoffrey II de Villehardouin, 1218. William de Villehardouin, 1246. Charles I of Anjou, 1278. Charles II of Anjou, 1285. Isabel de Villehardouin, 1289. With Florence of Hainault, 1289. With Philip of Savoy, 1301. Philip I of Taranto, 1307. Matilda of Hainault, 1313. With Louis of Burgundy, 1313. John of Gravina, 1318. Catherine of Valois, Robert of Taranto, 1333. Robert of Taranto, 1346. Marie de Bourbon, 1364. Philip II of Taranto, 1370. Joanna I of Naples, 1374. Otto of Brunswick, 1376. Knights of St. John, 1377 to 81. Jacques de Vaux, 1381. Maggio de Coquerel, Vicar, 1383. Bordo de S. Superman, Vicar, 1386. Prince, 1396. Maria Zaccaria, 1402. Centurion Zaccaria, 1404-32. Dukes of Athens. Othon de la Roche, Megascere, 1205. Guy I, Megascere, 1225. Duke, 1260. John I, 1263. William, 1280. Guy II, 1287. Walter de Brienne, 1309. Roger de Slar, chief of the Catalan Company, 1311. Manfred, 1312. William, 1317. John of Randazzo, 1338. Frederick of Randazzo, 1348. Frederick III of Sicily, 1355. Pedro IV of Aragon, 1377. John I of Aragon, 1387. Nerio Asciajuoli, Lord of Athens, 1388. Duke, 1394. Venice, 1394 to 1402. Antonio I, 1402. Nerio II, 1435. Antonio II, 1439. Nerio II restored, 1441. Francesco, 1451. Franco, 1455-56. Lord of Thieves, 1456-60. Despots of Epirus. Michael I Angelus, 1204. Theodore, 1214. Emperor of Salonika, 1223. Manuel, 1230. Emperor of Salonika, 1230. Michael II, 1236. Nicephorus I, 1271. Thomas, 1296. Nicholas Orsini, 1318. John II Orsini, 1323. Nicephorus II, 1335 to 58. Byzantine, 1336 to 49. Serbian, 1349 to 56. Simeon Uros, 1358. Thomas Preljubovic, 1367. Maria Angelina, 1385. Esau Buondelmonti, 1386 to 1408. Albanians, 1408 to 18, then united with Cephalonia. Dukes of Neopatras. John I Angelus, 1271. Constantine, 1295. John II, 1303 to 18, united with Athens. Palatine Court of Cephalonia. Matteo Orsini, 1194. Richard, before 1264. John I, 1303. Nicholas, 1317. John II, 1323. Angevins united with Achaia, 1324 to 57. Leonardo I Tocco, 1357. Carlo I before 1377. Carlo II, 1429. Leonardo III, 1448 to 79. Antonio, 1481 to 3. Dukes of the Archipelago. Marco I Sanudo, 1207. Angelo, 1227. Marco II, 1262. Guglielmo I, 1303. Niccolo I, 1323. Giovanni I, 1341. Fiorenza, 1361, with Niccolo II Sanudo. Spesabanda, 1364. Niccolo III dalle Carceri, 1371. Francesco I Crispo, 1383. Giacomo I, 1397. Giovanni II, 1418. Giacomo II, 1433. Gian Giacomo, 1447. Guglielmo II, 1453. Francesco II, 1463. Giacomo III, 1463. Giovanni III, 1480. Venice, 1494 to 1500s. Francesco III, 1500s. Venice, 1511 to 17. Giovanni IV, 1517. Giacomo IV, 1564 to 6. Joseph Nasi, 1566 to 79. Lords of Corfu, Venice, 1206 to 14. Despots of Epirus, 1214 to 59. Manfred of Sicily, 1259 to 66. Tinardo, 1266. Charles I of Anjou, 1267. Charles II of Anjou, 1285. Philip I of Taranto, 1294. Catherine of Valois, Robert of Taranto, 1331. Robert of Taranto, 1348. Marie de Bourbon, 1364. Philip II of Taranto, 1364. Joanna I of Naples, 1373. Jacques de Vaux, 1380. Charles III of Naples, 1382 to 86. Venice, 1386 to 1797. Venetian colonists. Crete. Genoese occupation, 1206 to 10. 1204 to 1669. 2 forts till 1715. Modon Coron, 1206 to 1500s. 1685 to 1715. Argos, 1388 to 1463. Nauplia, 1388 to 1540. 1686 to 1715. Monemvasia, 1464 to 1540. 1690 to 1750. Lepanto, 1407 to 99. 1687 to 99. Negroponte, 1209 to 1470. Teleon, 1323 to 1470. Aegina, 1451, 1537. 1693, 1750. Denis, 1390, 1715. Mykonos, 1390, 1537. Northern Sporades, 1453, 1538. Corfu, 1206, 1214. 1386, 1797. Cephalonia, 1483 to 5. 1500s to 1797. Sante, 1482 to 1797. Serigo, 1363 to 1797. Saint Mavra, 1502 to 3. 1684 to 1797. Athens, 1394 to 1402. 1466. 1687 to 88. Patras, 1408 to 13. 1417 to 19. 1687 to 1715. Naxos, 1494 to 1500s. 1511 to 17. Andros, 1437 to 40. 1507 to 14. Paros, 1518 to 20. 1531 to 36. Mina, 1467 to 79. Vostitsa, 1470. Amorgos, 1770-1446. Lemnos, 1464-79. Cyprus, 1489-1571. Epirot, Emperor of Salonika. Theodore Angelus, Emperor, 1223. Manuel, Emperor, 1230. John, Emperor, 1240. Despot, 1242. Demetrius, Despot, 1244 to 46. Annexed to Nicaea, 1246. Kings of Cyprus. Guy de Lusignan, Lord of Cyprus, 1192. Amaury de Lusignan, Lord of Cyprus, 1194. King, 1197. King of Jerusalem, 1198. Hog I de Lusignan, King of Cyprus, 1205. Henry I de Lusignan, 1218. Hog II de Lusignan, 1253. Hog III de Lusignan, 1267. Titular King of Jerusalem, 1269. John I de Lusignan, 1284. Titular King of Jerusalem. Henry II de Lusignan, 1285. Titular King of Jerusalem. Amaury de Lusignan, Regent, 1306–10. Hog IV de Lusignan, 1224. Titular King of Jerusalem. Peter I de Lusignan, 1359. Titular King of Jerusalem, King of Armenia, 1368. Peter II de Lusignan, 1369. Titular King of Jerusalem. James I de Lusignan, 1382. Titular King of Jerusalem. King of Armenia, 1393. Janus de Lusignan, 1398. Titular King of Jerusalem. King of Armenia. John II de Lusignan, 1432. Titular King of Jerusalem, King of Armenia. Charlotte de Lusignan, 1458. 1487. Titular Queen of Jerusalem, Queen of Armenia. James II de Lusignan, 1460. 6 July 1473. Titular King of Jerusalem, King of Armenia. Caterina Cornaro, Regent, 1473–4. James III of Lusignan, 27 August 1473. Titular King of Jerusalem, King of Armenia. Caterina Cornaro, 1474–89. 1510. Titular Queen of Jerusalem, Queen of Armenia. Venice, 1489–1571. The kings of Cyprus also bore the titles of King of Jerusalem, 1198–1205, and from 1269 onward, and of King of Little Armenia, 1368–9, and from 1393 onward. Rhodes. Leo Gabalas, 1204. John Gabalas, between 1234 and 1248–56. Genoese, 1248–50. Annexed to Nicaea, 1256. Saracens, 1282–1309. Knights of St. John, 1309. 1523. Genoese colonies. Smyrna, 1261. 1300s, 1344, 1402. Foglia, Phocaea, 1275, 1340. 1346–48. Vecchia, 1358–1455. Nuova, 1351–1455. Chios, 1304–29. 1356–1566. Venetian, 1694–95. Samos, 1304–29. 1346–1475. Icaria, 1304–29. 1346–1481. Knights of St. John, 1481. 1523. Venetian, 1694–95. Psara, 1396–1475. Lesbos, 1333–36. 1355–1462. Thassos, 1307–13. 1434. Or 1419 to 1455. Papal, 1456 to 59. Venetian, 1464 to 79. Lemnos, 1453 to 56. Papal, 1456 to 58. Venetian, 1464 to 79. 1656 to 57. Annus, 1384 to 1456. Samothrace, 1431 to 56. Papal, 1456 to 59. Venetian, 1466 to 79. Imbros, 1453 to 56. Venetian, 1466 to 79. Famagosta, 1374 to 1464. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire of Nicaea and the Recovery of Constantinople, Part 1, by William Miller. The capture of Constantinople by the Latins did not for long leave the Greeks without a center round which to rally. At Trebizond on the shores of the Black Sea, and at Nicaea, the city of the Nicene Creed, two Greek empires rose out of the fragments of that which had fallen, while the third Hellenic principality was founded in Epirus, which in its turn became for a brief period the Empire of Salonika. It was reserved for the second of these creations to reconquer Constantinople and thus become merged in the restored Byzantine Empire, while the first survived by a little the Turkish conquest of Byzantium. Theodore Lascaris, the founder of the Empire of Nicaea, was about 30 years of age at the time of the sack of Constantinople. The scion of a distinguished Byzantine family, he had been considered worthy of the hand of the fair Anna, second daughter of the Emperor Alexius III. He had given proofs of his courage during the operations against the Bulgarian traitor Ivanko in the mountains of Rhodope and during the siege of the capital. And despite his rather insignificant personal appearance, these qualities had led to his election in the great Church of the Divine Wisdom to the imperial throne, vacant by the flight of Mortzophilus. Without waiting to assume the imperial symbols, he made a last effort to rally the defenders of the city, and then seeing that all was lost, fled with his wife and 3 daughters across the Sea of Marmora and called upon the people of Nicaea to receive him as their lawful sovereign. The spot which was to be the refuge of fallen Hellenism was well chosen. Nicaea was not then the feverish village which 6 centuries of Turkish rule have made it, but a great and prosperous city, situated on the lake of Ascania, neither too far from the sea for commerce, nor too near it for corsairs. It lacked, in the phrase of a native writer, neither safety nor grace. The fertile plains of Bithynia provided it with corn and wine. The lake abounded in fish, and the city in excellent water, while cypresses and other trees rendered it a pleasant residence. No wonder, then, that the Byzantine emperors had chosen it as the chief town of the Opsician province, while the Seljuk sultans had made it their capital. The natural defense afforded by the lake, which the Crusaders had found such a serious obstacle a century before this time, had been further strengthened by art, and its defenders boasted that it was impregnable. Splendid walls with projecting towers, still surviving in their picturesque decay, then protected the circular city, whose fine houses and richly decorated churches attested the wealth and piety of the inhabitants. 2 of these churches, that of the Divine Wisdom and that of the Falling Asleep of the Virgin, still remain, and the mosaics of the latter show that the praises of the local panegyrists were not exaggerated. Well-organized hospitals sheltered the leper, and it was the boast of the citizens that their philanthropic foundations excelled those of other towns. Such was Nicaea in the 13th century. The inhabitants at first declined to receive Lascaris within their walls, and it was only with difficulty that he persuaded them to give shelter to his wife. Doubtless in their eyes, his father-in-law, Alexius III, was still the lawful emperor, and their loyalty may have been stimulated by the remembrance of the siege which they had endured at the hands of Andronicus I 20 years before, when they had committed the mistake of taking the wrong side in a civil war. For a time he wandered about Bithynia, trying in vain to obtain recognition, till the aid of Theodore Angelus, brother and successor of the first despot of Epirus, and an alliance with the Seljuk Sultan, Kai Khusru I, enabled him to become master of Prusa and the neighboring country. He was greeted as despot by his new subjects, a title which policy and the absence of the patriarch suggested as wiser for the moment than the dignity of emperor. The founder of this new Greek state had, indeed, many rivals to propitiate or subdue. Asia Minor in 1204 was divided between 10 rulers of 4 different nationalities. While the greater part belonged to the Seljuk sultans of Iconium, the Cilician kingdom of Armenia occupied the south, and a large colony of Armenians was settled in the Troad. At Trebizond, in the same month in which Constantinople fell, young Alexius, grandson of Andronicus I, established himself with the aid of a Georgian contingent, provided by the care of his paternal aunt Thamar. The family of Comnenus was popular on the Black Sea coast, whence it had originally come, and where men still remembered the residence of the grandfather of Alexius among them, for a tyrant in the capital may often be the idol of the provinces. Accordingly, in the pompous style of that age, he called himself Grand Comnenus and Emperor, and his successors preserved both the adjective and the imperial title for 250 years. While Oneum and Sinope, as well as Trebizond, declared for the new emperor, his brother David pushed the fortunes of the family farther to the west. A body of Georgians and native mercenaries helped him subdue Paphlagonia, the cradle of his race, and he was soon able to proclaim Alexius at Heraclea and to extend the Trapezuntine Empire to the banks of the Sagarius. But the 2 brothers were not the only Greek competitors of Lascaris. In the middle of the Black Sea coast, their conquests were interrupted by the petty sovereignty of Sabas at Samsun. The old rebel, Mancaphase, nicknamed Mad Theodore, who had assumed the imperial title in the time of Isaac II, had once more made himself master of Philadelphia, while Mavrosines had secured a strong position on the Meander by giving his daughter's hand to the Seljuk Sultan. The Latin element was already represented by 2 Venetian colonies at Lampsacus and at Pagae on the Hellespont, the former a fief of the Quirini, and by the Levantine branch of the great Pisan family of Aldobrandini at Italia. The partition treaty had assigned large portions of Asia Minor to the Latin emperor, among them the provinces of Nicomedia, Tarsia, Paphlagonia, Oneum and Sinope, Laodicea and the Meander, with the appurtenances of Samsun. In other words, practically the whole of the territory occupied by Lascaris and the Grand Comnenus. In pursuance of this arrangement, Baldwin I granted large territories beyond the Sea of Marmora as fiefs of his faithful followers. Nicaea, with the title of Duke, then considered to be one of the greatest dignities of the East, to Count Louis of Blois, a rich and redoubtable noble, who was nephew of the King of England and had held the banner at the coronation of the first Latin emperor. Philadelphia, likewise coupled with a ducal coronet, to Stephen of Perche. Of the 2 great religious orders, the Knights of St. John received a quarter of the so-called Duchy of Neocastra, the new forts of Adramatium, Pergamus, and Cleara, the Templars Aldobrandino's city of Italia. It was clear from the outset that Lascaris would have to fight for his new dominions against the Latin invader as well as the native enemy. On the 1st of November, 1204, the French Duke of Nicaea sent 2 trusty henchmen, Pierre de Brachiel and Payen d'Orlan, with a force of 120 knights to take possession of his Asiatic fief, landing at the Latin colony of Pagae, where they were sure of a welcome, they occupied the now important town of Panderma, and on the 6th of December met the army of Lascaris beneath the walls of Poimaninon, a strong castle to the southeast. Despite the inequality of numbers, the superior prowess of the armed Frankish knights decided the fate of the battle. The Greeks fled, and the neighboring city of Lopatium, now the village of Ulubad, but then one of the fairest towns in the country and the bulwark of Prusa, opened its gates to the clemency of the victors. Prusa, however, protected by its strong natural position and its high walls, resisted their attack, and the abandonment of the siege encouraged the native population to revolt against their rule, which, though admittedly humane, was still that of a foreign race and an alien creed. A second detachment of Franks, under the Latin emperor's brother Henry, now accepted the invitation of the Armenians who dwelt in the Troad and who probably belonged to the Latin faith, to renew the exploits of the Trojan War, one of the few classical memories known to the Crusaders. Crossing the Dardanelles to Abydos, Henry traversed the passes of Ida and established his headquarters at Adramatium. Thither a second Greek army, under the command of Theodore's brother, Constantine, marched to attack him. But this second pitched battle, fought on the 19th of March, 1205, was even more disastrous to the Greeks than the first. They lost many men and much booty, and the people of the country began to pay tribute to the invaders. A third attempt, this time by the mad tyrant of Philadelphia, was defeated by the personal courage of Henry and the irresistible rush of the French cavalry. This success was completed by the occupation of Nicomedia by a third detachment of Franks under Macare de Saint Menehould, the Lord High Steward. 5 brief months had sufficed for the conquest of the entire rich province of Opsicium and more beside. The whole of northwest Asia Minor, from Adramatium to Nicomedia, recognized the Latin Empire. Nicaea and Prusa alone held out for Lascaris. At this moment, however, the Greeks of Asia were saved by the nation which they are wont to consider as their greatest enemy in Europe. Their fellow countrymen in Thrace had summoned Kalojan, the Bulgarian Tsar, against the Franks, and Baldwin felt compelled to recall his brother and the other French leaders from Asia Minor to his aid against this new foe. Henry and the other 2 detachments hastened to obey his command. Of all their conquests, they retained only Pagae as a military and naval base on the Hellespont, and with them the Armenian colony of the Troad crossed over into Europe, for fear of reprisals from the Greeks. Thus abruptly ended the first attempt of the Franks to conquer Asia Minor. The first and last French Duke of Nicaea fell in a Bulgarian ambuscade before Philoppolis, without ever having set foot in his Asiatic duchy. Lascaris availed himself of the departure of the Franks to occupy the places which they had evacuated, and his perseverance seemed to have warranted the assumption of the imperial title. It was necessary, however, first to elect a patriarch, for the ecumenical throne was vacant. But Nicaea had by this time become the home of all that was most learned in the ecclesiastical world of Greece, so that the election of a patriarch caused no difficulty. The newly elected patriarch hastened to crown Theodore emperor, and the historian Nicetas composed an address which the monarch was to deliver on this occasion, enforcing the obedience of his subjects and setting forth the reunion of all the Greeks under his scepter and the recapture of Constantinople as the objects of his reign. Thus, in the spring of 1206, 2 years after his flight from the fallen city, Theodore Lascaris was crowned at Nicaea. No sooner was he invested with the imperial dignity than he began to carry out the program which Nicetas had traced for him. A politic truce with Henry, now Latin emperor and fully occupied in Europe, set him free to turn his undivided attention to his Greek rivals. Mad Theodore, Sabas, and Mavrozomes were driven from their respective possessions. The 2 former vanished from history. The third, as the father-in-law of so influential a potentate as Kai Khusru, with whom Lascaris wished to remain at peace, received back a strip of territory called Gagné, the birthplace of Nicetas himself. The next blow was dealt at the empire of Trebizond. Alexius had offended the Seljuk Sultan, who besieged his capital. David, taking advantage of the evacuation of Nicomedia by the French, had sent his young general, Denis, to occupy that city. But this inexperienced strategist was surprised by the abler Lascaris, who led his troops through a difficult mountain pass and even wielded the axe himself to remove the trees from his path. Such energy was bound to be successful. Denis was taken prisoner. David was forced to restrict the Trapezuntine frontier to Heraclea, and even from there the emperor of Nicaea threatened to drive him farther eastward. At this, in self-preservation, David called in the Franks to his aid. The Franks had been ready to ally themselves with the sole remaining Greek rival of Lascaris, for they complained that he had broken his truce with them, and they were anxious to prevent the growth of a Greek naval power, of which he had laid the foundations under the guidance of a Calabrian corsair. Accordingly, towards the end of 1206, Henry sent Pierre de Braciel and Payen d'Orlan for the second time to Asia Minor, with the promise that Braciel should have Pagay and Cyzicus, with the island of Marmora as a fief, while Thiers de Luz, the seneschal of the Latin Empire, was invested with Nicomedia. This second Frankish invasion repeated on a smaller scale the achievements of the first. From Pagay as a base, Braciel occupied and refortified the peninsula of Cyzicus, and the seneschal, sailing direct from Constantinople to Nicomedia, speedily converted its beautiful minister of the divine wisdom into his castle. Two other French nobles, Macaire de Saint-Menehould and Guillaume de Sens, established themselves at Heraclea, to the north of the Gulf of Ismid, and at Gemalik, or Civitate, as the Crusaders called it, the port of Nicaea and Prusa, thus cutting off both those cities from the sea. Thus hemmed in by the Franks, Lascaris sent envoys to the Bulgarian Tsar, urging him to attack Constantinople. Once again, Kalojan created a welcome diversion in Thrace, and once again it was necessary to recall the French to Europe. Only small garrisons were left to hold the Frankish quadrilateral. Theodore at once proceeded to attack these isolated fortresses. So fierce was the fighting at Civitate that only 5 of its brave defenders remained unwounded when Henry arrived in haste from Constantinople to its relief, and such was its condition that he decided to withdraw the garrison and abandon it. Cyzicus was so closely invested by land and sea that a second expedition was required to raise the siege. Thierry de Luz was captured outside the walls of Nicomedia, and its fortified minister would have been taken had not Henry returned to save it. Then a truce for 2 years was concluded. The Greeks released their prisoners. The French evacuated Cyzicus and Nicomedia, and their fortifications were destroyed. Pagay seems already to have fallen. Only Heraclea remained Frankish. The truce, though equally beneficial to both parties, was soon broken. David, ever on the watch for an opportunity of attacking the rival emperor of the East, wrote to Constantinople, begging that he might be included among the subjects, and that his land might be considered a part of the Latin Empire. Thus sure of Henry's support, he crossed the Sangarius, invaded the dominions of Lascaris with a body of Frankish auxiliaries, and at first carried all before him. But Theodore's general, Andronicus Giddus, suddenly fell upon the Franks at a moment when they were isolated in the rough passes of Nicomedia. Scarcely a man survived to tell the tale. Assistance sent by Henry merely postponed the fall of Heraclea, which was annexed with Amastris to the Empire of Nicaea. The only important Frankish success was the recovery of Pagay by its feudal lord, Pierre de Braciel. No wonder that Lascaris complained to the Pope of such breaches of the truce, begging His Holiness to induce the Franks to conclude a permanent peace with him, making the sea boundary between him and them, and threatened, if these terms were refused, to join the Bulgarians against them. Innocent III replied, bidding him render homage to the Emperor Henry and obedience to the Holy Father, whose legate might then intervene on his behalf at Constantinople. Theodore's response was an attempt to recapture the imperial city, an enterprise in which he was aided by the French lord of Piguet, turned traitor to his lawful sovereign. Thus early were the Latins divided against themselves, and even men of good family entered the service of the Greeks. A new enemy, and one of his own household, now arose to disturb the career of Lascaris and the peace of Asia Minor. The fugitive emperor Alexius III, after wandering about Europe, arrived at the court of Kai Khusru, whom years before he had sheltered, baptized, and adopted at Constantinople. The dethroned monarch begged the sultan to obtain for him, as the rightful emperor of the Greeks, the crown which his son-in-law had usurped. Thinking that his guest might prove a serviceable instrument of his own designs, the ambitious sultan, who had not forgotten that his predecessors had once ruled at Nicaea, sent an ultimatum to Theodore, offering him the alternative of instant abdication or war. Theodore's reply was to march against him to Antioch on the Meander, whither he had advanced with Alexius. The battle was at first unfavorable to Lascaris. 800 Latin mercenaries, who, despite the papal excommunication, accompanied him, were annihilated, and the sultan struck him a tremendous blow on the head, which caused him to fall from his horse. For a moment, the emperor seemed at the mercy of his opponent, but with great presence of mind, he drew his sword and severed the hind legs of the mare which the sultan rode. Kai Khusru fell. In an instant his head was cut off and stuck on a spear in full sight of his army. Deprived of their leader, the Seljuks were glad to make peace. The victor took Alexius with him to Nicaea, blinded him, according to one account, and placed him in the monastery of Hyacinthos, where he died. So dramatic a triumph inspired the imagination, or rather the rhetoric, of the two chief living men of letters. Nicetas composed a panegyric of the victor who had routed the hitherto invincible Turks, and his brother, the ex-metropolitan of Athens, sent a letter of congratulations from his exile in Chios, in which he compared Lascaris to Hercules and Basil, the Bulgar slayer. Lascaris himself issued a manifesto to the Greek world, promising that, if all his countrymen would but help him, he would soon free the land from the Latin dogs, and they offered their aid if he would attack Constantinople. The news had, however, a very different effect upon the Latin emperor. His comment on the victory was that the victor had been vanquished, for he reckoned the loss of the Latin mercenaries as more than counterbalancing the defeat of the Turks. He knew, however, that the Greeks were flushed with their success and meditated an assault upon the imperial city, so he resolved to wait no longer, but attack them first. Accordingly, he crossed to Piguet, now the sole possession of the Franks in Asia Minor, and held since Brachil's treachery by Henri de Grandguerin, whereupon Lascaris took to the mountains. The murmurs of his own subjects, whose property was thus exposed to the raids of the Frankish cavalry, forced the Greek emperor, however, to give battle. The two armies met at the river Rhindakos on the 15th of October 1211, and although the Greek host was greatly superior in numbers and aided by a fresh band of Latin renegades, the victory rested with Henry, who, according to the account which he has left us of this campaign, did not lose a single man. At this, the Greeks, right up to the Seljuk frontier, submitted to the victor, whose kindness to the vanquished was proverbial. A few castles alone held out for Theodore, and Henry announced from Pergamus to all his friends his triumph over the four enemies of his empire, of whom Lascaris was the first and foremost. Ere long his standards had reached as far south as Nymphaeum near Smyrna, as far east as Poimaninon and Lentiana near Prusa. But it was easier to overrun Asia Minor than to hold it, for the Franks were but a handful of men, and Henry appealed in vain for military colonists from the west. He therefore came to terms with his adversary. He was to retain the Troad and northwest Asia Minor as far as Lopatium. To the east of that, and from Andromitium southward to Smyrna, lay the dominions of Lascaris. A neutral, uninhabited zone was left between the two empires, and a strong frontier guard prevented emigration from one to the other. Even this restricted Frankish territory was perforce entrusted to the charge of a Greek garrison under a Greek commander. Theodore had made what proved to be a durable peace with the Franks, broken only by a raid of the Duke of Naxos, which he avenged by the capture of his enemy. But the new Seljuk Sultan, Kaikeus I, had not forgotten the death of his father. In 1214 or 1215, a fortunate raid delivered the Greek emperor into his hands. His first impulse was to kill his prisoner, but he contented himself with a ransom and the cession of several castles and towns. Such sudden reverses of fortune were characteristic of this period of Greek history. Kaikeus continued his career of conquest, took Smope from the empire of Trebizond, slew David who commanded there, and compelled the emperor Alexius to pay tribute and to render him military service. For several years, Theodore remained at peace with the Latin emperor, while the hand of his own sister secured him the friendship of the Duke of Naxos. He had meanwhile been left a widower, and after an unfortunate alliance with an Armenian princess, he married the daughter of the Latin empress Yolande, Maria de Courtenay, a politic match which might give him a claim to her brother's throne. In fact, during the interregnum which elapsed before the arrival of the Emperor Robert at Constantinople in 1221, he planned a second attack upon that city. His plan was frustrated by a counter-attack. He made peace with his brother-in-law and was only prevented by death from strengthening their relationship and therewith his own claims by giving the hand of his daughter Eudocia to Robert. He died in 1222 and was laid beside his first wife and her father Alexius III in the monastery of Hyacinthos at Nicaea. He had living one son by his Armenian consort, but this child was only 8 years old. He bequeathed his empire to the second husband of his eldest daughter, John Ducas Vatatzes. The Greeks, as their historians acknowledge, owed a great debt to Theodore Lascaris as the refounder of the fallen empire. In the face of great difficulties, he obtained recognition as the leader of Hellenism in Asia, and even the Franks admired his courage and his military skill. He was generous to his friends, and if he once, as was said, flayed an enemy alive, the man was a double-dyed traitor and a disgrace to French chivalry. As a diplomatist, he showed the audacity which the times demanded, and availed himself of those opportunities for playing off one race against another, which the Eastern question has always afforded. While he displayed the talent of a constructive statesman in making his new capital the center of all that was best in the Greek world. From Euboea and Thrace, as well as from Byzantium, the local aristocracy flocked to his court. He and his family were addressed by the begging letter writers of the Bosphorus. He sheltered the historian Nicetas, who repaid him by 3 panegyrics, and he tried to attract the historian's brother from his lonely island. Under his auspices, Nicaea became a learned city, where rhetoric and poetry could be studied, while at Smyrna, Demetrius Quirites, called the chief of philosophers, gave lectures on logic. But the patriotism and common sense of the sovereign made him discourage those nice theological discussions which were the delight of Byzantine divines, and which might have been expected to find a congenial atmosphere in the city which had witnessed 2 great councils of the Church. Theodore was, however, fully alive to the value of the hierarchy as a national and political force. He had established the Patriarchate in his capital and supported the efforts of the Patriarch for the union of the churches at a synod to be held there. But this scheme failed. Both the Greeks of Epirus and the Greeks of Trebizond declined to acknowledge the authority of the Patriarch of Nicaea, whose actual jurisdiction was further restricted by the creation of an autocephalous Serbian church and 2 Latin bishoprics, one at Nicomedia, the other at Troy. During the later and more peaceful years of his reign, Theodore encouraged trade with the Venetians, to whom he granted freedom from customs dues throughout his empire, and for this a proper system of coinage was required. 5 issues of gold coins bear his image and superscription, while inscriptions on towers at Prusa, at Nicaea, and at Bender Erigli still preserve his name and serve as an example of the many buildings which he erected. End of section 70. Section 71 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire of Nicaea and the Recovery of Constantinople, Part 2, by William Miller. In the same year as Theodore died his rival, the first emperor of Trebizond. Cut off by the Turkish occupation of Sinope from all hope of expansion to the west, he seems to have turned his attention to the northern coast of the Black Sea and to have made the Crimea tributary to the Trebizond. His Asiatic empire now extended no farther westward than Onaim and the river Thermodon, while Sebastopol, 18 hours beyond Trebizond, was its eastern boundary. But his capital was deemed impregnable, alike by nature and art. Its mild climate, its vineyards and oliveyards, its excellent water, and its abundant supply of wood combined to make it, in the phrase of an enthusiastic panegyrist, the apple of the eye of all Asia. It had long been under the special protection of St. Eugenius, whose monastery and that of the Golden-Headed Virgin were already features of the city. John III Vataces, the second emperor of Nicaea, was not long allowed to occupy the throne unopposed. Two of Theodore's brothers could not brook the succession of this Thracian nobleman, who, if he had belonged to a good family and had held high office at court, was only connected by marriage with the founder of the empire. By money and promises, they raised a Frankish force at Constantinople and returned at its head to Asia Minor. Vataces met them near Poimaninon, the scene of the battle 20 years before, and by his personal courage won a decisive victory. 4 neighboring Frankish fortresses fell into his hands, and in 1225 the Latin emperor was glad to obtain peace by the cession of Pagae. The Franks, in the words of one of their own chroniclers, lost nearly all the land which had been won beyond the Hellespont. They abandoned the Troad and retained nothing but the territory near Constantinople and Nicomedia. Well might the enthusiastic patriarch bid them begone to their own country. Even beyond the coasts of Asia Minor, the long arm of the Greek emperor smote them. His fleet not only watched the Dardanelles from the former factory of the Quirini at Lampsacus and intercepted vessels coming from the west to Constantinople, but captured the 4 islands of Lesbos, Chios, Samos, and Icaria, which had been assigned to the Latin Empire by the Partition Treaty. An expedition in 1233 against Heliogabalus, the Lord of Rhodes and the Cyclades, who bore the proud name of Caesar and asserted his independence of the Greek emperor, failed, however, to take his famous fortress. Another naval undertaking in the aid of the Cretians, who had risen against Venice, was equally unsuccessful. The emperor's troops did, indeed, capture several Cretan fortresses, and a detachment of them held out for some years in the island. But the expedition cost him nearly the whole of his fleet, shipwrecked in a storm off the island of Cerigo. Vataces had defeated the Franks, but he still had enemies to fear within his own court. The capture of the late sovereign's brothers at the Battle of Poimaninon and the loss of their eyesight as the penalty of their treason had rendered them harmless. But a fresh conspiracy, organized by his first cousin Nestongos and several other magnates, was discovered at the very moment when he was fighting against his country's foes. The emperor's clemency towards the principal conspirator, who was merely imprisoned and then allowed to escape, surprised his contemporaries. But from that moment he surrounded himself with guards and listened to the prayers of his wife that he would be careful of a life so valuable to his country. It was probably about this time that he moved the capital to Nymphaeum, his favorite winter residence, which thenceforth continued to be the seat of government till the recapture of Constantinople, while the fertile plain near Clazomene was chosen as the imperial villeggiatura in spring. Nicaea remained, however, the seat of the patriarch, and it was there that the emperors were crowned. The election of the old warrior, John of Brienne, as Latin emperor, inspired the Franks with the hope of recovering the territory which they had lost in Asia Minor by the last peace. One of the conditions of his election was that he should have the Duchy of Nicomedia, and that the kingdom of Nicaea, with all its appurtenances and all the land that the Latins ever possessed beyond the Hellespont, comprising the Duchy of Neocastra, should become the domain of Baldwin II. John waited patiently till he had made adequate preparations for the reconquest of these hypothetical kingdoms and duchies, and till a favorable moment for attack should arrive. The exhaustion of the Greek forces after their unsuccessful expedition against Rhodes in 1233 seemed to be a suitable opportunity, and the Latin emperor landed at Lampsacus. But Vataces, though his forces were diminished in numbers, proved himself so clever a strategist that he compelled his adversaries to hug the shore where their fleet was constantly at hand. One important success, the recapture of Pegae, was the sole result of this long-planned campaign. John returned to Constantinople, nor did the Franks reattempt the invasion of Asia Minor. Henceforth it was not they, but the rejuvenated Greek Empire, which could take the offensive, and it became the object of Vataces to carry out the aspirations of his predecessor and drive them from their diminished dominions alike in Europe and in Asia. With this policy in view, he sought an alliance with the hereditary enemy of his race, the Bulgarian Tsar, John Aegean II, whose signal victory over the victorious Greeks of Epirus on the field of Klokotinitsa had made him the dominant factor in Balkan politics. The engagement of their children, both still in the schoolroom, seemed to guarantee their cooperation against the Franks, and Vataces celebrated the capture of the Venetian colony of Gallipoli and the betrothal of his son Theodore in rapid succession. Thrace was soon almost entirely freed from the Latins, and the empire of Nicaea for the first time extended into Europe, where the river Maritsa became the frontier between the Greek and the Slavonic states. The allies even laid siege to Constantinople with infinite thousands of armed men, till the approaching winter of 1235 compelled them to return to their homes. In the following year, they renewed the siege by land and sea, but this time the united forces of the Latins repulsed their attack. Had they been successful, the Greeks and the Bulgarians would have quarreled over the possession of the city which both coveted. As it was, the unnatural alliance grew weaker as one ally realized what he had had to sacrifice and the other what he had assisted to restore. The Greek emperor could not but regret that the price which he had to pay for the Bulgarians' aid was the recognition of the independence of the Church of Trinovo and its separation from the jurisdiction of the ecumenical patriarch. The Bulgarian Tsar could not fail to perceive that he had exchanged a weak and tottering neighbor for a vigorous and powerful prince, and that on the ruins of the alien Latin Empire he was reinstating a national dynasty which would bar the way to Byzantium and the Aegean. Personal and theological influence further combined to break up the alliance. Aegean's consort, a Hungarian princess, was connected with the reigning family of Constantinople, while Pope Gregory IX, who had hopes of converting the Bulgarian Tsar to the Roman faith, denounced Vataces as the enemy of God and the Church, and received from him a haughty letter in which the Greek ruler claimed to be the real emperor as the heir of Constantine, and plainly told the pontiff that, if he had yielded the superior force, he had not relinquished his rights, but would never desist from besieging Constantinople. Aegean accordingly resolved to abandon his ally. He obtained possession of his daughter on the pretext of a father's natural longing to see her, and then demonstrated his paternal affection by chastising the damsel when she lamented her enforced separation from her youthful husband and his kind parents. The appearance of a new factor in Balkan politics at this moment facilitated the formation of a triple alliance against the Greek emperor. The Cumans, a horde of savages from the Caspian, driven from their home by the Mongol invasion, had crossed the Danube and penetrated as far south as Thrace. With them, and with the Bulgarians, the Franks of Constantinople formed a league against Vataces, for all three races had a common interest in driving him from his newly won possessions on Thracian soil. Their first effort was the siege of Zerulam, the modern Corlu, between the present railway and the Sea of Marmora, then an important fortress and the key of the Greek position in Europe. The place was defended by one of those generals who are better known for their good luck than for their good strategy. On the present occasion, the commander's reputation was once more verified. In the midst of the siege, the news reached Aegean that his wife, one of his children, and the newly created patriarch were dead. This triple calamity dissolved the Triple Alliance. The pious Bulgarian saw in his affliction the judgment of heaven for his breach of faith. He sent his daughter back to the court of Vatatzes and made peace with the Greeks. The Franks and the Cumans, however, only waited for reinforcements to renew the attack. At this second attempt, Corlu fell, and its commander, a better but a less fortunate soldier than his predecessor, was taken a prisoner to Constantinople. So important did the capture of this fortress seem to the Latin emperor that he wrote a letter to King Henry III of England, setting forth the political results of its submission. It was some compensation for this loss that Vatatzes captured two of the fortresses, Gebsa and Tuzla, now stations on the Anatolian railway, which the Franks still possessed between Nicomedia and Constantinople. The Greek frontier was thus little more than 20 miles from the imperial city, but the defeat of the Greek navy, manned by raw soldiers and commanded by an inexperienced Armenian, prevented a further advance. Before renewing his attack upon the Latin Empire, Vatatzes resolved to realize the dream of his predecessor and reunite all the Greeks under one scepter. The emperors of Nicaea had viewed with suspicion the growth of an independent Greek principality in Epirus under the despots of the House of Angelus, and when the despotate of Epirus became the empire of Salonika, this assumption of the imperial title bitterly offended the only true emperor of the Romans at Nicaea. Theological controversies between the ecclesiastical authorities of the two rival Greek states further envenomed their relations, and the resentment of the Nicene divines was doubtless all the deeper because the logic and the learning of the Epirot party were superior to their own. Accordingly, the Asiatic Greeks had viewed with equanimity the capture of the emperor of Salonika by the Bulgarians at the battle of Clocotinitsa. But although Theodore Angelus was a prisoner and blinded, his brother Manuel continued to rule at Salonika, with the permission of the Bulgar Tsar, till the latter, smitten with the charms of his blinded captive's daughter, made her his wife and set her father free to plot against Manuel. The plot succeeded. Incapacitated by the loss of his sight from reigning himself, Theodore placed his son John on the imperial throne of Salonika, while Manuel sought an asylum at the court of Vatatzes, thus providing his diplomatic host with an excuse for intervention in the affairs of the sister state. He had no difficulty in pleading his cause, for Vatatzes had long had a casus belli against the empire of Salonika. In 1225, Theodore had cheated him out of the good city of Hadrianople, which he had sent his officers at the invitation of the inhabitants to occupy in his name. He now avenged himself by furnishing Theodore's exiled brother with the means of taking a large part of Thessaly. But Manuel had no sooner achieved this object than he threw over his benefactor and made his peace with Theodore. Thus the first move failed. Salonika had outwitted Nicaea. Vatatzes, however, could afford to wait. In 1241, the favorable moment seemed to have arrived. The great Bulgarian Tsar had died, leaving a child as his successor. Manuel had died also, while the Emperor John of Salonika, whom nature had intended for a monk rather than a sovereign, relied upon the advice of his old blind father. A truce with the Latin Empire left Vatatzes at liberty to devote his whole energies to his long-cherished design. He first enticed old Theodore to his court and flattered the childish vanity of that experienced ruler by calling him uncle and giving him a seat at his own table. When all was ready, in the spring of 1242, he crossed over into Europe and began the first fratricidal war between the two Greek empires of Nicaea and Salonika. Aided by a body of Cuman mercenaries whom he had attracted to his service, He marched along the coast so as not to violate Bulgarian territory, and met with no resistance until he arrived within 8 stades of his rival's capital. The size and strength of Salonika rendered difficult the use of siege engines, and while Vatatzes was still ravishing the neighborhood, the news arrived that the dreaded Mongols had defeated the Seljuks of Iconium and were threatening his Asiatic dominions. Keeping the fatal secret to himself, he made the best terms he could with the Emperor John through the medium of old Theodore. His vanity was perforce contented with the degradation of his rival to the rank of a despot, who no longer outraged the Byzantine protocol by wearing the imperial emblems. The Mongol peril and internal affairs kept Vatatzes occupied in Asia during the next few years, for he had pledged himself to aid the new Seljuk Sultan, Khusru II, against this common enemy of both. But as soon as the Mongols abandoned their attack on Iconium for other enterprises, he bethought himself once more of his imperial possessions. John of Salonika was now dead, and his brother, the despot Demetrius, who had received his title from the Emperor of Nicaea, was a man of loose and vicious habits, which rendered him unpopular. It was therefore obvious that his position was insecure, and that Vatatzes only needed a plausible excuse for the annexation of Salonika. His western frontier had now advanced from the Maritsa to a place called Zikna, near Ceres, and only a small strip of Bulgarian territory served as a buffer state between the two Greek empires. A coincidence enabled him in the same year to conquer this Slavonic outpost of Salonika and Salonika itself. In the autumn of 1246, he was returning from a tour of inspection in his European dominions. On the bank of the Maritsa, he received the news that the young Bulgarian Tsar Kalaman was dead, and that his still younger brother, Michael Azine, had succeeded him. The temptation to attack the Bulgarians at such a moment was great, for Greek rulers have ever been haunted by the vision of Basil, the Bulgar slayer. Accordingly, Vatatzes returned at once to Philippi, and there on the historic battlefield summoned a council of war to consider the question. Some argued against the proposal, on the ground that the army was weak, and that the citadel of Ceres, the first Bulgarian fortress, was a strong natural position. But Andronicus Palaeologus, the father of the future emperor, whose advice was all the weightier because he held the post of commander-in-chief, urged a forward policy. The governor of Ceres speedily capitulated. The citizens of Melnik responded to an appeal to their Greek origin, while the Bulgarian party was reminded that a Bulgarian princess was the wife of the future Greek emperor. Other places followed their example. The conquests which John Azine II had made at the expense of the Empire of Salonika 16 years before were restored to the Empire of Nicaea. A treaty of peace was signed with Bulgaria, which made the Maritsa the northern, as it once had been the western, boundary of Vatatzes, while Kozendil, in the modern kingdom of Bulgaria, and Skopje, in Serbia, Macedonia, owned his sway. The days of Basil, the Bulgar slayer, seemed to have returned. A patriotic historian could truly boast that the western frontier of Nicaea marched with that of Serbia. At this moment, the discontent at Salonika had reached a climax. The frivolous despot had trampled on the ancient customs and privileges of that city, and a body of leading citizens sent one of their number to Vatatzes' camp at Melnik, praying for a renewal of their charter. The emperor gladly consented, and resolved to see for himself how matters stood. He ordered Demetrius to present himself before his lawful suzerain and render the homage due. The foolish youth was persuaded by the conspirators to refuse. A second refusal sealed his fate. The troops of Vatatzes, aided by treachery, entered the city, and thus in December 1246, the last shadow of the short-lived empire of Salonika ceased to exist. Its last ruler was imprisoned in an Asiatic dungeon. His dominions were annexed to those of his conqueror. Still, however, Vatatzes had not united all the free Greeks beneath his scepter. Michael II, a bold scion of the house of Angelus, had established himself in Corfu and Epirus, and extended his sway as far east as Monastir, while old blind Theodore still exercised his ruling passion for power by the waters of Vodina and on the lake of Ostrovo. For the present, however, the emperor deemed it wiser to content himself with the organization of his new and vast possessions. Each of the captured cities received an imperial message. The future emperor, Michael Palaeologus, was appointed governor of Ceres and Melnik, and his father governor-general of the European provinces of the Nicene Empire, with residence at Salonika. Elated with these bloodless triumphs over Bulgarians and Greeks, Vatatzes returned to Europe in the following spring for the purpose of recovering the fortress of Corlew from the Franks, an undertaking which the growing weakness of the Latin Empire seemed to facilitate. The governor was Ansu de Caiu, ex-regent of the empire, whose wife was sister-in-law of the Greek sovereign. Thinking that the latter would never besiege a place which contained his wife's sister, Ansu left the castle almost undefended. But Vatatzes was not the man to allow his private relationships to interfere with his public policy. He prosecuted the siege, recaptured Corlew, and cut off the communications of Constantinople with the West by land. But this exploit nearly cost him his life. He rashly approached the walls to parley with the garrison, and was only saved as by a miracle from the well-aimed bolt of a Frankish crossbowman. He did not press further the advantages which he had gained. Probably the fear of the Mongols restrained him from continuing his campaign against Constantinople, for in 1248 we find 2 Mongol envoys at the papal court. Innocent IV received them cordially and did not scruple to suggest that their master should attack the schismatic Vatatzes. But the Mongol emissaries rejoined with delicate irony that they could not advise this policy because they disliked to encourage the mutual hatred of Christians. Having given the Holy Father this lesson in Christianity, the infidels returned to their own savage country. The reluctance of the Mongols to invade his dominions seems to have reassured Vatatzes, for in 1249 he was once more preparing for an attempt upon Constantinople, with the assistance of his vassal, John Gabalus, the new ruler of Rhodes, when a sudden revolution in the fortunes of that island caused the postponement of his plans for the annexation of what little still remained of the Latin Empire. We saw how Vatatzes had failed 16 years before in his expedition against Heliogabalus, the independent lord of Rhodes and the Cyclades. Gabalus had, however, thought it prudent after that invasion to become the man of Venice, the most powerful maritime state of that day, and had promised to assist the Venetian authorities in Crete against Vatatzes during the Cretan insurrection. Soon, however, he seems to have recognized the suzerainty of Nicaea, retaining the title of Caesar, but adding that of servant of the emperor on his coins, and perhaps receiving as his reward the post of Lord High Admiral. His brother and successor dropped the Caesarian style and described himself as simply Lord of Rhodes, who, if he were bound to help his suzerain, looked to him for protection. While the two were at Nicomedia, the news arrived that the Genoese, who coveted Rhodes as a commercial center, had surprised the citadel by a night attack. Vatatzes at once sent one of his best officers to recover the place, but the Genoese received valuable assistance from a body of the famous Frankish cavalry of the Morea, left by Prince William of Achaia on his way through the island. Reinforcements were necessary before the French knights could be annihilated, the Genoese garrison reduced to surrender, and the imperial suzerainty restored. The last campaign of Vatatzes was directed against his still existing Greek rivals in Europe. Michael II, the crafty despot of Epirus, had thought it prudent to remain on good terms with the conqueror of Salonika, who was, since 1246, his neighbor in Macedonia. He made a treaty with him and even affianced his eldest son and heir, Nicephorus, to the emperor's granddaughter Maria. But before the wedding had taken place, the restless despot, instigated by his uncle, the old intriguer Theodore, invaded the Nicene territory in Europe, and thus forced Vatatzes to take up arms for the preservation of his recent conquests. The despot had shown little diplomatic skill in his choice of opportunity, for his rival had nothing to fear from either the Mussulmans in Asia or the Bulgarians in Europe. Vatatzes carried all before him. Old Theodore fled from his possessions at Vodina and Ostrovo. One distinguished personage after another deserted the despot's standard, and the latter was compelled to send the metropolitan of Lepanto to sue for peace. The Nicene envoys, of whom the historian Acropolita was one, met Michael II at Larissa, the ancient Thessalian city, then an important political, ecclesiastical, and even learned center. Their peace was signed. Michael ceded the 3 Macedonian lakes of Castoria, Prespa, and Okrida, as well as the historic fortress of Croia in Albania, to the victor, and the historian returned to his master with the despot's eldest son and the aged schemer Theodore as his prisoners. Theodore vanishes from history in the dungeons of Vatatzes. For half a century he had disturbed the peace of the Balkan peninsula. He had experienced every change of fortune. He had made and lost an empire. He had been the victor and the captive of an emperor. Now at last he was at rest. End of section 71. Section 72 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire of Nicaea and the Recovery of Constantinople, Part 3. By William Miller. Meanwhile, the domestic life of the emperor had been less fortunate than his campaigns against Franks, Bulgarians, and Epirot Greeks. On the death of his first wife, Irene, for whose loss the courtly Acropolita, turned poet for the occasion, had expressed the fear that he would never be comforted, Vatatzes had married in 1244 Constance of Hohenstaufen, daughter of the Emperor Frederick II and sister of the luckless Manfred. The union, despite the great discrepancy of age between the two parties, promised considerable political advantages. Both the emperors hated the papacy, and while Greek troops were sent to aid Frederick in his struggle against Rome, Frederick asserted the rights of the most orthodox Greeks to Constantinople. Vatatzes, as we learn from his own son, was dazzled by the brilliance of a match which made him the son-in-law of the most famous and versatile monarch of the 13th century, while the scholars and theologians of Nicaea would not have been Greeks if they had not admired the abilities of a ruler who, if a Frank by birth, yet wrote letters in their beautiful language in praise of their historic church. The wedding was celebrated at Prusa with all the pomp of a military empire. A court poet composed a nuptial ode, and Constance took the Greek name of Anna, the more closely to identify herself with her husband's people. On the other hand, the Pope was furious at the marriage, and one of the counts of the indictment drawn up against Frederick II at the Council of Lyons was that he had given his daughter to the excommunicated heretic Vatatzes. Unfortunately, the young empress had brought with her from the West a dangerous rival to her own charms in the person of an attractive young Italian marchioness who was one of her maids of honor. The languishing eyes and the graceful manners of the lady-in-waiting captivated the heart of the susceptible sovereign, and his infatuation for his mistress reached such a pitch that he allowed her to wear the purple buskins of an empress and gave her a more numerous suite than that of his lawful consort. The ceremonious court of Nymphaeum was scandalized at this double breach of morals and etiquette. Its indignation found vent in the bitter lampoons of Nicephorus Blemmydes, the abbot of St. Gregory near Ephesus, whose autobiography is one of the most vivid pieces of Byzantine literature. Blemmydes hated the favorite for her abandoned life and her Italian nationality, for women and foreigners were his pet aversions. Resolved to brave the patriotic moralist, she forced her way into his church in all the pomp of the imperial emblems at the moment of the consecration, the abbot instantly ordered the service to cease and bade the shameless hussy quit the holy place which she defiled by her presence. Stunned by his rebuke, she burst into tears, while one of her escort attempted to draw his sword to slay the bold monk at the altar, but the weapon stuck in the scabbard. The accident was, of course, ascribed to the black arts of the abbot, and Blamides was accused of lèse-majesté and magic by the infuriated woman and her baffled cavalier. The accused defended himself in a violent encyclical, and the emperor, from qualms of conscience or motives of policy, refused to punish so just a man, who had only spoken the truth, and whose influence was so great with the Puritans and the chauvinists of the empire. From this moment, the Marchioness disappears from the chronicles of the Nicene court. Possibly she married an Italian and returned to Italy and respectability. For a time, the legitimate empress gained influence over her husband. She doubtless read with pleasure the rhetorical funeral oration which her stepson, the future Emperor Theodore, composed on the death of her father in 1250. She welcomed her uncle, Galvano Lancia, and her other relatives, when they were exiled by Frederick's successor, and a special mission under the direction of Berthold of Hohenberg was required to procure their removal from a court at which they had so powerful a protectress. The death of Vatatzes and the accession of her stepson deprived her of her power, but she was still young and attractive, and when Michael Palaeologus usurped the throne, he sought her first as his mistress. Then when she scorned the liaison with one who had been her subject as his wife, although he was already married. Defeated in this object, he sent the ex-empress back to her brother Manfred, but the latter's fall at Benevento placed her at the mercy of Charles of Anjou. The Angevin conqueror allowed her to seek an asylum at the court of Aragon, where her nephew Peter III granted her and her daughter an annuity. At last, entering a convent, she renounced her claims to the Greek Empire to James II and died at a great age in the city of Valencia. There, in the little church of St. John of the Hospital, a wooden coffin still bears the simple epitaph, "Here lies the Lady Constance, August Empress of Greece." Even in the strange romance of medieval Greek history, there are few stranger pages than the varied career of this unhappy exile, a sacrifice to politics and the sport of chance. The connection between Vatatzes and the great enemy of the papacy in Western Europe did not prevent the astute emperor from endeavoring to secure the support of Rome when it suited his policy, by holding out hopes of a reunion of the churches. In 1232, the presence of 5 minorities at Nicaea suggested to the patriarch the dispatch of letters to Pope Gregory IX and the Sacred College, advocating an inquiry into the differences between the East and the West. The Pope replied, urging the Greeks to return to the bosom of the Church, and sent 4 learned theologians to discuss the doctrinal points at issue. The nice points raised by the Latins in support of the filioque clause proved too much for the distinguished philosopher whom the Greeks had put forward as their champion. Blamides had to be called in to their aid, and in the presence of the emperor, refuted their arguments to his own complete satisfaction. Vatatzes acted throughout like a statesman, seeking to make one of those compromises which are the essence of politics, but which are rare in theology. His wise policy failed to appease the celestial minds of the controversialists, and for some time at Nymphaeum it rained treatises on the procession of the Holy Ghost, till at last the patriarch excommunicated the Pope. Still, whenever he thought he could hasten the fall of the Latin Empire, Vatatzes renewed his diplomatic overtures to the Holy See, thus calling down upon his head the reproaches of his father-in-law, who plainly told him that the papal emissaries really aimed not at uniting the churches, but at sowing tares between the 2 affectionate sovereigns of the East and the West. To the very last, the Greek emperor maintained this policy of compromise. Constantinople, he thought, was worth the promise of a mass. Vatatzes was no more successful in healing the schism which had arisen with the foundation of the despotate of Epirus between the Greek churches in Europe and Asia. The despots did not go so far as to elect a rival patriarch, but the bishops in their dominions were consecrated by the local metropolitans instead of going to Nicaea. At first, the metropolitan of Lepanto acted as the head of the Epirote Church. When the political center of gravity was transferred to Salonika, Demetrius Komatianos, the learned theologian who held the ancient see of Okrida, became its primate and crowned the Emperor Theodore, an act which caused the greatest indignation at Nicaea as a usurpation of the Patriarch's prerogative. The dispute between the rival ecclesiastical authorities reached its height when the Emperor of Salonika refused to allow the see of Durazzo to be filled by a nominee of the Nicene Patriarch. The schism continued until 1232, when the Emperor Theodore had fallen and his brother Manuel, anxious to secure the favor of Vatatzes, made his submission to the Patriarch, who sent an ecclesiastic from Asia to represent him in Europe. But even after the annexation of the Empire of Salonika, and throughout the rest of this period, the Greek Church in the independent despotate of Epirus remained autocephalous. The only European bishops who took part in the synods of Nicaea were those from the European provinces of the empire. As both the Serbian and Bulgarian churches had obtained the recognition of their independence, owing to the political exigencies of the Nicene emperors, the ecumenical patriarch had a very restricted jurisdiction. Even in Asia Minor, Trebizond continued to dispute his authority, while the Manichaean heresy, which has played so important a part in the history of Bosnia and Bulgaria, now crept into the Nicene Empire. It was some compensation, however, that after 1231, no Roman Catholic bishopric survived there. Like a wise statesman, Vatatzes took pains to cultivate the favor of so powerful a national and political force as the Greek Church, while he was careful to see that the Patriarch should not be too independent. One of his biographers tells us that he was especially good to monks and that he spoke to an archbishop almost as if he were in the presence of God. He issued strict orders that the civil authorities should not seize church property, either in the lifetime or on the demise of a bishop, but that an ecclesiastical administrator should take charge of the estate until the vacancy had been filled. He founded or restored the famous monastery of Sosandra near Magnesia, that wonder of the world, which inspired Blamides to write verses, and which was the mausoleum of the emperor and his son. He rebuilt and endowed the monastery on Mount Lembos near Smyrna, and erected the church of St. Anthony the Great at Nicaea, while his first wife founded that of St. John the Baptist at Prusa and a convent of Our Lady. But with a view to the extension of his political influence, he did not confine his munificence to his own dominions. He redeemed many churches in Constantinople from destruction by the Franks, and even in the French seigneury of Athens, the Greek monasteries received benefits from his hand. In the intervals of his campaigns, Vatatzes devoted himself with conspicuous success to the economic development of his empire. Under his patriarchal government, the land enjoyed great material prosperity. He was so excellent a manager that the produce of the crown lands not only sufficed for the maintenance of his table, but left him a surplus for the foundation of hospitals, workhouses, and asylums for the aged, so that after his time, Nicaea was said to have better philanthropic institutions than any other city. He devoted much attention to stock breeding, after the fashion of modern monarchs, and endeavored to induce the aristocracy to subsist on their landed estates by practical farming. The Seljuk Empire afforded a ready market for their cattle and corn, owing to the devastations committed there by the Mongols, and so great was the demand that the Greek farmers could command fancy prices for their produce. Out of the money obtained from the sale of eggs from the imperial hen roosts, the emperor was able in a short time to buy his consort a magnificent coronet of pearls. The natural result of this general prosperity was the increase of luxury, and the nobles spent their money in silken garments from Italy and the East. The emperor resolved to restrain the extravagance of his subjects and at the same time to encourage national industries at the expense of the foreigner, who had profited by the free trade policy of his predecessor. He therefore forbade them to wear foreign stuffs or to consume foreign products, under pain of losing their position in society. A Greek nobleman should wear, he thought, a Greek costume, a doctrine no longer esteemed by his countrymen. He showed his sincerity by making his own family conform to the law, and sternly rebuked his son for going out hunting in a rich garment of silk, reminding him that such luxuries were wrung from the lifeblood of the Greeks, and should only be displayed when it was necessary to impress foreign ambassadors with the wealth of the nation. Instead of wasting its resources upon court pageants, he devoted what was thus saved to the strengthening of the national defenses against the Mongols, forming a central depot at Magnesia, and accumulating large quantities of corn, which was stored in sealed granaries for use in case of invasion. In short, all his financial arrangements were of the most businesslike character. Every effort was made to prevent the oriental vice of peculation on the part of the dukes who governed the provinces, and the dilatoriness of an official of the treasury was punished by so severe a flogging that he died. Although he was a practical man of affairs, Vataces showed the usual Greek desire for the encouragement of learning. The historian Acropolita acted as his secretary and envoy. The austere Blamides and the historian were successively tutors of his son. Another historian, George Pachymeres, was born at Nicaea during his reign. One of his patriarchs, Germanus II, has left behind him some literary remains. Rhetoric and philosophy were cultivated under his auspices. He founded libraries of technical and scientific books in various cities, sent Blamides to collect valuable manuscripts in Thessaly and Macedonia, and expressed the opinion that the king and the philosopher are alone really famous. His first wife, a woman of masculine abilities, shared his literary tastes, and once tried to pose the young Acropolita by asking him the cause of an eclipse, while the Margrave of Hohenberg's mission was made the occasion for a learned competition between the Latins and their Greek hosts, in which the latter were victorious. Vataces did not long survive his campaign against the Epirot Greeks. On his return to Nicaea, he was suddenly seized by an attack of apoplexy, which rendered him speechless for 36 hours. As soon as he had recovered sufficiently to travel, he ordered his attendants to convey him to his beloved Nymphaeum. The change of climate availed nothing, however, against the return of his malady. He was affected with frequent fainting fits. His flesh wasted away, and he in vain made a pilgrimage to the miraculous image of our Lord at Smyrna in the hope of obtaining relief. At length, after his malady had lasted for more than a year, he died at Nymphaeum on the 30th of October, 1254, aged 62 years, nearly 33 of which he had passed on the throne. The faithful Acropolita delivered his funeral oration. A eulogy of his exploits was composed by his son, and future generations look back upon him as the father of the Greeks. In the 14th century, he even attained to the honors of a saint. When the Turks threatened the Sosandra monastery in 1304, his remains were removed for safety to Magnesia. The watchman of the castle, while going his rounds, was struck by the appearance of a strange lamp, which moved about the ramparts as if on a tour of inspection. When the phenomenon was thrice repeated, he reported it to his superiors, and a search was made. For some time, the phantom light eluded the investigators, until at last the watchman's deaf brother declared that he had seen a man dressed in imperial robes, and had heard him say that he had charge of the watch. The ghostly guardian of Magnesia was at once recognized as none other than that of the dead Emperor John the Merciful, who had risen from his grave to defend the city. The capture of Magnesia confirmed, instead of diminishing, the fame of his supernatural power, for when the Turks threw his bones over the cliffs, they worked miracles on the faithful, who collected them with pious care and built a shrine above them. Thenceforth, St. John Vataces the Merciful was worshipped as a saint at Magnesia, at Nymphaeum, and in Tenedos. The 4th of November was celebrated as his festival, and an encomium and a choral service were composed in his honor. Vataces had not followed the usual Byzantine custom of proclaiming his successor during his own lifetime, for he was afraid of spoiling the character of the heir apparent and of offending the susceptibilities of the people. But there was no doubt that his only son Theodore, who bore the name of Lascaris, to show his direct descent from the founder of the dynasty, would be chosen. As soon as his father's funeral was over, he was lifted on a shield and proclaimed emperor at Nymphaeum. The ceremony was not, however, complete until he had been consecrated by the patriarch, whose office had just fallen vacant. Theodore accordingly hastened on the election of that official, and for the sake of form, offered the post to his old tutor Blemmydes, in the hope that the willful ecclesiastic would refuse. Blemmydes knew his former pupil and did not disappoint him. He declined the honor so insincerely tendered. Theodore at once ordered the election of a monk of little culture, who in the brief space of a single week was consecrated successively deacon, priest, and patriarch. Without further delay, on Christmas Day, Theodore II Lascaris was crowned emperor at Nicaea. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 73, The Empire of Nicaea and the Recovery of Constantinople, Part 4, by William Miller. The new emperor had not completed his 33rd year when he ascended the throne. Few sovereigns have been more carefully prepared for their duties than the heir of Vatatzes. All that education, in the Byzantine sense of the word, could do, had been done for the future monarch. He had enjoyed the best instruction that his father's empire could provide. He had studied literature, mathematics, and above all, philosophy, and he professed the eminently Greek opinion that knowledge was synonymous with virtue. Save for an occasional hunting party, he had devoted his ample leisure before his accession exclusively to his books, and he early aspired to a place in the gallery of royal authors. He has accordingly left us a voluminous literary legacy, mostly the work of these earlier years. Theology and satire, a prayer to the Virgin and a eulogy of Nicaea, a funeral oration on Frederick II, and no less than 218 letters are among the varied products of his instructed mind. But as a writer, he was too academically educated to be original. His ideas were overwhelmed in a jungle of rhetoric, and his style, on which he prided himself and eagerly sought the judgment of the critics, strikes us, even in his private letters, as frigid and jejune. His correspondence, to which we naturally look for interesting sidelights on his temperament and times, abounds in commonplaces, but with the exception of the letters written after his accession, is singularly barren of historical facts. Upon his character his studies had made no real imprint. Like Frederick the Great, he affected philosophy as a crown prince, only to discard it as mere theory when he was brought face to face with the realities of government. Feeble in health and fond of solitude, he had abnormally developed one side of his nature. He was, in a word, a mass of nerves, an interesting case for a modern mental specialist. His short reign not only falsified the maxim of Plato that all would be well if kings were philosophers or philosophers kings, but afforded one more instance of the truism that the intellectual type of monarch is not the most successful, even for a nation which, in its darkest hours, by the waters of Nicaea or in the Turkish captivity, has never ceased to cherish the love of learning. The new emperor had good reasons for hastening on his coronation. No sooner had the news of Vatatzes' death reached the Bulgarian capital, then the Tsar Michael Asen seized this opportunity of recovering his lost provinces, which the Greek government had not had time to consolidate with the rest of the empire. The Bulgarian inhabitants welcomed, and the Greek garrisons were not strong enough to resist the invaders. Rhodope at once rose in rebellion. It was feared that the whole Greek Empire in Europe might become Bulgarian. So pressing was the danger that Theodore crossed the Dardanelles in January 1255 and began, though in the depth of winter, his first Bulgarian campaign. Success crowned his arms. Stara Zagora fell, but the impregnable fortress of Chepina in the hollow between the ranges of Rila and Rhodope, the key of both Sofia and Philippopolis, baffled all his efforts. When ordered to attack it, his generals, one of them Alexius Strategopoulos, the future conqueror of Constantinople, first fled at the sound of the enemy's approach and then refused to renew the attempt. Theodore's energy might have shamed these cowardly or treacherous soldiers. Hearing that Melnik was being besieged by the governor to whom it had been entrusted, he marched with extraordinary rapidity from Hadrianople to Xeres, forced the narrow defile through which the Struma flows, and saved the threatened citadel, whose garrison hailed him as the Swift Eagle. Thence he hastened as far west as Prilep, recovering one place after another from his Bulgarian brother-in-law, till at last Chepina alone remained unconquered. But their season was now far advanced for a Balkan campaign, and Theodore's plucky march against the mountain-girt fortress had to be abandoned, leaving his forces at Demotica in the charge of two incompetent generals, for, like most speculative statesmen, he was a bad judge of character. The emperor recrossed into Asia. In the following spring, he began a second Bulgarian campaign. During his absence, the position had changed for the worse. The Bulgarian Tsar had attracted a force of Cumans to his standards, and the Greek generals, in direct disobedience of their master's orders, had risked an engagement with those formidable auxiliaries, in which one was taken prisoner and the other only escaped thanks to the swiftness of his horse. Theodore's energy and large army speedily restored the prestige of the Greek name. Michael Asen accordingly begged his father-in-law, the Russian Prince Rostislav of Chernigov, to mediate between him and his enemy. The Russian prince accepted the office of peacemaker, met the Greek emperor, and had no difficulty in making a treaty with him on terms which both parties considered favorable. Bulgarians and Greeks received back their ancient frontiers, but the virgin fortress of Chepina was ceded to Theodore. Such was his joy that he loaded the Russian prince with presents and dispatched a dithyrambic proclamation to his Asiatic subjects announcing the signature of peace and extolling the importance of the cession of Chepina. His nervous system was so much affected by this excitement that the mere suggestion of fraud on the part of the Russian negotiator made him fall upon the luckless Acropolita, who had drafted the treaty, called that rather solemn personage an ass and a fool, and ordered a sound beating to be given him for his pains. The assassination of Michael Asen and the marriage of the new Tsar with one of Theodore's daughters confirmed the validity of the peace. The close of the Bulgarian War made the despot Michael II of Epirus anxious to conciliate a rival who might now turn his undivided attention to the invasion of that independent Greek state, always an eyesore of the Nicene emperors. The long engagement of their children had not yet ripened into marriage, so the saintly consort of the despot was sent with her son Nicephorus to meet the victorious monarch. Theodore, on this occasion, showed a lack of chivalry, which proved how much his character had materialized since his accession. He took advantage of his visitor's sex and defenseless position to extort from her the two cities of Serbia and Durazzo, respectively, the keys of the East and the West, as the price of this alliance. Thereupon the marriage ceremony was solemnly performed at Salonika, but the contract which he had been forced to sign rankled in the mind of Michael, and a breach of the peace between Epirus and Nicaea was only a question of time. Theodore had scarcely celebrated the wedding of his daughter when the arrival of an alarming despatch from his deputies in Bithynia hastened his return to Asia. The news was that Michael Palaeologus, the most ambitious of his officials, had fled to the Seljuk Turks. We have already seen this crafty intriguer, who was destined to play so great a part in Byzantine history, receiving the post of governor of Cyrrhus and Melnik from Vatatzes. The family of Palaeologus, according to a legend still preserved on the walls of the Palazzo Municipale at Viterbo, traced its origin to a certain Remigius Laelius of Vetulonia. Historically, however, it is first mentioned towards the end of the 11th century, and 100 years later had risen to such eminence that one of its members married the eldest daughter of Alexius III, and was intended by that emperor to be his successor. The daughter of this marriage married another Palaeologus who held high office at the Nicene court, and the offspring of the latter union was the future emperor, who was thus doubly a Palaeologus, alike on his father's and on his mother's side. His direct descent from the Emperor Alexius, combined with his ambitious disposition, made him an object of suspicion and envy. While governor of Melnik, he had been accused of high treason, and had only saved himself by the witty offer to submit his innocence to the ordeal of red-hot iron if the holy metropolitan of Philadelphia would hand him the glowing metal. The embarrassment of the divine, suddenly invited to test in his own person his theory that pure hands would be unscathed by the fiery ordeal, greatly delighted the court. The accused was acquitted, but the suspicions of Vatatzes were only allayed when he had bound his intriguing subject by a fresh oath of loyalty and by a matrimonial alliance with his great niece, still closer to his throne. The rank of great constable and the command in Bithynia might seem sufficient to satisfy even the vaulting ambition of this dangerous noble, but Theodore II, whose policy it was to diminish the influence of the aristocracy and to surround the throne with men of humble origin who owed everything to himself, still nourished suspicions of Palaeologus, and publicly threatened to put out his eyes. This tactless conduct was the immediate cause of the great constable's flight to the court of Iconium. The emperors of Nicaea were always nervous of Seljuk invasions, and Theodore therefore returned to his eastern dominions, leaving Acropolita once more restored to favor as his governor-general in the west. Fortunately, the Sultan Qaus II was at this moment himself threatened with a Mongol attack. Instead of returning at the head of a Seljuk force to usurp the Greek throne, the fugitive, with profuse expressions of loyalty to the Christian emperor and of devotion to the Christian religion, assisted the Turks to defeat the Mongol hordes. But the advance of the Mongols soon forced the Sultan to implore the aid of Theodore himself against the common enemy, ceding him as the price of his support the cities of Laodicea and Chonai, the latter of which had been abandoned by the first emperor of Nicaea. The Mongols, however, succeeded in making the Sultan their tributary, and Palaeologus, finding his protector thus reduced, was glad to return to the service of his former master. Theodore again exacted from him the most solemn oaths of fidelity to himself and his son, and restored him to his former office. Nor was it long before the state of the European provinces gave him a fresh opportunity of displaying his energies. The appointment of his brother John as governor of Rhodes was doubtless a further part of the imperial policy of giving this dangerous family honorable employment at a distance from the court. The despot of Epirus had not forgiven the treachery of Theodore in extorting Durazzo, his chief city on the Adriatic, and at that time the port of transit between Macedonia and Italy, from a defenseless woman. The absence of the emperor in the east and the treachery of one of the imperial governors gave him the opportunity which he sought. The Serbs and Albanians joined his standard against the Greeks of Nicaea, whose conquests in Europe had made them neighbors of those peoples. Acropolita was besieged in the castle of Prilep. Alarmed at this dangerous coalition, the emperor dispatched Palaeologus as commander-in-chief to the west, but his suspicions caused him to cripple the efficiency of his general by giving him an army small in number and poor in quality. Thus handicapped, Palaeologus failed to prevent the capitulation of Prilep, and the unfortunate historian, dragged about in chains from place to place, had at last ample leisure in the prison at Arta for meditating on the practical defects in his old pupil's education. The fall of Prilep was followed by the loss of all Macedonia except Salonika. One imperial commander after another deserted to Michael II, and the emperor, having failed to subdue his rival by force, resorted to theological weapons. At his instigation, the patriarch excommunicated his fellow Greeks of Epirus. But the intervention of Belamides, who was a personal friend and correspondent of the despot, prevented the publication of the anathema, and Theodore, who had patiently endured to be lectured by his old tutor on the duties of kingship, meekly tore up the document and returned it to the patriarch. But the loss of his cities and the defection of his generals made the emperor more than ever suspicious of Palaeologus. He ordered the arrest of the great constable, on the pretext that the terrible malady, from which he had now begun to suffer acutely, was due to the incantations of the man in whom he already saw the future usurper of his son's throne. His theological studies on the procession of the Holy Ghost did not prevent him from renewing the futile attempts on his father for the union of the churches. 2 letters are extant in which Theodore writes to Pope Alexander IV that he desires peace and begs the Most Holy Father with many adjectives to send inspired men to compose the differences between Nicaea and Rome. His wish was heard, and in 1256 envoys from the Pope arrived in Macedonia on their way to his capital. But meanwhile, the emperor had changed his mind. His victorious campaigns had made the support of the papacy less valuable to him. Like his father, he desired union with Rome merely as a step to Constantinople. After a barren interview with the papal plenipotentiaries, he told Acropolita to get rid of them as best he could. It was not only in theology that his brief taste of power had made Theodore an opportunist. He noticed, like all his friends, the deterioration of his own character. Before his accession, he had prized knowledge before riches. Now he wrote that he only cared for gold and jewels. His excuse was that he needed money for the defense of the empire against its many enemies, and for the expenses of representation so necessary for impressing the Eastern peoples whom he had to fear. It was with this object that he received the Mongol ambassadors in theatrical style, seated on a lofty throne, sword in hand, while he held the sound principle, not always remembered by his successors, that the Greek Empire should look for its safety neither to foreign alliances nor to foreign mercenaries, but to a strong Greek army. Accordingly, he left to his successor a well-filed treasury, for he realized that sound finance is the first requirement of a state. But though his military and financial occupations gave him no time for his old studies after his accession, he did not neglect the patronage of learning in others. He founded libraries of the arts and sciences in various cities of his dominions, where the intellectual gymnastics of Byzantium continued to be practiced. He established and endowed schools of grammar and rhetoric in the precincts of the church of Saint Tryphon, the martyr and patron of Nicaea, which he erected there, provided 6 scholarships for the students of the institution out of his privy purse, and conducted the examinations in person. It appears, however, that the results did not come up to the founder's expectation, for the pupils were sent back by the imperial examiner to complete their education. A year or 2 later, George of Cyprus found that Nicaea was not only the Christian Athens that the glowing rhetoric of Theodore had depicted it. No one could instruct him in Aristotle's logic. Grammar and poetry were alone taught, and those only superficially, and the academic curriculum had not got beyond the legend of Oedipus and the Trojan War. Still, there was no lack of literary society at Theodore's court. Acropolita and his anonymous epitomizer were both companions of the monarch on his journeys. The patriarch Arsenius strove to imitate the measures of Anacreon in a paschal hymn. Theodore Metachetus vied with his imperial namesake in the panegyric of their native city of Nicaea. The hereditary malady from which he suffered, aggravated by overwork, now began to tell upon the emperor's brain. His suspicion of everyone of eminence led him to commit acts of tyranny against the aristocracy, in which he was obsequiously supported by the time-serving patriarch and by his bosom friend and old playmate, George Muzalan. a man of humble origin, whom he had raised to the highest offices of state and married to a princess of the imperial house, and who was his most trusted adviser. Soon Theodore's body, as well as his brain, was affected. He felt that his end was at hand, and he craved from his old tutor Bulais the remission of his sins. The stern monk, who had courageously opposed the emperor's despotic policy, refused to forgive the dying and repentant sovereign. Theodore then turned to the metropolitan of Mytilene, fell at his feet in a flood of tears, and implored his pardon and that of the patriarch. He then exchanged his imperial robes for those of a monk, and soon afterwards, in August 1258, breathed his last, aged 36. His brief reign of less than 4 years did not enable him to make a great mark upon the history of his time, while his voluminous writings are mainly interesting as a proof of that morbid self-consciousness which was the key of his character and was doubtless the result of disease. Theodore's only son, John, was not quite 8 years old at the death of his father, who in his will had accordingly appointed George Musalon regent during the minority. Such an appointment was certain to arouse the indignation of the nobles, who had been proscribed by the low-born favorite, and were resolved never to accept his dictatorship. Conscious of the opposition to himself, the regent in vain endeavored to secure the succession by extracting the most solemn oaths of allegiance to his young charge from the prelates, the senate, the army, and the people, and by removing the child emperor to a strong fortress, while he offered to resign his own post to anyone whom the nobles might select. For the moment the conspirators dissimulated, and Michael Palaeologus, the most prominent of them, begged the regent in their name to retain his office. When they had thus succeeded in allaying his suspicions, they made their preparations for his overthrow. The commemoration of the late emperor in the mausoleum at Sosandra was chosen for the attack. The Frankish mercenaries, who were commanded by Palaeologus and had been deprived of their pay and privileges during the late reign at the instigation of the all-powerful minister, were ready to assassinate their enemy at a hint from their leader. When the fatal day arrived, the conspirators and the mercenaries took up their places at the church of the monastery. As soon as Musalon and his 2 brothers arrived, the soldiers demanded that the young emperor should be produced. His appearance only increased the uproar. A movement of his hand, in token that the tumult should cease, was taken as a signal for attack. The mercenaries rushed into the church, where the service had already begun, and hacked Musalon and his brothers to pieces as they crouched at the altar. Even the still fresh tomb of the emperor was not safe from insult. It was necessary to appoint a new regent without delay, for the Mongols in the east, the despot of Epirus in the west, and the lingering Latin Empire in the north were all enemies whom a child could not combat. Of the numerous nobles who had been the victims of Theodore's tyranny, Michael Palaeologus was the ablest and the most prominent. He had been the brains of the late conspiracy. He was affable, generous, and jovial. He was a distinguished officer. He was a direct descendant of the Angeli and connected by marriage with the reigning dynasty. His future greatness had been foretold, and the Nicene court was very superstitious. All classes of the population, all three races in the army, Greeks, Franks, and Cumans, welcomed his election. He was appointed guardian. The dignity of Grand Duke was conferred upon him, and the clergy, obsequious as ever, soothed any qualms of conscience that he might feign, and told him that what he had done would be a crown of righteousness at the day of judgment. Ere long a mortal crown, that of despot, was placed by the patriarch on his head, but nothing short of the imperial title would satisfy his ambition. Possible rivals were driven into exile. Promises and a liberal use of the public money, now at his disposal, secured him the support of the church for his further designs, and the patriarch, who still felt some scruples at the abandonment of the boy emperor's cause, was compelled to perform the coronation ceremony. Oaths were cheap at Nicaea, and the hypocritical Palaeologus found no difficulty in praying that he might be handed over to the devil if he should plan any harm against the lawful heir and successor of the empire. With equal readiness all ranks of the nation swore, under pain of excommunication, that if one of the two emperors were found scheming against the other, they would slay the schemer, and that if the plot were successful, they would kill the usurper and raise some senator to the throne. This done, Michael Palaeologus was, on 1st January 1259, proclaimed emperor, and a little later crowned at Nicaea. It had been intended by the partisans of the lawful dynasty that the coronation of the two emperors should take place on the same day, and that John IV should first receive the crown. But at the last moment the friends of Palaeologus secured the postponement of the boy's coronation, while the usurper blandly promised to hold the imperial dignity merely as a trust during the minority of the lawful emperor. His innocent rival, caring for none of these things and heedless of his approaching fate, was sent back to his childish games at Magnesia, and Michael VIII, having secured his position at home, devoted himself to the foreign policy of the empire, then in need of a firm hand. His first thought was for the safety of his European provinces. His namesake Michael II of Epirus had advanced his eastern frontier to the Rottger, and threatened to become a formidable competitor for the reversion of Constantinople. Even before his coronation, Palaeologus had sent his brother John to attack the despot, while he gave him the option of peace on favorable terms. Strengthened meanwhile by two matrimonial alliances with Manfred of Sicily and William de Villehardouin, Prince of Achaia, the despot replied with insolence to the proposals of the emperor, who, after futile negotiations at the Sicilian and Achaean courts, ordered his brother to resume his attack. The decisive battle of Pelagonia placed the Prince of Achaia at the mercy of the emperor, who was thus ultimately able to obtain a permanent footing in the Peloponnese, and the imperial troops entered the Epirot capital of Arta, where the luckless Acropolita was still languishing in prison. The Nicene forces penetrated as far south as Thebes, but these latter successes had little real value, for even the Greek population regarded their compatriots from Nicaea as interlopers. Fresh reinforcements arrived from Italy to aid the native dynasty, and a year after the Battle of Pelagonia, the despot's son Nicephorus defeated and captured Alexius Strategopoulos, the imperial commander and the future captor of Constantinople. It was against that city that the efforts of Michael VIII were now directed. The Emperor Baldwin II, with the naive ignorance of the relative strength of their respective empires, had demanded from him the cession of all his European dominions from Salonika eastward, and when he sarcastically refused this ridiculous remand, professed willingness to be content with an extension of territory to the mouth of the Maritsa. Michael VIII at this told the Latin envoys, who had already had some experience of his quality as a soldier during his governorship of Bithynia, that he would remain at peace with their master on condition that he received half the customs due on the same proportion of the profits from the mint. His forces were not yet sufficient for the siege of so great a city, but in the spring of 1260 they captured Selymbria and occupied all the country up to the walls of Constantinople except the strong fort of Apamea, outside the Golden Gate, a district inhabited by Greek farmers known as the Independents because neither party could depend upon them. The emperor had been prevented from taking part in these operations by the resignation of his enemy, the Patriarch Arsenius, who regarded himself as the representative of the legitimate emperor, and whose grand refusal, as rare in the Eastern as in the Western Church, produced a schism dangerous to the usurper. The election of a new patriarch favorable to himself demanded the presence of Lampsacus, and it was only after this question had been settled that he felt it safe to join his troops before Constantinople. His hopes of taking the city were based upon the treacherous overtures of one of the garrison. Among the prisoners captured at the Battle of Pelagonia was a noble Frank, Anselin de Tausi, who was a cousin of the Greek emperor. His relationship had procured him his release, and he was at this time living in a house on the wall and had command of certain of the gates. Michael accordingly thought that this man, a kinsman whom he had loaded with presents, might be trusted to betray the city. He therefore amused the Franks by an attack upon the castle of Galata, while he was really all the time awaiting the fulfillment of his correspondent's promises. But time went on. The famous archers of Nicaea continued to display their skill, and yet the gates remained closed. At last, an evasive message came from Anselin, to the effect that the governor of the city had taken away the keys. The emperor then withdrew and accepted the offer of a year's truce with his Latin foes. The only result of this futile attack was the discovery of the remains of Basil, the Bulgar slayer, in the ruined monastery of St. John the Evangelist in the Hebdomon quarter. Michael VIII received the skeleton of this great predecessor with the highest honor, and ordered it to be laid to rest in the monastery of the Saviour in his newly won city of Selymbria. Like a cautious diplomatist, the emperor used the breathing space that he had obtained by his truce with the Latins to create a political situation favorable to his great design. He sent the serviceable Acropolita on a secret mission to the Bulgarian Tsar, Constantine Asen, doubtless with the object of securing the neutrality of that monarch, whose wife, the sister of John IV, was naturally indignant at her brother's exclusion from his rights by the usurper and was urging her husband to assist him. The Greek envoy was only partially successful, but on the side of his Asiatic neighbors, the Seljuk Turks, Michael was able to feel perfectly secure. With their sultan, he was already on terms of friendship dating from the time when he had fled to the court of Iconium. And now, by a sudden reverse of fortune, Kai Khos II and his brother were glad to find a refuge from the advancing Mongols in the Greek Empire, and Michael to use the Seljuks as a buffer against those formidable hordes. The wives and children of the Sultan were carefully guarded at Nicaea, while the Sultan accompanied his host on his campaigns as a further hostage for the good behavior of his people. Having thus courted the neutrality of the Bulgarians and gained the security of his Asiatic dominions, Michael sought the alliance of some Latin state which might aid him in his designs against the Latin Empire. Of all the Western governments, Genoa was most clearly indicated as his ally. The Genoese were a maritime power. They were the rivals of Venice, whose participation in the Latin conquest of Greece had given her an enormous preponderance in the Levantine trade, and whose recent victory in the long-drawn struggle for the church and commerce of Acre rankled in their minds. On the other hand, if they had fought against the Nicene Empire in defense of Constantinople in 1236 and had surprised the vassal island of Rhodes in 1249, and if Vatatzes had once tried to restrict their commercial privileges, he also had endeavored to make them his allies in 1239, and his successor was now only carrying out his policy. To the shrewd statesman of Genoa, the only obstacle to the suggested alliance was the certainty of incurring the anger of the Pope, the special protector of the Latin Empire. But the prospects of larger profits prevailed over the fear of spiritual punishments. Two Genoese envoys proceeded to Nymphaeum, and there, on 13 March 1261, was signed the memorable treaty which transferred to the Genoese the commercial supremacy in the Levant, so long enjoyed by their hated competitor. The concessions granted them by Michael were of two kinds: those within his own empire, which it was in his power to bestow at once, and those in his prospective dominions, at present occupied by the Franks. In the former category were included the absolute possession of Smyrna, already a flourishing port, and the right to an establishment with churches and consuls, not only there, but at Aeneia and Adramyttium, in the islands of Lesbos and Chios, and at Cassandria in the parts of Salonica. In the latter were comprised similar grants at Constantinople and in the islands of Crete and Euboea, together with the confirmation of their old privileges in the imperial city and the church of Saint Mary and the site of the Venetian castle. There, in the event of their sending a naval force to aid in the siege, free trade throughout the present and future provinces of the Greek Empire, and the closing of the Black Sea to all foreign ships except those of Genoa and Pisa, an annual present of money and 3 golden pallia to the commune and Archbishop of Genoa, in revival of the ancient custom, and war against Venice till such time as both the high contracting parties should decide upon peace. Such were the further advantages gained by the Genoese. On their side, they promised to grant free trade to the emperor's subjects, to allow no hostile force to be equipped against him in their ports, and to arm an squadron of 50 or fewer galleys, if the emperor demanded it, for his service, but at his expense, provided that they were not employed against the Pope or the friends of the Republic in the west or east, among the latter the Prince of Achaia and his successors, the King of Cyprus and the Knights of St. John. On 10 July, this treaty was ratified by the Republic. 15 days later, before the Genoese flotilla had had time to arrive, Constantinople fell. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 74. The Empire of Nicaea and the Recovery of Constantinople, Part 5. By William Miller. In the early part of 1261, Michael VIII had sent his experienced general Alexius Strategopoulos, now released from his Epirot prison, to Thrace, at the head of a small force of Greeks and Cumans, with the order to keep that region quiet and the Bulgarians in check. At the same time, he was told to make a demonstration before Constantinople, not with any hope of taking the city, for his army was not considered sufficient for such an enterprise, but in order to frighten the Latin garrison. Strategopoulos, on reaching the modern village of Cbteddy, received from the independents, who were constantly going to and fro between the city and the farms in the country, information which led him to risk an attempt at capturing the capital of the Latin Empire. He knew that Baldwin II was in desperate straits. His informants told him that the new Venetian podesta, Marco Gradenigo, had gone with almost the whole of the garrison to attack the island of Daphnusia, which lies off the south coast of the Black Sea, and then formed part of the Nicene Empire, with his nephew Alexius and an independent called Kootrisakes. Reminded him of a prophecy that 3 persons of their names should one day take Constantinople. He therefore moved to Baluchli, opposite the Selimbria Gate, where his confederates showed him an old aqueduct, through which a body of soldiers, one by one, could enter the city underneath the walls. A dark night was chosen for the venture. The band of subterranean invaders emerged safely inside the fortifications, silently scaled the ramparts, hurled the somnolent Latins to destruction below, burst open the gate, and proclaimed the Emperor Michael from the walls as a signal to their friends to enter. Strategopoulos and his troops, not more than 1,000 in number, thus obtained possession of Constantinople without striking a blow in the early morning of 25 July 1261. The cautious general did not advance into the heart of the city till broad daylight enabled him to ascertain the real numbers of the remaining garrison. Indeed, at one moment he had almost given the signal for retreat at the appearance of an armed body of Franks. But the independents, who knew that their lives depended on his success, rallied to his aid. Panic seized the Latins, who fled to the monasteries for safety, while the emperor took refuge in the great palace above the Golden Horn, and then, leaving in his haste the emblems of sovereignty behind him, embarked on a vessel for Greece and the West. Meanwhile, the expedition against Damnusia, having failed to capture that island, was on its way back when the news reached it that the Greeks were masters of Constantinople. The Podesta was not the man to abandon the city without a struggle for its recovery. But his followers had left hostages behind them in the persons of their wives and children, and when the Greeks set fire to their homes and they saw their families fleeing in despair across the burning squares which lined the water's edge, they thought only of saving them. They conveyed all whom they could on board their vessels and followed their fugitive emperor, leaving Constantinople in the possession of the victorious Greek general, whom an extraordinary accident had enabled unaided to accomplish in a night the dream of 57 years. Michael VIII was at Meteorion in the Hermus Valley, when his sister aroused him from his sleep with the news that Constantinople was his. At first, he refused to believe that so small a force could have taken so great a city. Indeed, the people would not credit the story until they saw the regalia of the Latin emperor. But as soon as the report was confirmed, he set out in haste for his new capital, taking with him his wife and his little son Andronicus, but leaving behind him at Magnesia the legitimate occupant of the throne, whom he was now more than ever anxious to displace. On 14 August he arrived before Constantinople, and after passing the night in the monastery of Cosmedion, the modern Aegean, entered the city on the morrow through the Golden Gate. His entry, by his own special desire, partook of a religious rather than a political character. Special prayers for the occasion were composed by the historian Acropolita, in the absence of Belemides, and recited from one of the towers of the gate by the Metropolitan of Cyzicus. For the widowed church had no patriarch. The famous image of the pathfinding Virgin guided the emperor, as, after many genuflections, he passed on foot through the golden portal to the neighboring monastery of Studion, and a thanksgiving service in the Church of the Divine Wisdom completed the ceremonial. But Michael did not consider the recovery of the ancient seat of empire duly ratified till he had been crowned emperor in the imperial city of Constantine. His enemy Arsenius was induced to resume his functions as patriarch and to perform this second coronation in Santa Sofia. No mention was made of the legitimate sovereign in the coronation oath, but Strategopoulos, the real conqueror of Constantinople, received the honor of a triumph, and his name was ordered to be mentioned for the space of a year in the public prayers throughout the empire. John IV was blinded and imprisoned in a fortress where many years later the conscience-stricken successor of the usurper visited him. Thus, after the lapse of 57 years, the Empire of Nicaea merged in the greater colonies of Byzantium, and the center of gravity of Hellenism was removed from Bithynia to the Bosphorus. Amidst the universal rejoicing, we are told that one voice was raised in lament at the return to Constantinople, that of the emperor's private secretary, who may have foreseen with the eye of a statesman that the coming Turkish peril needed a strong bulwark in Asia Minor, or who may have realized that the past can never be recalled, and that the newly conquered Byzantium would not be the old. but with a patriotism similar to that of the Piedmontese and Florentines in our own day, the people of Nicaea and Nymphaeum acquiesced in an act which, while it redounded to the glory of the Greek name, reduced their cities to the dull level of provincial towns. We are told, indeed, that though Nicaea, like a mother, aided her daughter with all that she had, yet even after this sacrifice she still excelled all other cities, some by her situation, some by her fertile soil, others by her great circumference, others by her beautiful buildings, others again by her philanthropic establishments. But when every year the great festival of Saint Tryphon was celebrated in the church, which Theodore II had built, the thoughts of the older men may have gone back with regret to the time when the patriarch resided in their midst, when letters flourished by the waters of the Ascanian Mere, when the heralds announced the arrival of the emperor in the holy city from his autumn pleasance of Nymphaeum. The Empire of Nicaea, the chief of the three mainstays of Hellenism after the Frankish conquest, has left but few tangible memorials behind it. A picturesque ruin, however, called by the peasants the Castle of the Genoese, still marks the site of the imperial palace of Nymphaeum, the scene of the famous treaty. If we have no seals of any of the 5 Nicene emperors, there are, at any rate, coins of all of them, except the unhappy John IV. While the elder Sanudo tells us that the latter was portrayed in the gold hyperpary of Michael VIII as a child in the arms of his treacherous protector. One extant coin of Michael was undoubtedly minted at Nicaea, for it bears the figure of Saint Tryphon, the patron of that city. The brief and uncertain tenure of the Franks in Asia Minor accounts for the absence of all Frankish coins, which were doubtless replaced by the money of Venice, the chief Latin mercantile power in the Greek dominions. Irene, Theodore II's daughter, is still portrayed in the church of Bojana near Sofia. Portraits of all the 5 Nicene emperors are to be found in manuscripts, and the Nicene Empire is ascribed the first modern use of the double-headed eagle as a symbol. But although Nicaea was now only an appendage of Constantinople, the rival Greek empire of Trebizond continued its separate existence. From the moment when the Seljuks occupied Sinope, a wedge was driven between the 2 Hellenic states, which thenceforth did not come into collision, while Trebizond during the latter years of Alexius IV and the reigns of his 3 immediate successors alternated between an occasional interval of independence and vassalage to the Seljuks or the Mongols. On the death of the founder of the empire in 1222, his eldest son John was set aside in favor of his son-in-law Andronicus Kidos, who was perhaps identical with the general of Lascaris, a theory which would account for the selection of an experienced commander in preference to a raw youth as ruler of a young and struggling community. Andronicus I soon justified his appointment. A ship bearing the tribute of the Crimean province of Trebizond, together with the archon who collected the annual taxes, was driven by a storm into Sinope. The governor, a subordinate of Malik, the son of the Seljuk Sultan Kaykubat I, not only seized the vessel and all its cargo, but also sent his ships to plunder the Crimea in defiance of the treaty recently made by his master with the new emperor. Andronicus, unreceived of the news, ordered his fleet to retaliate by attacking Sinope, and his sailors not only plundered the district right up to the walls of the march, but captured the crews of the ships lying in the harbor, who were exchanged for the captive Adrian and his taxes. Malik now marched upon Trebizond, which was even then strongly fortified, a fact which the astute emperor contrived to make known to the enemy by pretending to sue for peace and inviting him to send envoys to negotiate it inside the city. The governor of Sinop fell during the siege. Malik was deluded into making another attack by the appearance of a man in his camp who purported to be the leading citizen and pretended to invite him to enter in the name of his fellows. But a sudden thunderstorm scattered the attacking army, and Trapezuntine piety ascribed the deliverance of the city to the intervention of Saint Eugenius, who had personated the chief magistrate in order to lure to destruction the infidel who had ordered the destruction of his monastery. Thus baffled, Malik fled, only to fall into the hands of the mountain folk, who dragged him before Andronicus. The emperor wisely received him with honor and released him on condition that the tie of vassalage which had bound Trebizond to Iconium should cease. But Trebizond did not long remain independent. A new and formidable rival of the Seljuks appeared in the person of Jalal ad-Din, the Shah of Khwarazm, who called himself King of the Globe. And it would appear that Andronicus assisted him against Kai-Kubat at the disastrous Battle of Kilat in 1230, and sheltered his flying troops at Trebizond after their crushing defeat. The natural result of this unsuccessful policy was that the Greek Empire on the Euxine, weakened and isolated, once more became a vassal of the Seljuk Sultan, to whom, in 1240, it was bound to furnish 200 lances or 1,000 men. About this time, too, it would seem that the Georgians, who had assisted the formation and had acknowledged the supremacy of the empire, severed their connection with it, although long afterwards they continued to be included in the imperial title. When in 1235 Andronicus I was laid to rest in the church of the Golden-Headed Virgin, which he richly endowed, and which in its present form is perhaps a memorial of his reign, the eldest son of Alexius I was old enough to assume his heritage. But John I, or Achoxus, as he was called, after a brief reign of 3 years, was killed while playing polo. His son Ioannicius was then put into a monastery, and his second brother Manuel ascended the throne. Manuel I obtained the names of the greatest captain and the most fortunate. But his reign of 25 years witnessed the exchange of the Seljuk for the Mongol suzerainty. His lances doubtless served in the Seljuk ranks on the fatal day of Kuzadag, when the Mongols overthrew the forces of Kai Khusru II, and accordingly the friar Rubrukis, who visited the victors in 1253, found him obedient to the Tartars. In that same year, he sent envoys to Louis IX at France at Sidon, begging him to give him a French princess as his wife. The King of France had no princesses with him, but he recommended Manuel to make a matrimonial alliance with the Latin court of Constantinople, to which the aid of so great and rich a man would be useful against Vatatzes. If we may assume that the monastery of the Divine Wisdom, from which his portrait has now disappeared, was his work, his riches merited the praise of the saintly French sovereign, Nor can we be surprised that Trebizond was a wealthy state, for at this period it was an important depot of the trade between Russia and the Seljuk Empire. For the purposes of this traffic, a special currency was required, of which specimens have perhaps survived in bronze coins of Alexius I, and in both bronze and silver coins of John I and Manuel I, but no seals of any of these early Trapezuntine emperors are known to exist. Nicaea and Trebizond have, however, apart from aught else, a permanent lesson for the historian and the politician. They teach us the extraordinary vitality of the Hellenic race, even in its darkest hour. Table of Rulers. Empire of Nicaea. Theodore I, Lascaris, despot, 1204–6, emperor, 1206. John III, Ducas Patatzes, 1222. Theodore II, Lascaris, 1254. John IV Lascaris, 1258. Michael VIII, Paleologus, 1259. French Duchy of Nicaea, Count Louis of Blois and Chartres, 1204–5. French Duchy of Philadelphia, Count Stephen of Perche, 1204–5. Empire of Trebizond, Alexius I, Grand Comnenus, 1204. Andronicus I, Gyros, 1222. John I, Axouchos, 1235. Manuel I, 1238–63. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 75, The Balkan States. 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186–1355, Part 1, by William Miller. Chapter 17. The Balkan States. 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186–1355. The close of the 12th century witnessed the birth of Slavonic independence in the Balkan Peninsula. The death of Manuel I in 1180 freed the southern Slavs from the rule of Byzantium, and in the following decade were laid the foundations of those Serbian, Bosnian, and Bulgarian states which, after a brief period of splendor, acquired at the expense of one or other Christian nationality, fell before the all-conquering Turk, to rise again in modified form and on a smaller scale in our own time. As has usually happened in the history of the Balkans, the triumph of the nation was in each case the work of some powerful personality, of Stefan Nemanja in Serbia, of Colleen in Bosnia, and of the brothers Peter and John Asen in Bulgaria. The founder of the Serbian monarchy was a native of the Seta, the older Serbian kingdom of Dioclea and the mother Montenegro. Starting from his birthplace on the banks of the Ribnica, Nemanja made Rašia, later the Sanjak of Novi Basar, the nucleus of a great Serbian state, which comprised the Seta and the land of Hum, as the Herzegovina was then called, with outlets to the sea on the Boce di Cataro and at Antivari, North Albania with Scutari, Old Serbia, and the Mother Kingdom before 1913, as far as the Morava. Of the Serbian lands, Bosnia alone evaded his sway, for there his kinsman Colleen, ignoring the authority alike of the Hungarian crown and of the Byzantine Empire, governed with the title of Ban, a rich and extensive country, then at least a 10 days' journey in circumference, and became the first great figure in Bosnian history whose reign was regarded centuries after as the Golden Age. Italian painters and goldsmiths found occupation in his territory, and Ragusans exploited its trade. Miroslav, Nemanja's brother and Colleen's brother-in-law, whom the former made prince of the land of Hum, formed the link between these two separate yet kindred Serbian communities. Before the time of Nemanja, the chiefs of the various Serbian districts, or Tsupi, who were then styled Tsupans, had considered themselves as practically independent in their own dominions, merely acknowledging the more or less nominal supremacy of one of their number, the so-called Great Tsupan. Nemanja, while retaining this traditional title, converted the aristocratic federation as far as possible into a single state, whose head in the next generation took the corresponding name of king. Further, to strengthen his position with the majority of his people, he embraced the Orthodox faith and endeavored to promote ecclesiastical no less than political unity. With this object, he labored to extirpate the Bogomile or Manichaean heresy, which was then rife in the Balkan lands and had attained special prominence in Bosnia. The simple worship of the Bogomiles, the Puritans of southeastern Europe, was sometimes encouraged and sometimes proscribed by the Bosnian rulers, according as they wished to oppose the pretensions or invoke the aid of the papacy. Thus, Colleen at one time found it expedient to join the Bogomile communion with his wife, his sister, and several other members of his family, whose example was followed by more than 10,000 of his subjects. While at another, the threat of Hungarian intervention, supported by the greatest of the popes, led him to recant his errors. On 8 April 1203, the Ban and the chief Bogomiles met the papal legate on the White Plain by the river Bosna, and renounced their heretical practices and beliefs. The oldest Bosnian inscription tells us how Colleen and his wife proved the sincerity of their reconversion by restoring a church. While Colleen thus ended his career as a devout Roman Catholic, Nemanja, at the instigation of his youngest son, the saintly Sava, retired from the world in 1196 to the monastery of Studenica, which he had founded, leaving to his second son Stephen the bulk of his dominions with the dignity of Great Tsupan, and to his eldest son Vukan his native Seda as an appanage, a proof that the unification of the Serbian monarchy was not yet completely accomplished. From Studenica he moved to Mount Athos, where on 13 February 1200 he died as the monk Simeon in his humble cell at Chiliandrion. After his death he received the honors of a saint, and his tomb is still revered in his monastery of Studenica. Just as the lineage of the Ban, Colleen is said to linger on in the Bosnian family of Kulenovic. Just as later rulers regarded the customs and frontiers of his time as a standard of their own, so the Serbs look back to Nemanja as the author of the dynasty with which the medieval glories alike in church and state are indissolubly connected. Meanwhile, in 1186, a third Slavonic nation had asserted its independence of the Byzantine Empire, the unwise imposition of taxes to furnish forth the wedding festivities of the Emperor Isaac II Angelus aroused the discontent of the Bulgarians and Wallachs, plagues of the Balkans. The rebels found leaders in the brothers Peter and John Asen, descendants of the old Bulgarian Tsars, who summoned the hesitating to a meet in the chapel of Saint Demetrius, which they had built at Chernobyl, and by means of a pious fraud persuaded them that the saint had migrated thither from his desecrated church at Salonika, and that Providence had decreed the freedom of Bulgaria. Peter at the outset assumed the imperial symbols and the style of emperor of the Bulgarians and Greeks, but his bolder brother soon took the first place, while he contented himself with the former capital of Preslav and its region, which in the next century still bore the name of Peter's country. 3 Byzantine commanders in vain strove to stamp out the insurrection. John Asen, driven beyond the Danube, returned at the head of a body of Cumans, the warlike race which then occupied what is now Romania. Nemanja availed himself of the Bulgarian rebellion to extend his dominions to the south, and the Serbian and Bulgarian rulers alike hoped to find in Frederick Barbarossa, then on his way across the Balkan peninsula to the Holy Land, a supporter of their designs. Isaac Angelus barely escaped with his life near Stara Zagora. The victorious Bulgarians captured Sofia and carried off the remains of their national patron, St. John of Rila, in triumph to their capital of Chernobyl. Such was the contempt of the brothers Asen for their former masters, that they rejected the terms of peace offered them by the new emperor, Alexius III, and advanced into Macedonia. But in the midst of their successes, 2 of those crimes of violence so common in all ages in the Balkans removed both the founders of the Second Bulgarian Empire. John Asen I was slain by one of his nobles, a certain Ivanko. After a 9 years' reign, the assassin temporarily occupied Chernobyl and summoned a Byzantine army to his aid. But Peter associated with himself his younger brother Kalojan, and carried on the government of the empire until, a year later, he too fell by the hand of one of his fellow countrymen, and Kalojan reigned alone as emperor of the Bulgarians and Wallachs. The new Tsar continued to extend his dominions at the expense of his neighbors. From the Greeks he captured Varna in the east, from the Serbs divided amongst themselves by a fratricidal struggle between the 2 elder sons of Nemanja. He took Nis in the west. His empire extended as far south as Skopje, as far north as the Danube, while his relative, the savage Stres, held the impregnable rock of Rozek in the valley of the Vardar as an independent prince. Thus, on the eve of the Latin conquest, Bulgaria had suddenly become the most vigorous element in the Balkan peninsula, while Serbia lay dismembered by the disunion of her reigning family and the foreign intervention which it produced. For Vukan, not content with his appanage in the Seta, had invoked the aid of the Pope and the Hungarians in his struggle to oust his brother from the Serbian throne. King Emmerich of Hungary occupied a large part of Serbia in 1202, with the object of allowing Vukan to govern it as his vassal, while he himself assumed the style of King of Russia, as his predecessors had long before assumed that of King of Rama, from a Bosnian river, 2 titles, which ever since then remained attached to the Hungarian crown. His brother had already made the subsequent Herzegovina a Hungarian duchy, and Bosnia was only saved from premature absorption by Colin's politic conversion to Catholicism. Even the Bulgarian Tsar was treated as a usurper by the proud Hungarian monarch whose newly won Serbian dependency he had dared to devastate. Menaced alike by his Hungarian neighbor and by the new Latin Empire which had now arisen at Constantinople, and which claimed authority over his dominions as the heir of the Greeks, Kalogyan thought it prudent, like other Slav rulers, to obtain the protection of the papacy. He begged Innocent III to give him an imperial diadem and a patriarch. The diplomatic pope sent him a royal crown and ordered his cardinal legate to consecrate the archbishop of Chernovo as primate of all Bulgaria and Wallachia. 2 archbishops and 4 bishops completed the Bulgarian hierarchy, and on 8th November 1204 Kalogyan was crowned by the cardinal at Chernovo. But the crafty Bulgarian was not restrained by respect for the papacy from attacking the Latins as soon as occasion offered. His old enemies, the Greeks of Thrace, who had at first welcomed the erection of Philippopolis into a Flemish duchy for Rainier the Threat, speedily offered to recognize Kalogyan as emperor if he would aid them against their new masters. He gladly accepted their offer, and soon the heads of some 30 Frankish knights testified to the savagery of the Bulgarian Tsar. The Latin Emperor Baldwin I set out with Count Louis of Blois to suppress the rebellion and relieve the isolated Duke of Philippopolis on 14 April 1205. A decisive battle was fought before Hadrianople. The Count of Blois was killed. Baldwin fell into the hands of the Bulgarian victor. Even now, the end of the first Latin emperor of Constantinople is not known with certainty. 2 months after the battle, he was reported to be still alive and treated as a prisoner of distinction, but he soon fell a victim to the rage of his barbarous captor. Nicaea tells us that the desertion of the Greeks of Thrace to the Latins infuriated Kalogyan, who vented his indignation on his prisoner, ordered his hands and feet to be cut off, and then cast him headlong into a ravine, where on the 3rd day he expired. A Flemish priest, however, who was passing through Chernovo, heard a Bulgarian version of the story of Potiphar's wife, according to which the virtuous Baldwin was sacrificed to the injured pride of Kalogyan's passionate Cuman consort, and cut down in the presence of the Tsar. 20 years later, a false Baldwin was hanged in Flanders, and tradition attaches the name of the first Latin emperor to a ruined tower of the medieval Bulgarian capital. Kalogyan did not long survive his victim. For a time his career was a series of unbroken successes over Franks and Greeks alike. Rainier the Threat was driven from Philippopolis. King Boniface of Salonika was slain in a Bulgarian ambush and his head sent to the Tsar. So fatal were Kalogyan's raids to the native population that he styled himself the slayer of the Greeks, and they called him the Dog John. He was about to attack Salonika in the autumn of 1207 when pleurisy, or more probably a palace revolution prompted by his faithless wife, ended his life. The popular imagination ascribed the deed to Saint Demetrius, the patron saint of the city, but the usurpation of the dead Tsar's nephew Boril and his speedy marriage with the widowed empress pointed to the real authors of the deed. Kalogyen's lawful heir, his son John Yasen II, fled to Russia, while Boril reigned at Chernobyl. At first, he pursued his predecessor's policy of attacking the Franks, only to receive a severe defeat near Philippopolis. Later on, we find him receiving the visit of a cardinal sent him by the Pope, persecuting the Bogomiles as the Serbian and Bosnian rulers had done, doubtless for the same reason, and marrying his daughter to his former enemy, the Latin Emperor Henry, as striking proof of the growing importance of Bulgaria. But there was a large party which had remained faithful to the legitimate Tsar. John Yasen II returned with a band of Russians and besieged the usurper in his capital. Chernobyl long resisted, but at last in 1218 Boril was captured while attempting to escape and blinded by his conqueror's orders. A year earlier, Serbia had been raised to the dignity of a kingdom. The Hungarian monarchs occupied elsewhere could no longer interfere in the domestic quarrels of the Serbs. Sava reconciled his brothers and persuaded the ambitious Vukan, the self-styled king of Dioclea and Dalmatia, to recognize Stephen's right to the position of Great Zupan. An Italian marriage, the example of Bulgaria, the desire of papal support, and the absence of the jealous king of Hungary in Palestine prompted Stephen to ask the Pope once more for a royal crown, an act for which the negotiations of the Serbian rulers of Dioclea with Gregory VII furnished a precedent. In 1217, Honorius III sent a legate to perform the coronation, and the first crowned king of all Serbia connected himself with the former royal line by styling himself also king of Dioclea, adding Dalmatia and the land of Hum as a flourish to his other titles. But it has always been a dangerous experiment for a Balkan ruler to purchase the political support of the Western Church, at the risk of alienating the Eastern, to which the majority of his subjects belong. The King of Serbia recognized his mistake. His brother Sava availed himself of the critical position of the Greek Empire of Nicaea to obtain from the ecumenical patriarch, who then resided there, his own consecration in 1219 as Archbishop of all the Serbian lands, together with the creation of a separate Serbian church. And on his return home he crowned Stephen in 1222 in the church of Tsica, which the first crowned king and his eldest son had founded, and which remains to our own day the coronation church of the Serbian kings. Thanks to Sava's influence, the anger of the King of Hungary at this assumption of a royal crown was averted, and when Stephen died in 1228, his eldest son, Radoslav, succeeded to his title. But the second king of Serbia was of weak character and feeble understanding. His next brother, Vladislav, a man of more energy, was a dangerous rival. Public opinion favored the latter. Radoslav became a monk, and Vladislav in turn was crowned by the reluctant Sava. Together, the new king and the archbishop built the monastery of Milesevo in the Sanjak of Novi Bazar, where their bones were laid to rest. Saint Sava's memory is still held in reverence by the Serbs as the founder of their national church. Many a pious legend has grown up around his name, but through the haze of romance and beneath the halo of the saint, we can describe the figure of the great ecclesiastical statesman whose constant aim it was to benefit the country and the dynasty to which he himself belonged, and to identify the latter with the national religion. One of Sava's last acts had been to promote a matrimonial alliance between the Serbian and the Bulgarian Kurds, and it was at Chernobyl, then the center of Balkan politics, that he died. Under John Asen II, the Second Bulgarian Empire attained its zenith and became for a time the strongest power in the peninsula. The Latin Empire of Constantinople was already growing weaker. The vigorous Greek Empire of Salonika, which had arisen on the ruins of the Latin kingdom of the same name, received from the Bulgarian Tsar a crushing blow at the Battle of Clocotinitsa in 1230, and its emperor Theodore Angelus became his captive. The new Emperor Manuel had married one of his daughters. The King of Serbia had married another. His own wife was a daughter of the King of Hungary. Of the two Bulgarian princelings who had made themselves independent of his predecessors in Macedonia, Shreds of Prozac had long before died a violent death in which the superstitious saw the hand of Saint Sava. Slav of Melnik, who had played fast and loose alike with Latins, Greeks, and Bulgarians, had been swallowed up in the Greek Empire of Salonika. On a pillar of the Church of the 40 Martyrs, which he built in 1230 at Chernobyl, the Tsar placed an inscription still preserved, in which he boasted that he had captured the Emperor Theodore and conquered all the lands from Hadrianople to Durazzo, the Greek, the Albanian, and the Serbian land. His mild and statesmanlike demeanor endeared him to the various nationalities included in his wide dominions. Even a Greek historian admits that he was beloved by the Greeks, a very rare achievement for a Bulgarian, while a Bulgarian monk praises his piety, his generous ecclesiastical foundations, and his restoration of the Bulgarian Patriarchate. During the First Bulgarian Empire, the Patriarch had resided first at Preslav and then at Okrida. When that empire fell, the Greeks reduced the Patriarchate to an archbishopric. And when the Second Empire arose, the Pope, as we saw, could not be persuaded to grant more than the title of primate to the Archbishop of Chernobyl. In 1235, however, as a prize of his aid against the Latins of Constantinople, John Asen II obtained from the Emperor Vatatzes of Nicaea and the Ecumenical Patriarch the recognition of the autonomy of the Bulgarian Church and the revival of the Bulgarian Patriarchate, whose seat thenceforth remained at Chernobyl until the Turkish conquest placed the Bulgarian Church once more under the Greeks, from whom the creation of the Exarchate in 1870 has again emancipated it. But John Asen II did not confine his energies to politics and religion. Like his contemporaries in Serbia, Bosnia, and the adjacent land of Hum, he granted to the Ragozan merchants, who during a large part of the Middle Ages had the chief carrying trade of the Balkan Peninsula in their hands, permission to do business freely in his realm. He called these intermediaries between Italy and the East his dear guests, and they repaid the compliment by recalling his true friendship. Gold, silver, richly worked garments, and salt entered the Bulgarian Empire through the medium of the South Slavonic Commonwealth on the Adriatic, while the centralization of church and state at Chernobyl gave that city an importance which was lacking to the shifting Serbian capital, now at Novi Bazar, now at Pristina, now at Prizren. There was the treasury. There dwelt the great nobles who occupied the court posts with their high-sounding Byzantine names, and there met the synods which denounced the Bokomiles and all their work. The stranger who visited the castle of Thorns, Chernobyl, on the festival of our Lord's baptism, when the Tsars were wont to display their greatest pomp, went away impressed with the splendor of their residence on the hill above the tortuous Jantra. a situation unique even among the romantic medieval capitals of the different Balkan races. The conflict with the Greek Empire of Salonika had been forced upon the Tsar, and it was not till 1235 that he joined the Greek Emperor of Nicaea in an attack upon the Latins of Constantinople, of which the union of their children was to be the guarantee. In 2 successive campaigns, the Allies devastated what remained of the Latin Empire in Thrace, where the Frankish Duchy of Philippopolis, then held by Gerard de Stroem, fell to the share of Asen, and they advanced to the walls of Constantinople. Defeated in the attempt to capture the Latin capital, the Allies drifted apart. Asen saw that it was not his interest to help a strong Greek ruler to recover Byzantium. He removed his daughter from the court of Nicaea and transferred his support to the Franks against his late ally. Suddenly, the news that his wife, his son, and the patriarch had all died filled him with remorse for his broken vows. He sent his daughter back and made his peace with Vatatzes, a fact which did not prevent him from giving transit through Bulgaria to a Frankish relief force on its way to Constantinople. His last acts were to marry the fair daughter of the old Emperor Theodore of Salonika, whom he had previously blinded, and then to aid his blind captive to recover Salonika. In the following year, 1241, on or about the feast of his patron saint, Saint John, the great Tsar died, leaving his vast empire to his son Kaliman, a lad of 7. End of section 75. Section 76 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 76, The Balkan States. 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186-1355, Part 2, by William Miller. The Golden Age of Bulgaria, under the rule of John Asen II, was followed by a period of rapid decline. Kaliman I was well advised to renew the alliance with the Greek Emperor of Nicaea and to make truce with the Franks of Constantinople. But his youth and inexperience allowed Vatatzes to become the arbiter of the tottering Empire of Salonika, and his sudden death in 1246, at a moment when that ambitious ruler chanced to be in Thrace, tempted the latter to attack the defenseless Bulgarian dominions. Kaliman's sudden end was ascribed by evil tongues to poison. But whether accidental or no, it could not have happened at a more unfavorable moment for his country. Michael Asen, his younger brother, who succeeded him, was still a child. The Empress Mother, who assumed the regency, was a foreigner and a Greek, and the most powerful monarch of the Orient was at the head of an army on the frontier. One after another, John Asen's conquests collapsed before the invading forces of Vatatzes. The Rhodope and a large part of Macedonia, as well as the remains of the Greek Empire of Salonika, formed a European appendage of the Empire of Nicaea, while at Prilep, Pelagonia, and Ochrida, the Nicene frontier now marched with that of another vigorous Greek state, the Despotate of Epirus. In the south, old blind Theodore Angelus still retained a small territory. Thus Hellenism was once more the predominant force in Macedonia, while the new Bulgarian Tsar was forced to submit to the loss of half his dominions. So long as Vatatzes lived, it was impossible to think of attempting their reconquest. But in 1253, a quarrel between the Ragusans, his father's dear guests, and the adjacent kingdom of Serbia seemed to offer an opportunity to Michael Asen for obtaining compensation from his fellow Slavs for his losses at the hands of the Greeks. A coalition was formed between the merchant statesmen of Ragusa, their neighbor the Sultan of Hum, and the Bulgarian Tsar, against Stephen Urus I, who had ousted, or at least succeeded, his still living brother Vladislav in 1243. It was agreed that in the event of a Bulgarian conquest of Serbia, the Ragusans should retain all the privileges granted them by the Serbian kings, while they promised never to receive Stephen Urus or his brother should they seek refuge there. The king of Serbia, however, came to terms with the Ragusans at once, and Michael Asen's scheme of expansion was abandoned. One result was the removal of the Serbian ecclesiastical residence to Ipek. When, however, Vatatzes died in the following year, the young Tsar thought that the moment had come to recover from the new emperor of Nicaea, Theodore II Lascaris, what the Greeks had captured. At first, his efforts proved successful. The Slavonic element in the population of Thrace declared for him, and the Rhodope was temporarily restored to Bulgaria. But his triumph over his brother-in-law was not for long. The castles of the Rhodope were speedily retaken. In vain, the mountain fastness of Chepina held out against the Greek troops. In vain, the Tsar summoned a body of Cumans to his aid. He was glad to accept the mediation of his father-in-law, the Russian Prince Rostislav, then a prominent figure in Balkan politics, and to make peace on such terms as he could. Chepina was evacuated. The Bulgarian frontier receded to the line which had bounded it before this futile war. The failure of his foreign policy naturally discontented Michael Asen's subjects. His cousin Kaliman, with the connivance of some latent inhabitants of Chernobyl, slew him outside its walls, seized the throne, and made himself master of the person of the widowed empress. But Rostislav hastened to the rescue of his daughter, only to find that the usurper, fleeing for safety from place to place, had been slain by his own subjects. With the death of Kaliman II in 1257, the dynasty of Asen was extinct. Rostislav in vain styled himself Emperor of the Bulgarians. The nobles of Bulgaria convoked a council for the election of a new Tsar. Their choice fell upon Constantine, a man of energy and ability settled near Sofia, but descended through the female line from the founder of the Serbian dynasty, whom he vaunted as his grandfather. In order to obtain some sort of hereditary right to the crown, he divorced his wife and married a daughter of Theodore II Lascaris, who, as the granddaughter of John Asen II, would make him the representative of the national line of Tsars. To complete his legitimacy, he took on his marriage the name of Asen. Another competitor, however, a certain Mitsas, who had married a daughter of John Asen II, claimed a closer connection with that famous house, and for a time disputed the succession to the throne, but his weakness of character contrasted unfavorably with the manly qualities of Constantine. He had to take refuge in Mesembria, and by surrendering that city to the Greeks, obtained from them a peaceful retreat for himself and his family near the site of Troy. Constantine's marriage with a Greek princess had benefited him personally, but it soon proved a source of trouble to his country. The Tsaritsa, as the sister of the dethroned Greek Emperor John IV, nourished a natural resentment against the man who had usurped her brother's throne, and urged her husband to avenge him. Michael Palaeologus had indeed foreseen this effect of his policy, and in the winter before the recapture of Constantinople from the Latins, he had sent his trusty agent, the historian Acropolita, to Chernobyl, with the object of securing the neutrality of the Tsar during the accomplishment of the Greek design. The re-establishment of the Greek Empire at Byzantium, which had been the goal of the Bulgarian Tsars, offended the national susceptibilities of the nobles, and a sovereign who owed his election to that powerful class and who was half a foreigner would naturally desire to show himself more Bulgarian than the Bulgarians. Thus a conflict with the Greeks was inevitable. Its only result was the loss of all Bulgaria south of the Balkans. Constantinople was also occupied in the early years after the recapture of Constantinople with resistant Hungarian invasions from the north. The kings of Hungary had always resented the resurrection of the Bulgarian Empire and the independence of Bosnia, and the patronage of the Bogomil heresy by the rulers of both those countries gave them, as the champions of the papacy, an excuse for intervention. The history of Bosnia during the half-century which followed the death of Colleen in 1204 mainly consists of Hungarian attempts to acquire the sovereignty over the country by means of its theological divisions. First, the King of Hungary and the Pope granted Bosnia to the Hungarian Archbishop of Kolaxa, on condition that he purged the land of the unbelievers who infested it. Then, when the Bosniaks retorted by making Ninoslav, a born Bogomil, their ban, the king took the still stronger step of bestowing their country upon his son Koloman, who in 1237 made himself master of not only Bosnia, but of Hum also. The great defeat of the Hungarians by the Tartars 4 years later temporarily rid Bosnia of Hungarian interference, and the papacy tried concessions instead of crusades, allowing Ninoslav, now become a Catholic, to reign unmolested, and the priests to use the Slavonic tongue and the glagolitic characters in the services of the Church. At last, however, in 1254, religious differences and a disputed succession caused both Bosnia and Hum to fall beneath Hungarian suzerainty. Bosnia was then divided into two parts. While the south was allowed to retain native bands, the north, for the sake of greater security against Bulgaria and Serbia, was at first entrusted to Hungarian magnates and then combined with a large slice of northern Serbia, which under the name of the Banat of Moskva was governed by the Russian Prince Rostislav, whose name has been already mentioned in connection with Bulgaria, and who, as son-in-law of the King of Hungary, could be trusted to carry out his policy. This enlarged and in 1264 reunited Banat or Duchy of Moskva and Bosnia, as it was officially called, thus formed, like Bosnia in our own time, an advanced post of Hungary in the Balkan Peninsula. Bulgaria was stronger and less exposed than Bosnia, but it was equally coveted by the Hungarian sovereigns. One of them had already assumed the title of King of Bulgaria. Another, after a series of campaigns in which the Hungarian armies reached the walls of Chernobyl and temporarily captured the virgin fortress of Vidin, not only adopted the same style, but handed down to his successors a shadowy claim to the Bulgarian crown. Thus, in the second half of the 13th century, the Hungarian monarchs were pleased to style themselves kings of Bulgaria, Russia, and Roma. Sovereigns, on paper, of all the three South Slavonic states. When the Hungarian invaders retired, Constantine bethought him of revenge upon the Greeks. He did not scruple to call the Sultan of Iconium and the savage Tartars to his aid. Michael Palaeologus narrowly escaped capture at their hands, and it was long before the rich plain of Thrace recovered from their ravages. These exhausting campaigns caused the Greek emperor to propitiate so active an enemy. Constantine's wife was now dead, and Michael VIII accordingly endeavored to attach the Bulgarian Tsar to the new dynasty at Constantinople by offering him the hand of his own niece Maria, with Mesembria and another Black Sea port as her dowry. No sooner, however, had the marriage been celebrated than Michael refused to hand over those places, on the plea that their inhabitants, being Greeks, could not be fairly transferred to Bulgaria against their will. To his surprise, his niece, as soon as she had become a mother, threw in her lot entirely with her adopted country, and urged her husband to assert his claims. The Greek emperor only avoided a Bulgarian invasion by another diplomatic marriage, that of his natural daughter to the powerful Tartar chief Nogai Khan, who from the steppes of southern Russia kept Bulgaria quiet. The great design of Charles of Anjou, now established on the throne of Naples, for the recovery of the Latin Empire, affected both Bulgaria and Serbia. Stephen Urus I had married a daughter of the exiled Latin Emperor Baldwin II and Queen Helena, whose name is still preserved in the cathedral at Katty and in a ruined church on the river Bojana, played as important as part as the Bulgarian empress in advocating an attack upon the Greeks. In vain the Greek emperor tried to win over the Serbian monarch by a marriage between one of his daughters and a son of Stephen Urus. But the pompous Byzantine envoys, who were ordered to report upon the manners and customs of the Serbian court, were horrified to find the great king, as he was called, living in a style which would have disgraced a model official of Constantinople, his Hungarian daughter-in-law working at her spindle in an inexpensive gown, and his household eating like a pack of hunters or sheep-stealers. The lack of security for property, which was to be characteristic of the Serbian lands under Turkish rule, deepened this bad impression, and the projected marriage was broken off. Negotiations were resumed between Naples and the Serbian and Bulgarian monarchs, and the Greek emperor sought to save himself by accepting the union of the churches at the Council of Lyons, and by repudiating the rights of the Bulgarian and Serbian ecclesiastical establishments to autonomy. But here again the crafty Palaeologus overreached himself. By his concessions to the ecumenical patriarch, he aroused the national pride of the two Slav states. By his concessions to the Pope, he alienated the Orthodox party in his own capital. At the Bulgarian court, the Empress Maria, who was in constant communication with the opposition at Constantinople, worked harder than ever against him, and even tried to incite the Sultan of Egypt to attack the Byzantine Empire in conjunction with the Bulgarians. This ambitious woman now wielded the supreme power in Bulgaria, for the Tsar was incapacitated by a broken leg, and their son Michael, whom she caused to be crowned and proclaimed as his colleague, was still a child. One powerful chieftain alone stood in her path, a certain James Svetslav, who, in the general confusion, had assumed the style of Emperor of the Bulgarians. A Byzantine historian has graphically described the sinister artifice by which his countrywoman first deluded and then destroyed this possible but ingenious rival. She invited him to Chernobyl, and there in the cathedral, amidst the pomp and circumstance of the splendid Eastern ritual, adopted the elderly nobleman as her son. Sviatoslav's suspicions were disarmed by this solemn act of adoption, but he found when it was too late that his affectionate mother had only embraced him in order the better to kill him. Even this assassination did not, however, leave her mistress of Bulgaria. A new and popular hero arose in the place of the murdered man. Ivailo, such seems to have been his real name, had begun life, like some much more famous Balkan heroes, as a swineherd, and his nickname of the lettuce, from which the Greeks called him Lycanas, may have been given him from his habitual diet of herbs. Saintly forms appeared to him in visions as he tended his herd, urging him to seize the throne of the nation which he was destined to rule. His credulous comrades flocked to the side of the inspired peasant. To victories over the Tartar hordes, which were devastating the country with impunity, convinced even the better classes of his mission to deliver the country. And the lawful Tsar, crippled by his malady and deprived by his wife's cruel machinations of his most faithful adherents, fell in a forlorn attempt to save his crown by the hand of the triumphant swineherd. The success of this adventurer disturbed the calculations of the Greek emperor, whose recent attempts at obtaining influence over Bulgarian policy had so signally failed. His first idea was to attach the peasant ruler to his person by giving him one of his own daughters in marriage. But on second thoughts, he came to the conclusion that the swineherd would doubtless fall as rapidly as he had risen, and that it would be therefore wiser to set up a rival candidate to the Bulgarian throne. He readily found an instrument for this purpose in the person of the son of the former claimant, Mizes, whom he married to his daughter Irene and proclaimed Emperor of the Bulgarians under the popular name of John Asen III. Meanwhile, the Dowager Empress Maria was placed in a position of the utmost difficulty in the capital. Menaced on three sides by the citizens of Chernobyl, by the swineherd, and by the Byzantine candidate, she saw that she must come to terms with one of the two latter. Self-interest suggested Ivailo as the more likely to allow her and her son to share the throne with him, especially if she offered to become his wife. At first, the peasant was disinclined to accept as a favor what he could win by force, but he was sufficiently patriotic to shrink from a further civil war, agreed to her proposal, and early in 1278 celebrated the double festival of his marriage and coronation with her at Chernobyl. But this unnatural union failed to secure her happiness or that of her subjects. The savage simplicity of the swineherd was revolted by the luxury of the Byzantine princes, and when their conjugal discussions became too subtle for his rude intelligence, he beat her as he would have beaten one of his own class. Another Tatar inroad increased the perils of the situation. The Byzantine claimant, at the head of a Greek army, invested Chernobyl. And, though the cruelty of Ivailo struck terror into the hearts of the besiegers, accustomed to obey the recognized rules of civilized warfare, the report of his defeat at the hands of the Tartars in 1279 caused the wearied citizens to deliver both the Empress Maria and her son to the Greeks, and to recognize John Asen III as their lawful sovereign. Maria was led away enceinte to Hadrianople, and ended her career, so fatal to her adopted country, unlamented and unsung. But the removal of this disturbing element did not bring peace to Bulgaria. John Asen III ascended the throne as a Greek nominee, supported by a foreign army, while the most popular man in the country was a certain George Tertiary, who, though of Cuman extraction, was connected with the native nobility and was well known for his energetic character and shrewd intelligence. Byzantine diplomacy saw at once the danger ahead and sought to avoid it by the usual method, a matrimonial alliance between the dangerous rival and the reigning Tsar. Tertiary consented to wed John Asen's sister, even though he had to divorce his wife, who had already borne him an heir, in order to make this political marriage. But it was not long before circumstances made him the inevitable ruler of Bulgaria. Ivailo, supposed to have disappeared finally from the scene, suddenly reappeared in the summer of 1280 with a Tartar general at his side. In vain the Greek emperor sent 2 armies to defend the throne of his minion. 2 successive defeats convinced John Asen that it was time to flee alike before the enemy outside and the rival within. He took with him all the portable contents of the Bulgarian treasury, including the imperial insignia which the founders of the empire had captured from Isaac Angelus 19 years earlier, and which thus returned with their unworthy successor to Constantinople. Such was the indignation of Michael VIII at the cowardly flight of the man whom he had labored to make the instrument of his policy for the reduction of Bulgaria to a vassal state, that he at first refused him admission to the city. Meanwhile, George Tertiary was raised to the vacant throne by the general desire of the military and the nobles. Such was his reputation that Ivailo at once retired from a contest to which he felt himself unequal single-handed. Ivailo betook himself to the court of Nogai Khan, the Tartar chief who had once before been the arbiter of Bulgaria. There he found his old rival, John Asen III, well provided with Byzantine money and calculating on the fact that the chief's harem contained his sister-in-law. For some time the wily Tartar was equally willing to receive the presents and listen with favor to the proposals of both candidates, till at last one night in a drunken bout he ordered Ivailo to be killed as the enemy of his father-in-law, the Greek emperor. Asen only escaped a like fate thanks to the intervention of his wife's sister, who sent him back in safety to Constantinople. Thenceforth he abandoned the attempt to recover the Bulgarian crown, preferring the peaceful dignity of a high Byzantine title, and founding a family which played a prominent part in the medieval history of the Morea. His rival, even though dead, still continued to be a name with which to conjure. Several years later, a false Ivailo caused such alarm at Constantinople that the Dowager Empress Maria was asked to state whether he was her husband or no. Even her disavowal of his identity availed nothing with the credulous peasants, who regarded him as their heaven-sent leader against the Turks. For a moment, Byzantine statecraft thought that he might be utilized for that purpose. But as his followers became more numerous and more fanatical, caution prevailed, and the pretender vanished in one of the Greek prisons. End of section 76. Section 77 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 77, The Balkan States. 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186-1355. Part 3, by William Miller. Andronicus II, who had now succeeded to the Byzantine throne, realizing the hopelessness of any further attempt to restore Jonasson, not only made peace with Terteri, but sent back to him his first wife on condition that he divorced his second. Thus, the Tsar was able to pacify the scruples of the Bulgarian hierarchy, which had regarded him as excommunicated, nor could the united efforts of Pope Nicholas IV and Queen Helena of Serbia induce him to abandon the national church. But the founder of the new dynasty was soon forced to flee before another Tartar invasion. In vain he had tried to prevent that calamity by a matrimonial alliance. Nogai Khan ravaged Bulgaria, and while the Tsar was a suppliant at the Greek court, one of his nobles, Prince Smilet, was appointed by will of the Tartar chief to rule the country as his vassal. Smilet's reign was, however, brief. Upon the death of Nogai, his son Choki claimed Bulgaria as the son-in-law of Terteri and was ostensibly supported by the latter's son, Theodore Svetslav. The allies were successful. Smilet disappeared, leaving as the one memorial of his name the monastery which he founded near Tatar Pasartskik. And Choki and Svetslav entered Chernobyl in triumph. Then the Bulgarian appeared in his true colors. A sudden stroke of fortune enabled him to spend money freely among his countrymen, who naturally regarded him as the rightful heir to the throne. At last, when he thought that the moment had come for action, he ordered his Tartar ally to be seized and strangled, and the Bulgarian patriarch, who had long been suspected of intrigues with the Tartars, to be hurled from the cliffs. Two attempts to drive out the new ruler failed. There was a small Grecophile party in Bulgaria which proclaimed Michael, the son of Constantine Azan, and the Empress Maria. But the reception with which he met on his arrival convinced him that his cause was hopeless. The Byzantine court then supported the brother of Similac, who was in his turn defeated, and the number of Byzantine magnates who were captured on that occasion enabled Svetslav to ransom his father from the custody in which the Greeks had placed him. His filial piety did not, however, so far prevail over his ambition as to make him yield the throne to the founder of his dynasty. He placed him in honorable confinement in one of his cities, where he was allowed to live in luxury, provided that he did not meddle with affairs of state. The Bulgarian Empire no longer occupied the great position in Balkan politics which it had filled half a century earlier. The rivalries of pretenders, foreign intrigues, and the sinister influence of women had weakened the fabric so rapidly raised by the energy of the previous Tsars. In contrast with the feverish history of this once dominant Slavonic state, that of Serbia during the same period shows a tranquility which increased the resources of that naturally rich country and thus prepared the way for the great expansion of the Serbian dominions in the next century. The great kings, Stephen Urus I, whose simple court had so profoundly shocked the Byzantine officials after a long and peaceful reign, only disturbed by a Tartar inroad, was ousted from the throne in 1276 by his elder son Stephen Dragutin, or the Beloved, assisted by the latter's brother-in-law, the King of Hungary. The old king fled to the land of Hum, where he died of a broken heart, but his cruel son did not long wear the Serbian crown. Disabled by an infirmity of the foot from the active pursuits necessary to a Balkan sovereign in the Middle Ages, he abdicated in favor of his brother Stephen Urus II, called Milutin, or the Child of Grace. But, like other monarchs who have resigned, he soon grew weary of retirement and returned to the throne, till his malady, combined with qualms of conscience, compelled him, at the end of 1281 to withdraw definitely from the government of Serbia. As some compensation for these loss of dignity and as occupation for his not too active mind, he received from his brother-in-law, the King of Hungary, the Duchy of Magba in Bosnia, and also governed Belgrade. There he busied himself entirely with religious questions, while he mortified his own flesh to atone for his unfilial conduct. He and his son-in-law and vassal, Stephen Kotroman, the founder of the subsequent Bosnian dynasty, persecuted the Bogomiles with a zeal which became all the greater after his conversion to the Roman Church. At his request, the Franciscans, who have since played such an important part in Bosnian history, settled in the country. But even with their aid, the fanaticism of Dragutin could make no headway against the stubborn heretics. At his death in 1316, the bishopric of Bosnia had been almost destroyed, despite all the efforts of the popes. Stephen Urus II has been judged very differently by his Serbian and by his Greek contemporaries. One of the former, who owed everything to him, extols his qualities as rulers. One of the latter, who was naturally opposed to him, depicts him as a savage debauchee. The two characters are, however, by no means incompatible, and if this pious king, the founder of churches and the endower of bishoprics, was anything but an exemplary husband, he left Serbia in a stronger position than she had ever held before. The chief object of his foreign policy was to enlarge his kingdom at the expense of the Byzantine Empire, which, he bitterly complained, had annexed foreign territory without being able to defend its own. Some 2 years before his accession, the Serbian troops under the guidance of a Greek deserter had penetrated as far as Xeres, and the first act of his reign was to occupy Skopje and other places in Macedonia, an undertaking all the easier in that his father-in-law, the bold Duke John of Neopatras, at that time the leading figure of northern Greece, was at war with the Byzantine Emperor. Michael VIII died before he could punish the Confederates, and his successor contented himself with sending the Tartar auxiliaries whom his father had collected to glut their desire for plunder in Serbia, and thus incidentally to weaken a nation which caused constant vexation to his subjects. The Tartars came and went, but the Serbian raids continued. Serbian standards approached the holy mount of Athos, and the Greek commander of Salonika confessed that his orthodox tactics were no match for the guerrilla warfare of these marauders. He therefore advised the emperor, especially in view of the Turkish peril in Asia Minor, to make peace with the Serbs. Andronicus II took his advice, and to render the treaty more binding upon the volatile Serbian temperament, resolved to give the hand of one of the imperial princesses to Stephen Urus. Such marriages were not, as a rule, happy. Had not the gossips told how the first crown king had turned his Greek wife out of doors all but naked? Stephen Urus II, it was pointed out, had an even worse reputation. That uxorious monarch, the Henry VIII of the Balkans, had already, it was true, had 3 wives, and had divorced 2 of them, while the third was still his consort. But Byzantine sophistry declared the second and third marriages null, as having been contracted during the first wife's lifetime. As she was now dead, it followed that her husband could put away his third wife and marry again without offending the canons of the church. Stephen Urus was nothing loth. He wanted an heir, and had no further use for his third wife, a daughter of the dethroned Tsar Cbteddy. The only difficulty was that the widowed sister of Andronicus vowed that she, at any rate, did not share her brother's view as to the legality of such a second marriage. The Greek emperor was not, however, discouraged by her refusal. He sacrificed his only daughter, Simonis, though not yet 6 years of age, to the exigencies of politics and the coarseness of a notorious evil liver, who was older than her father, and in Greek eyes his social inferior. The scruples of the ecumenical patriarch, increased by the theological flirtations of Stephen Eurus with the Roman Church, availed as little as the opposition of the Queen Dowager Helena, who, as a good Catholic, regarded her son's marriage with abhorrence. The parties met on an island in the Vardar. The king of Serbia handed over his Bulgarian consort together with the Greek deserter who had for so long led his forces to victory, and received in exchange his little bride with all the humility of a parvenu, marrying into an old family. This matrimonial alliance with the imperial family suggested to the ambitious mind of Stephen Eurus the possibility of uniting the Byzantine and Serbian dominions under a single scepter. His plan was shared by his mother-in-law, the Empress Irene, who, as an Italian, was devoid of Hellenic patriotism, and, as a second wife, knew that her sons could never succeed to their father's throne. In the king of Serbia, she saw the means of acquiring the Byzantine Empire for her own progeny, if not for the offspring of Simonis, then for one of her own sons. From her retreat at Salonika, she made Stephen Eurus the confidant of her conjugal woes, loaded him with presents, and sent him every year a more and more richly jeweled tiara, almost as splendid as that of the emperor himself. When it became clear that Simonis was not likely to have children, she persuaded the king of Serbia to adopt one of her 2 surviving sons as his heir. But the luxurious Byzantine princeling could not stand the hard and uncomfortable life in Serbia, and his brother also, after a brief experience of the Serbian court, was thankful to return to the civilization of northern Italy. Simonis herself, when she grew up, disliked her adopted country quite as much as her brothers had done. She spent as much of her time as possible in Constantinople, and when her husband threatened vengeance on the Greek Empire unless she returned to him, she was sent back in tears to his barbarous embraces. Obviously, then, Balkan capitals were even less agreeable places of residence for luxurious persons of culture at that period than they are now. The Greek connection had naturally given offense to the national party in Serbia, which was opposed to foreign influence and suspicious of feminine intrigues. Stephen Dragutin protested from his retirement at an arrangement which might deprive his own son Vladislav of the right, which he had never renounced for him, of succeeding to the Serbian throne upon the death of Stephen Eurus. A more dangerous rival was the king's bastard, Stephen, who had received the family appanage in the Zeta, but was impatient of this subordinate position and ready to come forward as the champion of the national cause against his father's Grecophile policy. Stephen Eurus, however, soon suppressed his bastard's rebellion. The rebel fled to the banks of the Bojana, where stood the church which still bears his father's name, and begged for pardon. But the king was anxious to render him incapable of a second conspiracy, and his Byzantine associates suggested to him that blinding was the best punishment for traitors of the blood royal. The operation was, however, only partially successful, but the victim had the sense to conceal the fact and lived unmolested in a monastery at Constantinople, until his father, in his old age, at the instigation of the historian Daniel, recalled him to Serbia and assigned him the ancient royal city of Dioclea, whose ruins may yet be seen near the modern Podgorica, as a residence. The failure of his scheme for the union of the Serbian and Greek realms under his dynasty by peaceful means led Stephen Hurus to enter into negotiations in 1308 with Charles of Valois. Then, seeking to recover the lost Latin Empire at Constantinople in the name of his daughter, the titular empress. In order the better to secure the aid of the West, the crafty Serb expressed to the Pope Clement V the desire to be received into the Roman Church of which his mother had been so ardent a devotee, and which could protect him from a possible French invasion. A treaty was then concluded between him and Charles, pledging both parties to render mutual assistance to one another, and securing for the King of Serbia the continued possession of Prilep, Stip, and other Macedonian castles formerly belonging to the Byzantine Empire. A further proposal for a marriage between the two families, contingent on the conversation of Stephen Hurus, fell through, and the feebleness and dilatoriness of the French prince convinced the shrewd Serbian monarch that such an alliance would not further his designs, and that he had nothing to fear from the Quarter. He therefore abandoned Western Europe and the papacy, and was sufficient of a Balkan patriot to assist the Greeks against the Turks. The death of his brother Dragutin gave Stephen Hurus an opportunity of expanding his kingdom in another direction. He imprisoned his nephew, whom the royal monk had commended to his care, and made himself master of his inheritance in Maeva. Stephen Hurus II was now at the zenith of his power. It was no mere flourish of the pen which made him sign himself King of Serbia, the land of Hum, Dioclea, Albania, and the sea coast, for his authority really corresponded with those titles, and under him Serbia had, what she has at last regained, a seaboard on the Adriatic. But his unprincipled annexation of a former Hungarian land brought down upon him the vengeance of the King of Hungary, while his designs against the Angevin port of Durazzo, which he had already once captured, aroused the animosity of its owner, Philip of Taranto, now husband of the titular Empress of Constantinople. The Pope bade the Catholic Albanians fight against the schismatic Serb, who had played fast and loose with the Holy See, and the league was completed by the addition of the powerful Croatian family of Cbteddy, which had latterly become predominant in Bosnia and would brook no Serbian interference in their domain. Stephen Hurus lost his brother's Bosnian duchy together with Belgrade, but to the last he was bent on the extension of his dominions. Death carried him off in 1321, as he was scheming to make political profit out of the quarrel between the elder and the younger Andronicus. Stephen Hurus II was an opportunist in both politics and religion. His alliances were entirely dictated by motives of expediency, and he regarded the filioque clause as merely a pawn in the diplomatic game. If he delighted the Orthodox Church by his gifts to Mount Athos and his pious foundations at Salonika, Constantinople, and even Jerusalem, if a chapel near Studenica still preserves the memory of this great grandson of Saint Simeon and son of the great King Eurus, he was so indifferent, or so statesmanlike as to permit 6 Catholic sees within his realm, and to allow Catholic bishops and even the Jed or grandsire of the Bogomils to sit in his council at Cattaro. One of his laws prevented boundary disputes between villages. He was anxious to encourage commerce, and though he more than once harassed Ragusa, he wrote to Venice offering to keep open and guard the great trade route which traversed his kingdom and then led across Bulgaria to the Black Sea. But in commercial, as in other matters, his code of honor was low, and his issue of counterfeit Venetian coin has gained him a place among the evil kings in the Paradiso of Dante. Upon the death of Stephen Urus II, the crown should have naturally devolved upon his nephew Vladislav, who had now been released from Persian. But the clergy, always a dominant factor in Serbian politics, favored the election of the bastard Stephen, who during his father's later years had borne all the royal titles, as a designation of his ultimate succession, and had already once championed the national idea. Stephen proclaimed that he was no longer blind, and astutely ascribed to a miracle what was the result of the banality of clumsiness of the operator. To cover his illegitimacy, he assumed the family name of Urus, already associated in the popular mind with 2 successful kings, but posterity knows him by that of Nicaea, from the monastery of Gagné in Old Serbia, which he founded. With the ruthlessness of his race, he speedily rid himself of his 2 competitors, Vladislav and another natural son of the late king, a certain Constantine. Vladislav died an exile in Hungary. Constantine was nailed to a cross and then sawn asunder, while the usurper tried yet further to strengthen his position by wooing the daughter of Philip of Taranto, and by obtaining from the Pope a certificate of his legitimacy. To secure these objects, he surrendered Durazzo and offered to become a Catholic, only to withdraw his offer when the support of the Orthodox clergy seemed more valuable to him than that of Rome. The civil war, which was at that time threatening the Byzantine Empire, involved both the neighboring Slav states, each anxious to benefit by the struggle, which ultimately resulted in a pitched battle between them. The dynasty of Tertiary had become extinct in Bulgaria a year after the accession of Stephen Urus III to the Serbian throne. Svetslav, although he had domestic difficulties with Byzantium, had kept on good terms with the Serbs, and his warlike son George Tertiary II, who succeeded him in 1322, died after a single Greek campaign. Bulgaria was therefore once more distracted by the claims of rival claimants, of whom the strongest was Michael of Wittin, already styled despot of Bulgaria and founder of the last dynasty of Bulgarian Tsars. His father had established himself as a petty prince in that famous Danubian fortress. The son, as was natural, in one living so near the Serbian frontier, had married a half-sister of the new king of Serbia and owed his success to Serbian aid. In order, however, to secure peace with the Greeks and at the same time to consolidate his position at home, he now repudiated his consort with her children and espoused the widow of Svetslav, who was a sister of the younger Andronicus. This matrimonial alliance led to a political treaty between the Bulgarian Tsar and the impatient heir of Byzantium. They met in the autumn of 1326 and came to terms which seemed favorable to both. Michael promised to assist Andronicus to oust his grandfather from the throne. Andronicus pledged himself to support Michael against the natural indignation of the insulted Serbian king, and in the event of his own enterprise succeeding, to give money and territory to his Bulgarian brother-in-law. On the other side, the elder Andronicus sent the historian Nicephorus Gregoras on a mission to the Serbian government, with the object of conciliating Stephen Urus III. The literary diplomatist has left us a comical picture of the peripatetic Serbian court, then in the vicinity of Skopje, as it struck a highly cultured Byzantine. The inadequate efforts of his barbarian majesty to do honor to the high-born Greek lady whose daughter he had recently married seemed ridiculous to a visitor versed in the etiquette of Constantinople. Still, as the historian complacently remarked, one cannot expect apes and ants to act like eagles and lions, and he recrossed the Serbian frontier thanking Providence that he had been born a Greek. Similar opinions with regard to the Balkan Slavs were still held by many of his countrymen. After making, however, due allowance for the national bias of a Greek author, it is clear that Serbia, then on the eve of becoming the chief power of the peninsula, was still far behind both the Greek and Latin states of the Levant in civilization. The contemporary writer Archbishop Adam, who has left a valuable account of the country at this period, tells us that it contained no walled and moated castles. The palaces of the king and his nobles were of wood, surrounded by palisades, and the only houses of stone were in the Latin towns on the Adriatic coast, such as Antivari, Cattaro, and Olsingo. The residences of the Catholic archbishop and his suffragans. Yet Russia was naturally a very rich land, producing plenty of corn, wine, and oil, well watered and abounding in forests full of game. 5 gold mines and as many of silver were being constantly worked, and Stephen Urus II could afford a gift of plate and a silver altar to the church of St. Nicholas at Bari. But his subjects were too heterogeneous to be united. The Latins of Scutari and the coast towns, as well as the Albanians, also Catholics, were oppressed by the Serbs, whose priesthood was debased, and whose bishops were often in prison. As against this last statement, obviously caused by the theological zeal of the archbishop, we may set the gloomy account of the abuses in the 6 Roman churches of Serbia, which we have from Pope Benedict XI, some 20 years earlier, while at the moment when Adam wrote, the Orthodox archbishop was no less eminent a man than the patriotic historian Daniel. If then Serbia was still uncultured, if the manners and morals of her rustic court still left much to desire, she was obviously possessed of great natural energy and capacity, which only awaited a favorable moment and the right man to develop them. While the Serbian nobles, whose influence was usually predominant in deciding questions of public policy, soon wearied of supporting the elder Andronicus and plainly said that if their sovereign insisted on fighting, he would fight alone, the Bulgarian Tsar suddenly changed sides, warmly espoused the cause of the old emperor, and sent 3,000 horsemen under a Russian general with the object, so it was suspected, of seizing Constantinople for himself and thus realizing the dream of the greatest predecessors. Self-interest and patriotism alike urged the younger Andronicus to warn his grandfather of the danger which he would incur if he entrusted the palace to the custody of these untrustworthy allies. Andronicus II acted on this timely hint from his rival, for neither of them could desire to see a Bulgarian conquest of Constantinople as a result of their family disputes. The Russian was alone admitted within the gates, and the reproaches and bribes of the younger Andronicus speedily effected the recall of the Bulgarian force. A few days later, Andronicus III entered the city in triumph. Byzantium never again so nearly fell beneath the Bulgarian yoke as in that memorable spring of 1328, until the famous campaign of 1912-13. The same Bulgarian Tsar, who had thus all but achieved the ideal of every Balkan nationality, was destined to bring his country to the verge of ruin. Stephen Urus III had never forgiven the insult to his sister, and Michael therefore resolved to forestall a Serbian invasion by acting first. He had no difficulty in forming a formidable coalition against the rising Serbian state. Andronicus III, whose Macedonian frontier near Okrida had lately been ravaged by the Serbs, joined the league and menaced Serbia from the south. The Prince of Wallachia and 3,000 Tartar mercenaries swelled the native army of Bulgaria, already 12,000 strong. At the head of such forces, Michael boasted that he would be crowned in his enemy's land, and set out down the valley of the upper Struma to cross the frontier a little to the north of Constantinople, then a Serbian but now a Bulgarian town. On 28 June 1330, the most decisive battle in the mutual history of the two Slav states was fought in the plain of Velsput, as Constantinople was then called. The Tsar was taken by surprise, for he had expected no fighting that day. Indeed, it was afterwards stated that his opponent had given his word not to begin hostilities till the morrow. Thus, at the moment when the Serbs charged from a narrow defile into the plain, the bulk of the Bulgarian army was away foraging. Aided by a body of several hundred tall German knights, Stephen Urus easily routed his distracted foes. Michael himself was unhorsed and died, either in the battle or of his wounds a few days afterwards. But the conquerors merely disarmed the fugitives, whom, as men of their own race, it was not lawful to take captive. On the hill where his tent had been pitched, the victor founded a church of the Ascension, the ruins of which still serve as a memorial of this fratricidal war. Bulgaria was now at his mercy, for the rest of the native army had fled at the news of their sovereign's defeat, and Andronicus III at once returned to Constantinople. The proud Bulgarian nobles, who had deemed themselves their Tsar's half-brothers, came to meet their conqueror and hear his decision. Stephen Urus might have united the two Slav states under his own scepter, and thus prevented those further rivalries which have governed Balkan politics in our own time. But he preferred to allow Bulgaria, then more than 20 days' journey in extent, to remain as a dependency of his family. He contented himself with restoring his sister and her young son, John Stephen, to the throne of the Tsars. The immediate effect of this policy was the expulsion of the late ruler's great consort, which gave her brother Andronicus an excuse for annexing a large part of southern Bulgaria. Thus Greeks and Serbs alike had profited by the victory of Velsput. Serbia had won the hegemony of the Balkan states. End of section 77. Section 78 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 78, The Balkan States, 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186-1355, Part 4, by William Miller. Stephen Urus III did not long enjoy the fruits of his triumph. His worst enemies were those of his own household, and he fell a victim to one of those domestic tragedies which were characteristic of his family. He had married a second time, and his eldest son Stephen, then 22 years of age, but still unprovided with a wife, looked with suspicion on the offspring of his Greek stepmother, a cousin of Andronicus III. He had been carefully educated as a crown prince. Indeed, his father had had him crowned with himself, and had promised to make him ruler over half his kingdom. The courtier-like Archbishop Daniel, anxious to please his young master, asserts that Stephen Urus had not kept this promise. An impartial Greek contemporary says that the prince's suspicions were exploited by those Serbian nobles who were weary of his father's rule and hoped to benefit by a change. They proclaimed him king. He was crowned on 8 September 1331. The flower of the army, attracted by his prowess at Velbuts, flocked to his standard. The old king was easily captured and imprisoned in the castle of Svekan, near Mitrovica. There, 2 months later, he was strangled, either by the orders or at least with the tacit consent of his son, who durst not oppose the will of his powerful followers. And the name of Dusan, by which Stephen Urus IV is known in history, is variously derived, according to the view taken of his share in his father's murder, either from Dusa, soul, a pet name given him by his fond parent, or from Dusiti, to throttle. The epithet of strong, which his countrymen applied to him, was fully justified by the masterful character and the great achievements of this most famous of all Serbian sovereigns. His first care was to secure himself on the side of Bulgaria, where, a few months before, a revolution organized by 2 court officials had driven the Serbian empress and her son from the throne, and had placed upon it John Alexander, a nephew of the late Tsar, who assumed the ever popular surname of Asen. Instead of attempting to restore his aunt to Bulgaria against the will of the nobles, Dusan adopted the wiser policy of marrying the sister of the usurper, and thus attaching the latter to his side, while John Stephen, after wandering as an exile from one land to another, now a suppliant at Constantinople and now a prisoner at Vienna, ended his days at Naples. Thus, Bulgaria under John Alexander was practically a dependency of Serbia. But Dusan, by his Bulgarian marriage, disarmed the enmity and gained the support of another powerful Balkan ruler, the Prince of Wallachia, who was father-in-law of the Bulgarian Tsar, and who had first made the land which was the nucleus of the present Kingdom of Romania, a factor in Balkan politics. During the former half of the 13th century, while Serbia and Bulgaria were already independent states, the opposite bank of the Danube had been traversed by successive barbarian tribes, the Cumans and the Tartars, who had driven the Romanian population before them to the mountains. As the Slav population dwelt in the plains, the Banat of Craiova, or Little Wallachia, was Hungarian, while here and there the fortresses of the Teutonic Knights and the Knights of St. John availed but little to stem the tide of invasion. But about 1290 the Romanians descended from Transylvania into Wallachia to escape the religious persecutions of the Catholic kings of Hungary, and the generally received account ascribes the foundation of the principality to a colony from Flores, which, under the leadership of Radu Negru, or Rudolph the Black, established itself at Campulung. and gave to the essentially flat country of Wallachia the local name of Land of Mountains, in memory of those mountains whence the founder came. His successor, Ivanko Basaraba, the ally of the Bulgarians in the campaign of 1330, extended his authority over Little Wallachia, completely routed the Hungarians, and strengthened his position by marrying his daughter to the new Tsar of Bulgaria. About the same time as the foundation of the Wallachian Principality, a second principality, dependent however on the Hungarian crown, was created in Moldavia by another colony of Romanians from the north of Transylvania under a chief named Dragoce. This vassal state threw off its allegiance to Hungary about 1349 and became independent. Such was the origin of the two Danubian principalities, which thenceforth existed under various forms till their transformation in our own day into the Kingdom of Romania. Thus connected with the rulers of Bulgaria and Wallachia, Dusan was able to begin the realization of that great scheme which had been cherished by his grandfather of forming a Serbian empire on the ruins of Byzantium. While his ally, the Bulgarian Tsar, recaptured the places south of the Balkans which Andronicus III had so recently occupied, Dusan, assisted by Sergiani, a political adventurer who had abandoned the Byzantine for the Serbian court, easily conquered nearly all western Macedonia. The assassination of Sergiani by an emissary of the Byzantine emperor and the threatening attitude of the king of Hungary led him, however, to make peace with the Greeks and even to seek their aid against this dangerous enemy. The Greek and the Serbian monarchs met and spent a very pleasant week in one another's society, and this meeting had important results, because it gave Dusan an opportunity of making the acquaintance of the future emperor John Cantacuzene, then in attendance on Andronicus. Thus, for the moment, peace reigned between the Greeks and the Balkan Slavs. Dusan was content to bide his time. John Alexander obtained the hand of the emperor's daughter for his eldest son, and could afford to ignore the appeal which the Pope made to him to join the Church of Rome. Dusan availed himself of this peace with the Greeks to attack the Angevin possessions in Albania. Durazzo, however, the most important of them, resisted all his efforts, and the Angevin rule there survived the great Serbian conqueror. But this aggressive policy had made him an object of general alarm. The King of Hungary, himself an Angevin, and the powerful Bosnian man, Stephen Kotromanic, who had succeeded the family of Subic in 1322, regarded him with suspicion, and their attitude so greatly alarmed him that he wrote to Venice in 1340, begging for a refuge there in the event of his being defeated by his numerous enemies, offering to assist the Republic in her Italian wars and guaranteeing her merchants a safe transit across his dominions on their way to Constantinople. Venice bestowed the rights of citizenship upon the serviceable Serbian monarch and his family. The death of Andronicus III in 1341 and the rebellion of John Cantacuzene against the rule of the young Emperor John V and his mother Anne of Savoy were Dusan's opportunity. He had once disregarded his treaty with the Greeks and overrun the whole of Macedonia. Soon this barbarian, as the elegant Byzantine authors considered him, had the proud satisfaction of receiving at Pristina, which, though it had been the Serbian capital, was still only an unfortified village, bids for his alliance from both parties in the struggle for the dominion of the empire. Cantacuzene, in the hour of need, sought a personal interview with him there. The king and queen of Serbia welcomed their distinguished suppliant with every mark of respect. But when it came to business, Dusan demanded as the price of his assistance the whole of the Byzantine Empire west of the pass of Christopolis near Kavala, or at any rate of Salonika. Cantacuzene informs us that he indignantly declined to give up even the meanest of Greek cities. The utmost concession which he could be induced to make was to recognize Dusan's rights over the Greek territory which he already held. Anne of Savoy, as a foreigner, was less patriotic. She more than once promised Dusan that if he would send her Cantacuzene alive or dead, she would give him what her rival had refused, so that the Serbian Empire would stretch from the Adriatic to the Aegean. The matter was referred to the council of 24 officers of state whom the Serbian kings were wont to consult, and this council, acting on the advice of the queen, repudiated the suggestion of assassinating an honored guest, and advised Dusan to be content with the formal oath from Cantacuzene that he would respect the territorial status quo. Baffled in her negotiations with the King of Serbia, Anne of Savoy did not scruple to purchase the aid of the Bulgarian Tsar by the cession of Philippopolis and 8 other places, the last aggrandizement of the Bulgarian Empire. Thus, the divisions of the Greeks benefited Serbia and Bulgaria alike, while both Cantacuzene and his rival found ere long that their Slav allies only looked to their own advancement. In the general confusion, both parties invoked the assistance of the Turks, who had taken Prusa in 1326, and Nicaea in 1330, and who now appeared sporadically in Europe. Brigand chiefs formed bands in the mountains, changing sides whenever it suited their purpose. And one of these guerrilla leaders, a Bulgarian named Momchilo, not only survives in the pages of the imperial historian, but is still the hero of Slavonic ballads. It was the policy of Dusan to allow the two Greek factions to exhaust themselves, and to strengthen his position at the expense of both. While they fought, he occupied one place after another, till by 1345 he had acquired all that he had originally asked Cantacuzene to cede, and the whole of Macedonia except Salonika was in his power. It was scarcely an exaggeration when he described himself in a letter to Doge, written from Syrs in this year, as King of Serbia, Dioclea, the land of Hum, the Zeta, Albania, and the maritime region, partner in no small part of the Empire of Bulgaria, and lord of almost all the Empire of Romania. But for the ruler of so vast a realm, the title of king seemed insignificant, especially as his vassal, the ruler of Bulgaria, bore the great name of Tsar. Accordingly, early in 1346, Dusan had himself crowned at Skopje, whither he had transferred the Serbian capital as Emperor of the Serbs and Greeks, soon to be magnified into Tsar and autocrat of the Serbs and Greeks, the Bulgarians and Albanians. Shortly before, with the consent of the Bulgarian and in defiance of the ecumenical patriarch, he had raised the Archbishop of Serbia to that exalted dignity, with his seat at Ipek, and the two Slav patriarchs of Chernovo and Ipek placed the crown upon his head. At the same time, on the analogy of the Western Empire with its king of the Romans, he had his son Stephen Urus V proclaimed king, and assigned to him the old Serbian lands as far as Skopje, reserving for himself the new conquests from there to Kavala. Byzantine emblems and customs were introduced into the brand new Serbian Empire. The Tsar assumed the tiara and the double eagle as the heir of the great Constantine, and wrote to the Doge proposing an alliance for the conquest of Constantinople. The officials of his court received the high-sounding titles of Byzantium, and in the papal correspondence with Serbia we read of a Sebastocrator, a great logothete, a Caesar and a despot. The governors of important Serbian cities such as Cattaro and Scutari were styled counts. Those of minor places like Antivari were called captains. In vain did Cantacuzene, as soon as the civil war was over, demand the restitution of the Greek territory which Dusan had conquered since their meeting in 1342. The Tsar had no intention of keeping his word or of returning to the status quo of that year. On the contrary, he still further extended his frontiers to the south, where they marched with the former Despotate of Epirus. That important state, founded on the marrow of the Latin conquest of Constantinople, had maintained its independence till, in 1336, it had been at last reunited with the Byzantine Empire. Cantacuzene had appointed one of his relatives as its governor, but upon his death in 1349, the Serbian Tsar, who had already occupied Ioannina, annexed Epirus and Thessaly, assuming the further titles of Despot of Arta and Count of Wallachia. His brother Simeon Eurus was sent to rule Acarnania and Aetolia as his viceroy, while the Serbian Caesar Preljup governed Ioannina and Thessaly. Thus a large part of northern Greece owned the sway of the Serbs. Cantacuzene resolved at once to punish this culminating act of aggression. The moment was favorable to his plans, for Dusan was engaged on the Bosnian frontier, and several of the Serbian nobles, always intolerant of authority, deserted to the popular Greek emperor, whom they knew and liked. Such was his success, for even the Serbian capital of Skopje offered to surrender in the absence of the Tsar. That Dusan hastened back and came to terms with his enemy. The two emperors met outside Salonika. Cantacuzene reproached the Tsar with his breach of the treaty made between them 80 years earlier, and if we may judge from the speeches which he composed for himself and his opponent, Dusan was completely dumbfounded by his arguments. A fresh treaty was drawn up between them, by which Arcania and Thessaly and the southeast of Macedonia, as far as Syrs, were to be retroceded to the Greeks, and 5 commissioners were appointed on either side for the transfer of this territory. But the renewal of the unhappy quarrel between Cantacuzene and John V thwarted the execution of this agreement. Emissaries of the young emperor advised Dusan to resist, telling him that he would obtain better terms by aiding their master against Cantacuzene. The Tsar thereupon repudiated the treaty which he had just signed, promised his assistance to John V, and urged him to divorce Cantacuzene's daughter and marry the sister of the Serbian empress. Cantacuzene in vain warned his young rival to beware of Serbian intrigues. In vain did Anne of Savoy endeavor to prevent the unholy league. A new triple alliance was formed between John V and the 2 Serbian and Bulgarian Tsars. Thus Dusan was able to retain his Greek conquests with a flagrant disregard for the Treaty of 1350, which recalls the futility of such instruments in the settlement of Balkan questions. It was not, however, only the other Christian races of the Near East who profited by the fatal disastrous between the 2 Greek emperors. The nations, which a century later was destined to grind them all to powder, owed its first permanent settlement in Europe to their divisions. The Ottoman Turks from their capital of Brusa could aid either party, according as it suited their convenience, nor did Cantacuzene hesitate to buy the support of the Sultan Orkan by giving him his daughter to wife. For some years the Turks were content to raid the neighboring coast. Then their marauding bands penetrated farther inland and so severely devastated Bulgaria that John Alexander complained to Cantacuzene of the depredations of his savage allies. Cantacuzene was sufficient of a statesman to foresee the coming Turkish triumph. He replied by offering to keep up a fleet at the Dardanelles for the protection of the European coast, if the Bulgarian Tsar would contribute towards its maintenance. A popular demonstration of Chernobyl in favor of common action against the Turks convinced the Tsar of the wisdom of accepting Cantacuzene proposal. But at the last moment, Dusan wrecked the scheme by remonstrating with his vassal for paying what he scornfully called tribute to the Greek Empire. In vain, Cantacuzene warned the offended Bulgarian that Bulgaria would one day, when it was too late, rue his decision. Not long after, in 1353, according to the Greeks, or in 1356, according to the Turkish account, Orkhan's son crossed the Dardanelles and occupied the castle of Cbteddy, the first permanent settlement of the Turks in Europe. Cantacuzene had offered them money to quit, and they were prepared to go, when a sudden convulsion of nature tempted them to break their bargain. The great earthquake of 2 March 1354 laid the neighboring towns in ruins, and Gallipoli, the largest of them, was colonized and refortified by these unwelcomed guests, who had now come to stay and conquered. It has been mentioned that Cantacuzene's successes in 1350 were favored by Dusan's absence in Bosnia. The Napoleonic ruler could not be expected to acquiesce in the coexistence of another Serb state adjacent to, yet independent of, his own. He had an old grudge against Stephen Kotromanic, the Bosnian man, because the latter had annexed in 1325 the land of Hum, which for the previous 2 generations had been a dependency of the Serbian crown and furnished one of Dusan's many titles. Kotromanic had further gained for Bosnia what she had never had before, an outlet on the Adriatic, and both Hungary and Venice were glad of the aid of so powerful a ruler, who thus laid the foundations of the future kingdom built up by his successor. As soon as he had sufficient leisure from his Macedonian conquests, Dusan demanded the hand of the band's only daughter for his son, and as her dowry, the restitution of the Serbian territory which his rival had annexed. And, though Venetian intervention prevented an immediate conflict, a collision between the 2 Serb potentates was clearly inevitable. The Bosnian band thought it wiser to begin the attack. He availed himself of Dusan's Greek campaign of 1349 to invade the Serbian Empire and to menace the town of Cuadra. Dusan, as soon as the subjugation of Epirus and Thessaly was complete, marched into Bosnia and laid siege to the strong castle of Bobobek, whose picturesque ruins still recall the memory of the many Bosnian rulers who once resided within its walls. The invader found valuable allies in the Bogomils, whose support Kotromanic had alienated by embracing Catholicism, and who, as has usually happened in the history of Bosnia, flocked to the standard of anyone who would free them from their persecutor. Their power had greatly increased. They possessed a complete organization. Their spiritual head, or jet, resided at Janjisi in the Bosna Valley, and 12 teachers formed a regular hierarchy under his orders. Moreover, the conflicts of the Dominicans and Franciscans for the exclusive privilege of persecuting the Bosnian heretics had naturally favored the growth of the heresy. Bobovec, however, resisted all attacks, for the chivalry of its garrison, no less than the zeal of the besiegers, was aroused by the presence of the band's beautiful daughter within the castle. Dusan was recalled by the troubles in his own empire, nor did the few remaining years of his reign leave him time for repeating this invasion. The death of Kotromanic in 1353 and the succession of his young nephew, Cherveto I, under the regency of a woman, might otherwise have been the Serbian Tsar's opportunity, for the Bosnian magnates, many of whom where zealous Bogomiles were contemptuous of a man who was not only a child but a Catholic, nor could his mother have opposed a second Serbian attack. But Dusan was occupied with greater schemes. The moment passed forever, and it was reserved for the despised Treversko to make for himself the greatest name in Bosnian history, to found a kingdom, and to unite Serbia, Croatia, and Dalmatia beneath the scepter of the first Bosnian king. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 79. The Balkan States. 1. The Zenith of Bulgaria and Serbia, 1186-1355, Part 5, by William Miller. At the moment of Treveco's accession, Dusan was engaged in war with Hungary. Louis the Great, who now sat on the Hungarian throne, had aided Kotromanik against the Serbs and had married his fair daughter, whose hand Dusan had demanded for his son and who he had besieged in Bovovac. The two monarchies had long been rivals, as they were yesterday. The Serbian Tsar marched to the Danube, and the Save, Belgrade, the future Serbian capital, lost a generation earlier, and already beginning to be an important fortress, was recovered. But in the following year, the Catholic king made such formidable preparations for an attack upon the schismatic Tsar that the latter considered it prudent to revert to the time-honored diplomacy of his predecessors in such cases, and to effect a desire for conversion to Catholicism so as to secure the intervention of the Pope on his behalf. He therefore wrote offering to restore to the Catholics of his dominions most of the monasteries and churches which he had taken from them, and begging the Pope to send him some men learned in the Catholic faith. At the same time, he asked to be appointed captain of the church against the Turks. Innocent VI, with the ingenuousness characteristic of the papacy in its negotiations with the Balkan Slavs, imagined that Dusan was in earnest, and sent 2 bishops to his court, while he diverted the King of Hungary's projected attack upon so hopeful a proselyte. When, however, the papal legate and his companion arrived in 1355 at the Serbian court, they found that the Tsar had no longer any interest in becoming a Catholic. Cantacuzene had just been deposed. The Byzantine Empire had fallen into the hands of John V, and there was a party among the Greeks themselves who thought that the only way of saving the remnant from the Turks was to invoke the protection of the powerful Serbian emperor, whose chances would naturally be all the greater if he remained a member of the Orthodox Church. Accordingly, when the legate was introduced into the presence of the Tsar, of all men of his time the tallest and withal terrible to look upon, he was expected to conform to the usual custom of the Serbian court and kiss the emperor's foot. On his refusal, Dusan ordered that none of his Catholic subjects should attend the legate's mass under pain of losing his eyesight. But neither the orders nor the savage mien of the insistent tyrant availed against the fervid faith of his German guard, whose captain, Palman, boldly told him that they feared God more than they feared the Tsar. Dusan might well believe that the moment had come for completing his conquests by that of Constantinople and establishing what a poetic Serbian prince of our own day once called a Balkan empire, which should embrace all the races of the variegated peninsula within its borders and keep the Turks beyond the Bosphorus, the Hungarians beyond the sea. The former were threatening his enemies, the Greeks. The latter were about to attack his friends, the Venetians. On St. Michael's Day, 1355, if we may believe the native chronicler, he assembled his nobles and asked whether he should lead them against Byzantium or Budapest. To their answer that they would follow him whithersoever he bade them, his reply was, to Constantinople, from which Thrace alone separated his dominions. But on the way he fell ill of a fever, and at Diavoli on 20 December he died. By a strange irony, the very site of his death is uncertain, for while some think that he had not yet left his own dominions, others place Diavoli within a few leagues of the imperial city. No Serbian ruler has ever approached so near it. Possibly, had he succeeded and had another Dusan succeeded him, the Turkish conquest might have been averted. Great as were his conquests, the Serbian Napoleon was no mere soldier. Like the French emperor, he was a legislator as well as a commander, and he has left behind him a code of law, the so-called Saconic, which, like the Code Napoleon, has survived the vast but fleeting empire which its author too rapidly acquired. Dusan's law book consists of 120 articles, of which the first 104 were published in 1349, and the remaining 16 5 years later. It is not an original production, but is largely based on previous legislation. The articles dealing with ecclesiastical matters are derived from the canon law of the Greek Church. Others are taken from the statuses of the Adriatic coast towns, notably those of Padua, while the institution of trial by jury is borrowed from Stephen Eurus II. For the modern reader, its chief importance lies in the light which it throws upon the political and social condition of the Serbian Empire at its zenith. Medieval Serbia resembled neither of the two Serb states of our own day. Unlike Montenegro, it was never an autocracy, even in the time of its first and greatest Tsar. But the powers of the monarch were limited, as in medieval Bulgaria, by the influence of the great nobles, a class which does not exist in the modern Serbian kingdom. Society consisted of the sovereign, the ecclesiastical hierarchy, ranging from the newly created patriarch to the village priest. The greater and lesser nobles called respectively vlastele and vlastelicici, the peasants, some free and some serfs bound to the soil, slaves, servants for hire, and in the coast towns such as Katara, and at a few places inland, small communities of burghers. But the magnates were throughout the dominant section. One of them established himself as an independent prince at Strumitsa in Macedonia. On 2 occasions, Dusan had to cope with their rebellions. The leading men among them formed a privy council of 24, which he consulted before deciding important questions of policy. His legal code was approved by a sabor, or parliament of nobles, great and small, at which the patriarch and the other chief officials of the church were present, and its divisions defined their privileges as jealously as his own. Their lands were declared hereditary, and their only feudal burdens consisted of a tithe to Holy Church and of military service. to the Tsar during their lifetime, a compulsory bequest of their weapons and their best horse to him after their death. If they built a church on their estates, they became patrons of the living. They exercised judicial powers, with a few exceptions, over their own serfs. They enjoyed the privilege of killing their inferiors with comparative impunity, for a graduated tariff regulated the punishment of premeditated murder, hanging for that of a priest or monk, burning for parricide, fratricide, or infanticide, the loss of both hands, and a fine for that of a noble by a common man, a simple fine for that of a commoner by a noble. 2 days a week the peasant was compelled to work for his lord. Once a year he had to pay a capitation tax to the Tsar. But the law protected him and secured to him the fruits of his labor. No village might be laid under contribution by 2 successive army corps. And in case of trial by jury, the jurors were always chosen from the class to which the accused belonged. But the peasant was expressly excluded from all share in public affairs. They were the business of his betters alone. And if he organized or attended a public meeting, he lost his ears and was branded on the face. For theft or arson the village, for corvées or fines the household of the culprit were held collectively responsible. The provinces had to build the palaces and maintain the fortresses of the Tsar. Next to the nobles, the Orthodox Church was the most influential class of the community. Though on occasion Dusan coquetted with Rome, his permanent policy was to strengthen the national church, to which he had given a separate organization, independent of Constantinople. The early archbishops of Serbia had been drawn from the junior members of the royal family, and their interests were accordingly identified with those of the crown. Their successors were often the apologists and the sycophants of royal criminals, just as in our own day we have seen a metropolitan of Belgrade condone successful regicide. In return for their support, the established church received special privileges and exemptions. On the one hand, the Tsar protected the new patriarchate from Greek reprisals by ordering the expulsion of Greek priests. On the other, his code enjoined the compulsory conversion of his Catholic subjects and the punishment of Catholic priests who attempted to propagate their doctrines in Orthodox Serbia. A similar phenomenon, the result of policy, not of fanaticism, meets us in the kindred empire of Bulgaria. There we find John Alexander, a man who was so little of a purist that he sent his Wallachian wife to a nunnery and married a beautiful Jewess. Consigning his ecclesiastical conscience to an inspired bigot, half hermit, half missionary, and at his bidding holding 2 church councils against the Bogomiles and similar heretics, who sought salvation by discarding their clothes and who paid for their errors by branding or banishment. The friend of monks, the nourisher of the poor, he founded a monastery at the foot of Mount Vitus and gave rich gifts to Rilla, where one of Dusan's great officials ended his career and built the tower which still preserves his name. Even the Jewish Tsaritsa, with all the zeal of a convert, restored churches and endowed monasteries, but her munificence could not prevent the restriction of the civil liberties of her own people, from whom the state executioner was selected. While the great Serbia of Dusan, like the smallest Serbia of our own day, was preeminently an agricultural state, whose inhabitants were chiefly occupied in tilling the land and in rearing livestock. It possessed the enormous advantage of a coastline, which thus facilitated trade. Like the enlightened statesman that he was, Dusan had no prejudices against foreign merchants. He allowed them to circulate freely, and to the Ragusans, who were the most important of them, he showed marked favors. Thus, while Ragusan chroniclers complain of his father's vexatious policy towards the South Slavonic Republic, he vied with the Ban of Bosnia in 1333 in giving her the peninsula of Sabioncello, over which both sovereigns had claims. The possession of this long and narrow strip of land enormously reduced the time and cost of transport into Bosnia, and amply repaid the annual tribute which Ragusa prudently paid to both Serbia and Bosnia to ensure her title, and the expense of the still extant fortifications which she hastily erected to defend it, lest the king should repent of his bargain. He allowed a colony of Saxons to work the silver mines of Novobrodo and to exercise the trade of charcoal burners. But a wise regard to his forests led him to limit the number of these relentless woodmen. His guard was composed of Germans, and its captain obtained great influence with him. He guaranteed the privileges of the numerous Greek cities in Macedonia, which he had conquered, and endeavored to secure the support of the natural leaders of the Hellenic element in his composite empire by including them among the ranks of the nobility. Anxious for information about other and more civilized lands than his own, he sent frequent missions to different countries and sought the hand of a French princess for his son. But this great match was hindered by the difference of religion, and Stephen Eurus V had to content himself with a Wallachian wife. With no western state were the relations of both Serbia and Bulgaria closer than with Venice. Dusan more than once offered her his aid. She on one occasion accepted his mediation, while John Alexander gave her merchants leave to build a church and allowed her consul to reside at Varna, whence she could dispute the Black Sea trade with Genoa, whose colony of Kaffa had already brought her into intercourse with Bulgaria. To show his hospitality to foreigners, Dusan decreed that ambassadors from abroad should receive free meals in each village through which they passed. Of literary culture, there are traces in both the Slav empires at this period. Dusan, following the example of Stephen Eurus II, the donor of books to the Serbian hospital which he founded at Constantinople, presented the nucleus of a library to Ragusa. John Alexander was, however, a patron of literature on a larger scale. For him was executed the Slav translation of the Chronicle of Constantine Manasses, the copy of which in the Vatican contains colored portraits of the Tsar, of his second son, John Asen, lying dead with the emperor and empress standing by the bier, and the patriarch and clergy performing the obsequies. Of the boy's reception in heaven, and of the Tsar, this time surrounded by 3 of his sons. These extremely curious pictures, rougher in design than Byzantine work, are of great value for the Bulgarian art and costume of the middle of the 14th century, just as the frescoes at Bojana are for those of the 13th. 3 other treatises of a theological character were copied by order of this same ruler, while his spiritual adviser, Saint Theodosius at Trenovo, whose life was written in Greek, was the master of a school of literary monks whose works are the swan song of the Second Bulgarian Empire. Boril, another much earlier Tsar, commanded the translation of a Greek law book directed against the Bogomiles. But the Serbian sovereigns of the 13th and the early 14th centuries, more fortunate than their Bulgarian contemporaries, found a biographer in the Archbishop Daniel, whose partiality can only be excused by his dependence upon their bounty, but whose work forms a continuation of the various lives of Nemanja. Of Serbian music, the sole contemporary account is from the pen of a Greek, who found the singing of the Easter hymns simply excruciating. But the same author mentions that the Serbs already commemorated the great deeds of their national heroes in those ballads which only attained their full development after the fatal Battle of Kosovo. Their best architects came from Katara, where was also the Serbian Mint in the reigns of both Dusan and his son. It is noticeable that under the former's rival Stefan Kotromanic began the series of Bosnian coins, a proof of the growing commercial importance of that third Slav state. The Serbs look back to the reign of Dusan as the most glorious epoch of their history, but his name is more than a historical memory, it is a political program. The 5 centuries and more which have elapsed since his death have seemed but as a watch in the night of Turkish domination to the patriots of Belgrade. They have regarded his conquests as the title deeds of their race to lands that had long ceased to be theirs, and a Serbian diplomatist has been known to quote him to a practical British statesman, to whom it would never have occurred to claim a large part of France because it had belonged to the Plantagenets in the time of Dusan. But while the lost empire of the Great Tsar is still a factor in Balkan politics, it must have been evident to those of his contemporaries who were men of foresight that it could not last. Medieval Serbia, like some modern states, was made too fast. At its zenith, it comprised 5 Balkan races: Serbs, Greeks, Albanians, Kosovaks, and the aboriginal tribe whose name still survived in Dusan's code in the term Nerops, as a designation for a kind of serf. Of these races, the Greeks were on a higher intellectual plane and were the products of an older civilization than that of their conquerors, who recognized the fact by imitating the usages of the Greek capital, where Dusan himself passed his boyhood. Moreover, the natural antipathy between the Hellene and the Slav was accentuated by Dusan's creation of a Serbian patriarchate, a measure which produced similar bitterness to that caused by the erection of the Bulgarian Exarchate in 1870, and which had a similar political object. The Greeks of the Serbian Empire naturally regarded with suspicion and resentment a Tsar who was excommunicated by the ecumenical patriarch and who had expelled their priests. And the negotiations of the Serbian government show the importance which it attached to official Greek recognition of the national church. The Albanians, again, were first-class fighting men, who then, as now, had little love for the Serbs, from whom they differed in religion, while the hands of the Bogomile heretics were always against the established order in their own country, although they might side with a foreign invader of another faith. Thus, despite Dusan's attempt to enforce theological uniformity, 4 religious bodies yet further divided the 5 races of his empire, and experience has shown alike in India and in the Balkans, that such a mixture of nationalities and creeds can only be governed by a foreign race which stands outside them all. The Serbian element, even if united, was not sufficiently numerous to dominate the others, nor did Dusan, in all his glory, unite the whole Serbo-Croatian, nor even the whole Serb stock beneath his scepter. The one unifying force in the empire, the monarchy, was weakened by its limitations, which in their turn corresponded with the national traditions and character. Even the strongest of Serbian monarchs was barely equal to the task of suppressing the great nobles, and it was doubtless distrust of the native aristocracy which led him to surround himself with a German guard and to give important posts to foreigners who owed everything to him. While therefore Stefan Dusan is justly considered to have been the ablest and most famous of Serbian rulers, the vast empire which he built up so rapidly was as ephemeral as that of Napoleon. Still, short-lived as was that Serbian hegemony of the Balkan races which was his work, it will be remembered by his countrymen as long as the Eastern question, in which these historical reminiscences have played such an embarrassing part, continues to perplex the statesmen of Western and to divide the nationalities of Southeastern Europe. End of section 79. Section 80 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 80, The Balkan States. 2. The Turkish Conquest, 1355-1483. Part 1, by William Miller. The great Serbian Empire broke into fragments on the death of Dusan. The dying Tsar had made his magnate swear to maintain the rights of his son, then a boy of 19. But even the most solemn oaths could not restrain the boundless ambition and the mutual jealousies of those unruly officials. Stephen Euros V had scarcely been proclaimed when his uncle Simeon Euros, the viceroy of Acarnania and Aetolia, disputed the succession. Many of the nobles were on the latter side, that the Dowager Empress, instead of protecting her son's interests, played for her own hand, while the most powerful satraps availed themselves of this family quarrel to establish themselves as independent princes, each in his own part of the country, sending aid to either of the rival emperors or remaining neutral according as it suited their purpose. The civil war in Serbia and the death of Preljup, the Serbian governor of Joannina and Thessaly, suggested to Nicephorus II, the exiled despot of Epirus, the idea of recovering his lost dominions. His former subjects received him gladly. He drove Simeon into Macedonia, and might have retained his throne had he not offended the Albanians by deserting his wife in order to marry the sister of the Serbian empress. An Albanian victory near the town of Achelos in 1358 ended his career, and with it the despotate of Epirus. Simeon then returned and established his authority in reality over Thessaly, in name over Epirus also. Thenceforth, however, he confined his personal attention entirely to the former province, making Trikala his capital and styling himself Emperor of the Greeks and Serbs, while he assigned Joannina to his son-in-law Thomas Preljubovic, and left the rest of Epirus to two Albanian chieftains, heads of the clans of Boa and Liosa, From that time onward, the Serbian possessions in Greece remained separate from the rest of the empire. Simeon Eurus was succeeded in 1371 by his son John Eurus, who retained from the pomps of Trikala to the famous monastery of Metioron, where, long after the Turkish conquest of Thessaly in 1393, he died as abbot. At Joannina, Thomas Preljubovic, after a tyrannical reign, was assassinated by his bodyguard, and his widow, by marrying a Florentine, ended Serbian rule there in 1386. The 4 decades of Serbian sway over Thessaly and Epirus in the 14th century are now almost forgotten. Its only memorials are an inscription at the Serbian capital of Trikala, the Church of the Transfiguration at Metioron, founded by the pious King Joseph, as John Eurus was called by his fellow monks, and perhaps the weird beasts embedded in the walls of the castle at Joannina. The Greek provinces of the Serbian Empire were naturally least attached to Dusan's son. With a certain section of the Serbian nobles, John Cantacuzene had always been more popular than the great Tsar himself, and accordingly Voishna, who held the rank of Caesar and governed Drama, invited Matthew Cantacuzene to invade Macedonia and promised that Cyrus, which contained the empress, should be his. Matthew engaged a body of Turkish auxiliaries for this enterprise, but these turbulent irregulars disregarded his orders and began to attack and plunder his Serbian confederates. The latter retaliated, and Matthew, forced to flee, was captured while hiding among the reeds of the marshes near Philippopolis and handed over by Voishna to the Greek emperor. Cyrus, meanwhile, continued to be the residence of the Serbian empress, while from there to the Danube stretched the vast provinces of the brothers John Ukljesa and Vukasin, natives of the Herzegovina, of whom the former was marshal and the latter guardian and cupbearer of the young Tsar. Between Cyrus and the Vardar lay the domain of Bogdan, a doughty warrior whose name is still famous in Serbian ballads. In the Zeta, the cradle of the dynasty, the family of Balsa, by some connected with the French house of Box, by others with the royal blood of Nemanja through the female line. From imperial governors became independent princes, whose territory stretched down to the Adriatic at Budua and Antivari, and whose chief residence was Scutari. Various native chiefs held the rest of Albania, most famous among them Carlo Thopia, who in 1368 drove the Angevins, from whom he boasted his descent, out of Durazzo, and whose monument with the French lilies is still to be seen near Elbasan. Finally, Lazar Hrebejanovic, a young noble connected by marriage with the imperial house, according to some he was a natural son of Dusan, administered Magva on the Hungarian frontier. Central authority there was none save the young and feeble Tsar, a mere figurehead, guided, like Rehoboam of old, by the advice of men as young and inexperienced as himself. The first result of his weakness was a Hungarian invasion. The two powerful magnates whose provinces adjoined the Danube, Vukasin and Lazar, quarreled with one another. The latter invoked the aid of the King of Hungary, and a Hungarian army forced the Serbs to retire to the impregnable forests which then covered their mountains. Ragusa, since 1358, a Hungarian protectorate, was involved in this dispute, with the natural result that Serbian trade suffered. Peace had not long been restored when a revolution broke out in Serbia. Vukasin, a man of boundless ambition and marked ability, was no longer content with the rank of despot, which he had received from his young master, now emancipated from his control. Supported by his brother and a strong party among the nobles, he drove Stephen Urus V from the throne in 1366, assumed the title of king with the government of the especially Serbian lands whose center was Prizren, and rewarded Uklesa with the style of despot, and the Greek districts round Syrs, where the latter wisely endeavored to strengthen his hold upon the Hellenic population in view of the Turkish peril, by restoring to the ecumenical patriarch all the churches and privileges which Dusan had transferred to the newly created Serbian patriarchate. A later legend makes the usurper complete his act of treachery by the murder of his sovereign during a hunting party on the plain of Kosovo, but it has now been proved that Stephen Urus survived his supposed murderer. For the rest of his life, however, he was a mere cipher in the history of his country, glad to accept a present from the Ragusans who, in spite of his former war with them, alone remained faithful to him and continued to pay him the customary tribute, even suffering losses for his sake. The Bulgarian Empire was almost as much divided as the Serbian. The Jewish marriage of John Alexander had created bitter enmity between his favorite son, John Shishman, whom he had designed as his successor at Chernobyl, and John Sratsimir, the surviving offspring of his first wife, to whom he had assigned the family castle of Vidin as an appanage, while on the Black Sea coast an independent prince had established himself and has perpetuated his name Dobrotich in the dismal swamps of the Dobrutcha. Thus weakened by internal divisions, Bulgaria was further crippled by the attacks of her Christian neighbors, at a time when all should have united their resources against the Turks. John V, Palaeologus, invaded the Black Sea coast and extorted a war indemnity from the Tsar, and when the latter died in 1365, the Hungarians seized Vidin, carried off Sratsimir and his wife, and retained possession of that famous fortress for 4 years. The new Tsar, John Shishman, revenged himself on the Greek emperor, who had come to ask his aid in repelling the common enemy of Christianity, by throwing him into prison, whence he was only released by the prowess of the famous Green Count, Amadeus VI of Savoy. Well might the rhetorician Demetrius Kidonis point out the futility of an alliance with a nation which was so fickle and now so feeble, and which dynasty marriages had failed to bind to Byzantine interests. The ecumenical patriarch tried, indeed, to form a Greco-Serbian league to check the Ottoman advance, but died at the moment when his diplomacy seemed to be successful. Meanwhile, the Turks were rapidly spreading their sway over Thrace. Demotica, Hadrianople, Philippopolis marked the progress of their arms. The city of Philip became the residence of the first Beglerbeg of Rumelia, that of Adrian, the capital of the Turkish Empire. In vain the chivalrous Count of Savoy recovered Gallipoli. Despite the appeal of Kidonis, that important position was surrendered to the Sultan. One place after another in Bulgaria fell before him. Their inhabitants were exempted from taxes on condition that they guarded the baggage of the Turkish army. Popular legends still preserve the memory of the stand made by the imperial family in the neighborhood of Sofia. The disastrous attempt of the Serbs to repulse the Turks in the valley of the Maritsa is one of the landmarks of Balkan history. Alarmed at the progress of the enemy, Vukasin and his brother Ukjesa collected a large army of Serbs and Wallachs, which marched as far as Sherman between Philippopolis and Hadrianople. There, at dawn, On 26 September 1371, a great inferior Turkish force surprised them. Most of the Christians perished in the waters of the river. Both the king of Serbia and his brother were slain, and poetic justice made the traitor Vukasin the victim of his own servant. So great was the carnage that the battlefield is still called the Serbs' destruction. Macedonia was now at the mercy of the conqueror, for the leaders of the people had been killed, and their successors and survivors were compelled to pay tribute and render military service to the Turks. On the ignominious terms, the king's, Vukasin's, son Marco, the greatest hero of South Slavonic poetry, was able to retain Prilep and Skopje, and his friend Constantine the district round the Velbuts, whose modern name of Kustendil contains a reminiscence of the time when the borderline between Bulgaria and Macedonia was still known as Constantine's country. Even the Bulgarian Tsar could only save himself by promising to follow the Sultan to war and by sending his sister Tamar to Murat's Seraglio, where the white Bulgarian princess neither forswore her religion nor yet forgot her country. 2 months after the Serbian defeat on the Maritsa, Stephen Urus V died as Tsar and in his own land, the last legitimate male descendant of the House of Nemanja. The adherents of the national dynasty naturally fixed their eyes at this critical moment upon Lazar Hrebaljanovic, who was connected with the imperial family and had led the opposition to Vukasin. Lazar ascended the throne of the greatly diminished Serbian Empire, and either a sense of proportion or his native modesty led him to prefer the style of prince to the title of Tsar, which was conferred upon him. But the hegemony of the southern Slavs now passed from Serbia to Bosnia, whose ruler, Treveko, after a long and desperate struggle for the mastery of his own house, had become the leading statesman of the Balkan Peninsula. Threatened by Louis the Great of Hungary, who forced him to surrender part of the land of Hum and sought to make him a mere puppet without power, deposed at one moment by his rebellious barons and his ambitious brother, and then restored by Hungarian arms, he was at last able to think of extending his dominions. The moment was favorable to his plans. The King of Hungary was occupied with Poland. The Bosnian nobles were crushed. His brother was an exile at Ragusa, while Lazar was glad to purchase his aid against his own refractory magnates by allowing him to take from them and keep for himself large portions of Serbian territory, which included a strip of the Dalmatian coast from the Cetina to the Boche di Cataro, and the historic monastery of Milezevo in the district of Novi Bazar. There in 1376, on the grave of Saint Sava, Treveko had himself crowned with 2 diadems, king of the Serbs and of Bosnia, and of the coast. Not a voice was raised against his assumption of the royal authority and of the Serbian title, which he could claim as the great-grandson of Stephen Dragutin. All his successors bore it, together with the kingly name of Stephen. Ragusa was the first to recognize him as the rightful wearer of the Serbian crown, and promptly paid him the so-called Serbian tribute, which the Republic had been accustomed to render to the kings of Serbia on the feast of Saint Demetrius. Venice followed suit, and the King of Hungary was too busy to protest. Treveko proceeded to live up to his new dignities. His court at Sutjeska and Bobovac, where the crown was kept, was organized on the Byzantine model. Rough Bosnian barons held offices with high-sounding Greek names, and the sovereign became the fountain of hereditary honors. Hitherto, Bosnian coins had been scarce, except some of Stephen Kotromanic and Ragusan. Hungarian and Venetian pieces had fulfilled most purposes of trade. But now money, of which many specimens still exist, was minted from the silver of Trebrenica and Olovo, bearing Trevecca's visored helmet surmounted by a crown of fleur-de-lis with a hop blossom above it. Married to a princess of the Bulgarian imperial house, represented in his own person both branches of the Serbian stock, Stephen Trebecco took his new office of king by the grace of God very seriously, for he was animated, as he once wrote, with the wish to raise up that which is fallen and to restore that which is destroyed. Trebecco had gained the great object of all Serbian rulers, medieval and modern, a frontage on the sea. But the flourishing Republic of Ragusa interrupted his coastline, while he coveted the old Serbian city of Cuadra, hidden in the remotest bend of its splendid fjord. Both of them were then under Hungarian protection, and the former was too strong to be conquered by one who had no navy. The death of Louis the Great of Hungary in 1382 and the subsequent confusion were his opportunity. In the same year he founded the picturesque fortress of Novi, or Castel Nuovo, at the entrance of the Boche, to be the rival of Ragusa and the outlet of all the inland trade, as it is the port of the new Bosnian line. 3 years later, Cuadra was his. Thus possessed of the fjord, which is now a Yugoslav naval station, he sought to make Bosnia a maritime power and thereby conquer the Dalmatian coast towns. One after another they were about to surrender, and 15 June 1389 had been fixed as the date on which Spalato was to have opened its gates. But when that day arrived, Trebecco was occupied elsewhere, and the fate of the southern Slavs for centuries was decided on the field of Kosovo. The successes of the Turkish arms had thoroughly alarmed the leaders of the Serbian race, for the Turks had been coming nearer and nearer to the peculiarly Serbian lands. In 1382, the divided Bulgarian Empire had lost Sofia, the present capital. In 1386, Nice was taken from the Serbs and Lazar forced to purchase a craven peace by the promise to pay an annual tribute and to furnish a contingent of horsemen to the Sultan. Upon this, the Bosnian king made common cause with his Serbian neighbor. A pan-Serbian league was formed against the Turks, and in 1387, on the banks of the Toplica, the Allies won a great victory, their first and last, over the dreaded foe. This triumph at once decided the waverers. John Schisman joined the league. Mircea, the first prince of Wallachia, who received the epithet of Great, took his share in the defense of the peninsula. Croatians, Albanians, and even Poles and Hungarians furnished contingents to the army, which was intended to save the Balkans for the Balkan peoples. On his side, Murad made long preparations to crush the Christians who had dared to combine against their destined masters. Bulgaria, being the nearest, received the first blow. The capital of the Tsars offered but a feeble resistance. Schisman, after a stubborn defense of great Nicopolis between Chernobyl and the Danube, obtained peace from the Sultan on condition that he paid his arrears of tribute and ceded the fortress of Silistria. Scarcely had Murad left when he refused to carry out this humiliating cession, whereupon the Turkish commander captured his castles on the Danube, besieged him again in Great Nicopolis, and forced him a second time to beg for mercy. Murad was long-suffering. He allowed Schisman to retain a throne from which he knew full well that he could remove him at his own good pleasure. Sretsimir, too, remained in his royal city of Vidin by accepting the suzerainty of the Sultan instead of signing himself vassal of the King of Hungary. Having thus disposed of Bulgaria, Murad marched into Old Serbia by way of Constantinople, where his tributary Constantine entertained him splendidly and joined his army. Lazar's messenger, the bearer of a haughty message, was sent back with an equally haughty answer from his capital of Kruševac, for the Serbian royal residence had receded within the recent limits of the modern kingdom. Lazar set out, attended by all his paladins, to do battle on the field of Kosovo. The armies met on 15 June 1389. 7 nationalities composed that of the Christians. At least one Christian vassal helped to swell the smaller forces of the Turks. While Murad was arraying himself for the fight, a noble Serb, Milos Kobilic, presented himself as a deserter and begged to have speech of the Sultan, for whose ear he had important information. His request was granted. He entered the royal tent and stabbed Murad to the heart, paying with his own life for this act of daring and thereby gaining immortality in Serbian poetry. Though deprived of their sovereign, the Turks, with the perfect discipline once characteristic of their armies on the field of battle, went into action without dismay. At first the Bosniaks, under Vlatko Ranić, drove back one of the Turkish wings, but Bayezid I, the young sultan, held his own on the other, and threw the Christians into disorder. A rumor of treachery increased their confusion. Whether truly or known, it is still the popular tradition that Vuk Brnković, Lazar's son-in-law, betrayed the Serbian cause at Kosovo. Lazar was taken prisoner and slain in the tent where the dying Murad lay, and Bayezid secured the succession to his father's throne by ordering his brother to be strangled, thus completing the horrors of that fatal day. At first, Christendom believed that the Turks had been defeated. A Te Deum was sung in Paris to the god of battles, and Florence wrote to congratulate Tribeca on the supposed victory, to which his Bosniaks had contributed. But Lazar's widow, Milica, as the ballad so beautifully tells the tale, soon learned the truth in her white palace at Kruševac from the crowns that had hovered over the battlefield. The name of Kosovo, Polje, the plain of blackbirds, is still remembered throughout the Serbian lands as if the fight had been fought but yesterday. Every year the said anniversary is solemnly kept, and in token of mourning for that great national calamity, the Waterloo of the Serbian Empire, the Montenegrins still wear a black band on their caps. Murad's heart is still preserved on the spot where he died. Lazar's shroud is still treasured by the Hungarian Serbs in the monastery of Fredrik, and in many a lonely village the minstrel sings to the sound of the ghazal the melancholy legend of Kosovo. Kumanovo, 523 years later, avenged that day. End of section 80.
Section 81 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Balkan States. 2. The Turkish Conquest, 1355 to 1483. Part 2 by William Miller. The Serbian Empire had fallen, but a diminished Serbian principality lingered on for another 70 years. Bayazid I recognized Stephen Lazarevic, the late ruler's eldest son, a lad not yet of age, on condition that he paid tribute, came every year with a contingent to join the Turkish troops, and gave him the hand of his youngest sister. The Sultan then withdrew, leaving the Serbs weakened and divided. Vuk Brankovic, likewise his vassal, held the old capital of Pristina and styled himself Lord of the Serbs and of the Danubian regions. The dynasty of Balsa ruled over the Zeta. Tvrtko, instead of using this brief respite to concentrate all his energies for the defense of his realm against the Turks, continued his Dalmatian campaign, made himself master of all the coast towns except Zara and Ragusa, as well as some of the islands, and assumed in 1390 the additional title of King of Dalmatia and Croatia. The first king of Bosnia had now reached the summit of his power. He had achieved the difficult feat of uniting Serbs and Croats under one scepter. He had made Bosnia the center of a great kingdom which possessed a frontage on the Adriatic from the Quarnero to Catero, save for the two enclaves of Zara and Ragusa. He had laid the foundations of a sea power, and under his auspices Dalmatia, in union with Bosnia, was no longer what she has so often been, a face without a head. Even thus, his ambition was not appeased. He was anxious to conclude a political alliance with Venice, and a matrimonial alliance, for his wife had just died, with the House of Habsburg. Then, on 23 March 1391, he died, without even being able to secure the succession for his son, and the vast power which his country had so rapidly acquired as rapidly waned. The Bosnian kingdom had been made too fast. Its founder had not lived long enough to weld his conquests into a harmonious whole, to combine Catholic Croats with Orthodox Serbs, Bosnian Slavs with the Latin population of the Dalmatian coast towns, Bogomile heretics with zealous partisans of Rome. The old Slavonic law of succession, which did not recognize the custom of primogeniture, added to these racial and religious difficulties by multiplying candidates to the elective monarchy. And thus foreign princes found an excuse for intervention, and the great barons an excuse for independence. Deprived of all real authority which lay in the hands of the Privy Council of nobles, Tvrtko's successors were unable to cope with the Turkish autocracy, while the King of Hungary, instead of assisting them, turned their arms against a land which, from its geographical position, might have been the bulwark of Christendom. The evil effects of Tvrtko's death were soon felt. His brother or cousin, Stefan Dabisa, who succeeded him, felt himself too feeble to govern so large a kingdom. The Turks invaded Bosnia. The King of Naples was plotting to obtain Dalmatia and Croatia. Accordingly, at Jakovo in Slavonia in 1393, Dabisa ceded the two valuable and neighboring lands which his brother had so lately won to King Sigismund of Hungary, who recognized him as King of Bosnia, and to whom he bequeathed the Bosnian crown after his death. A combination of Bosnian Mangates and Croatian rebels refused, however, to accept this arrangement, which Dabisa thereupon repudiated. A Hungarian invasion and the capture of the strong fortress of Dvor on the lower Bosna reduced him to submission, and a battle before the walls of Nin in Dalmatia finally severed the brief connection between that country and the Bosnian crown. On Dabisa's death in 1395, the royal authority was further weakened by the regency of his widow, Helena Gruba, in the name of his infant son. All power was in the hands of the magnates, who had elected her as their nominal sovereign, but who were practically independent princes in their own domains. One of their number, the Grand Duke Hervuk Vukic, towered above his fellows, and his figure dominates Bosnian history for the next quarter of a century. Meanwhile, the Turks had gained fresh triumphs in the eastern Balkans. Mircea of Wallachia, who, like his modern representative, ruled over the Dubravza with the strong fortress of Silestria, a precedent invoked in 1913, was carried off a prisoner to Brusa and only released on payment of tribute in 1391, the first mention of Wallachia as a tributary province of Turkey. 2 years later, Bayazid resolved to make an end of Bulgaria. On 17 July 1393, Turnovo was taken by storm after a 3 months' siege. The churches were desecrated, the castle and the palaces were set on fire. The leading nobles were treacherously summoned to a consultation and then butchered. The last Bulgarian patriarch was stripped of his sacred garb and led to execution on the city wall. At the last moment, however, a miracle, so runs the legend, arrested the headman's arm. The patriarch's life was spared, and he lived to conduct a band of sorrowful exiles across the Balkans, where he was ordered to bid his flock farewell. Their path led to Asia Minor, his to Macedonia, where he ended his days. The Bulgarian national church was suppressed, and from 1394 to 1870, Bulgaria remained under the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the ecumenical patriarch. Thus, alike in politics and religion, the Bulgars became the slaves of foreigners. The Turks governed their bodies, the Greeks ministered to their souls. It is no wonder that many abjured their faith in order to reap the advantages of the Turkish colony, which settled on the castle hill among the blackened walls of the imperial palaces, and offered up prayer in the mosque that had once been the church of the 40 martyrs over the graves of the Bulgarian czars. John Shishman had been absent when his capital fell, but he did not long survive its fall. Local tradition connects his death with the mound which still bears his name near Samakov, where 7 fountains mark the successive bounds of his severed head. A Bulgarian chronicle states, however, that Bayazid killed the captive czar on 3 June 1395. One of his sons became a Muslim, another settled in Hungary, while Stritsmir was allowed to linger as a Turkish vassal in his palace at Vidin, the last remnant of the Bulgarian Empire. Bayazid's next object was to crush Mercia. Followed by his unwilling Serbian dependents, the king's son Marco and Constantine, he invaded Wallachia and at Rovine on 10 October 1394 gained a victory with heavy loss of life. Marco Kraljevic had said to his friend Constantine that he prayed that the Christians might win and that he might himself fall among the first victims of their swords. Half the prayer was heard. The 2 comrades perished in the battle. Mercia fled to Sigismund of Hungary, who restored him to his throne and prepared to recover Bulgaria, which he had demanded from the Sultan as an ancient possession of the Hungarian crown. Bayazid's reply was to lead the envoy into his arsenal and there to show him hanging on the walls the weapons that were the Turkish title deeds of Bulgaria. Sigismund assembled an army of many nationalities which was to drive the Turk from Europe and revive the memory of the Crusades. The first act of his soldiers in the Balkan Peninsula was to attack the Christian vassals of the Sultan, to plunder the Serbs, and to force Stritsmir of Virden to acknowledge for the second time the Hungarian suzerainty. Nicopolis on the Danube resisted for 15 days until Bayazid had time to come up. There, on 25 September 1396, a great battle was fought which sealed the fate of this brilliant but ill-planned expedition. The rashness of the proud French chivalry, the retreat of the Wallachian prince, and the strategy of the Sultan were responsible for the overwhelming defeat of the Christians, while it was reserved for Stephen Lazarek and his 15,000 Serbs at a critical moment to strike the decisive blow for the Turks. Immediately after the battle, or at most 2 years later, the victor ended the last vestige of the Bulgarian Empire at Vidin, and the whole of Bulgaria became for nearly 5 centuries a Turkish province. The last Tsar's son, like Constantine the philosopher and other Bulgarian men of letters, for the Empress Anne of Vidin had patronized learning, found a refuge at the court of the literary Serbian prince, whose hospitality Constantine repaid by writing the biography which is so valuable a record of this period. Unfortunately, South Slavonic literature only began to flourish when the Balkan states were already either dead or dying. Stephen Lazarevich was well aware that he only existed upon the sufferance of the Sultan, and for the first 13 years of his long reign he thought it prudent to follow a Turkophile policy, even at the cost of his own race and his own religion. Content with the modest title of despot, which he received from the Byzantine emperor, he aimed at the retention of local autonomy by the strict observance of his promises to his suzerain. Thus, every year he accompanied the Turkish troops. In 1398, his soldiers assisted in the first great Turkish invasion of Bosnia. In 1402, he stood by the side of Bayazid at the fatal battle of Angora with 5,000, according to others 10,000, lancers, all clad in armor. When the fortune of the day had already decided against the Sultan, the Serbian horsemen twice cut their way through the Tartar bowmen, whose arrows rebounded from their iron cuirasses. Seeing that all was lost, Stephen in vain urged Bayazid to flee, and when the latter refused to leave the field, the Serbian prince saved the life of the Sultan's eldest son, Suleiman, and escaped with him to Bruges. There, the Sultan's Serbian wife, whose hand had been the price of Serbian autonomy 13 years before, fell into the power of Tamerlane. The brutal Mongol, flushed with his victory, insulted both his captives by compelling the Serbian Sultana to pour out his wine in the presence of her husband, no longer the thunderbolt of Islam. The Turkish defeated Angora, and the civil war between the sons of Bayazid, which followed it, removed for a time the danger which threatened the Christian states of the Balkan Peninsula. It was now the policy of the Serbian despot to play off one Turkish pretender against another. At first he supported Suleiman, who had been proclaimed sultan at Hadrianople. Then, like Mircea of Wallachia, he espoused the cause of Musa, only, however, to desert him at a critical moment. But Stephen was not the only Serb who sought to profit by the rivalry of the Turkish claimants. George Brankovic, the son of the traditional trader of Kosovo, had succeeded his father in 1398, and no longer content with the lordship of Pristina, had assumed the style of Prince of Serbia. Brankovic undermined Stephen's influence at the court of Suleiman, who dispatched him with a Turkish force to make good his pretensions. A second battle on the fatal field of Kosovo, fought on 21 November 1403, resulted in so uncertain a victory for either side that Brankovic and Stephen concluded peace. The two relatives were temporarily reconciled. Brankovic contented himself with his paternal heritage and the expectation that one day he might succeed the childless Stephen. Suleiman was occupied by the civil war in Asia, and sorely tried Serbia enjoyed, under her benevolent despot, a period of peace, while an attempt of the late Tsar's sons to raise a revolt in Bulgaria failed. Stephen Laservic, secure against Turkish and domestic intrigue, devoted his energies to the organization of his country and the patronage of literature. We are told that he appointed a species of cabinet with which he was wont to discuss affairs of state. A second class of officials, meanwhile, attended in an outer room to receive the orders of his ministers, while a third set of functionaries waited in an antechamber to carry them out. Imaginative writers have seen in these arrangements the germs of parliamentary government, but the description rather suggests an elaborate system of bureaucracy. He obtained Belgrade from the Hungarians by diplomacy in 1404, fortified it, and adorned it with churches, but his most celebrated religious foundation was the monastery of Nicaea, still one of the glories of Serbia. His own inclinations were in the direction of a monastic life, and he converted his court into an abode of puritanical dullness, whence music and mirth were banished, and where literature was the sole relaxation of the pious diplomatist who sat on the throne. Himself an author, he possessed a rich library, and he strove to increase it by the translations of Greek books which were made by his orders. Thus, for 5 years, the land had rest. Serbia had again and again suffered from the quarrels of the reigning family, and even when it should have united to consolidate the state against the inevitable Turkish revival, a fresh pretender arose in the person of Stephen's next brother, Vuk, who demanded half of the country as his share and appeared at the head of a Turkish army to enforce his demand. Stephen was compelled to retire to the strong frontier fortress of Belgrade, and to purchase domestic peace by ceding the south of Serbia to his brother under Turkish suzerainty in 1409. Fortunately for the national unity, Vuk did not long survive this arrangement. Summoned to assist Musa in the civil war which still divided the Turkish Empire, he played the part of traitor after the fashion of the day, thinking thereby to obtain the whole of Serbia from the gratitude of Suleiman. But on his way to seize his reward, he fell into the hands of the Sultan whom he had betrayed. Musa sent him and the youngest of the 3 Lazarevic brothers to the scaffold, but with characteristic diplomacy he spared the life of George Brankovic, who had shared the treachery of the others in order that Stephen might still have a rival, and the Turks an ally in his own household. Brankovic at first acted as the Sultan had anticipated, and the latter, at last triumphant over Suleiman in 1410, invaded Serbia. In order to strike terror into the hearts of the Serbs, the barbarous invader butchered the entire garrison of 3 castles, and then ordered his meal to be spread upon their reeking corpses. Acts of this kind made Brankovic revolt from contact with such a monster. He abandoned the camp of Musa, was reconciled with Stephen, and thenceforth regarded his uncle as a father whose crown he would one day inherit. Together they aided Mohammed I, the most powerful of the Turkish claimants, to overthrow his brother. At the Battle of Sharmolu, near Samakov, on 10th July 1413, the fate of the Turkish Empire, and with it that of the Balkan Slavs, was decided. It was the lot of the 2 Serbian rulers, Stephen Laservic and his nephew, to contribute, the one by the assistance of his subjects, the other by his personal prowess, on that day to the consolidation of the Ottoman power, and thus inadvertently to prepare the way for the complete conquest of their country later on. Stephen, to whom some have assigned the command of the left wing, is known to have returned home before the battle, but Brankovic dealt Musa the blow which caused him to flee from the field. The conqueror rewarded the despot of Serbia with an increase of territory and assured his envoys of his pacific intentions. Muhammad I was as good as his word. For the rest of his reign Serbia remained unmolested, nor did his warlike successor Murad II attack that country as long as the diplomatic despot lived. Another and a Western power had now, however, obtained a footing in Serbian lands, thus exciting the protests of the despot in his later years. We saw that some 50 years earlier the family of Balsa had established itself in the Zeta, where it had formed an independent state, the germ of the heroic principality of Montenegro, with Scutari as its capital. In 1396, however, George II Balsa, hard-pressed by the Turks, who had already once captured his residence, sold Scutari with its famous fortress of Rosafa, whose legendary foundation is enshrined in one of the most beautiful Serbian ballads, and whose name recalls the Syrian home of SS Sergius and Bacchus, together with the neighboring castle of Dravasto to the Venetian Republic. 3 and 4 years earlier, Venice had obtained possession of Alisio and Durazzo, respectively. A few years later, she occupied the seaports of Dolcinogo, Antavari, and Budva. In 1420, the citizens of Cattaro, long anxious for Venetian protection against Balsa on the one hand, and the Bosnian barons, who had for a generation been their lords, on the other, at last induced her to take compassion upon their city, and that year found Venice mistress of practically all maritime Dalmatia, except where Castelnuovo, Almisa, and the Republic of Ragusa formed an enclave in her territory. Finally, when in 1421 the last male representative of the Balsa family died, Venice declined to recognize his maternal uncle, the despot of Serbia, as his heir and cede to him the places which had once belonged to that race. Hostilities broke out, but it was finally agreed that Venice should keep Scutari, Cattaro, and Dolcinigo, while Stephen should have Dravasto, Antavari, and Budva. The inhabitants of these 3 places found, however, that the Republic could give them support against the Turks, which the Serbian rulers were unable to furnish. One after the other they begged to share the good fortune of Cattaro, until at last, in 1444, we find them all Venetian colonies. In the same year, the tiny republic of Polica near Spalato, a Slavonic San Marino, which had been founded by Bosnian fugitives in 944 and had received Hungarian bands from about 1350, placed herself under Venetian overlordship. When Stephen Lazarevic saw his end approaching, he recognized the serenity of Hungary over his land as the only means of securing it from the Turks, and obtained from King Sismund the formal confirmation of his nephew George Brankovic as his heir. Then on 19 July 1427 he died, the last of his name. His tombstone at Darbenglave has survived the ravages of the foes whom he had seen divided, but whose power he had unwittingly helped to consolidate. His life is better known than that of far greater Serbian sovereigns, thanks to the fact that he found a biographer among his contemporaries. If, with pardonable exaggeration, the Ragusians wrote of the just-departed despot as the hammer and bulwark against the enemies of the Christian faith, modern research has shown him to have been a stronger character than earlier historians had believed. Meanwhile, the other surviving Slav state of the Balkan Peninsula had suffered more than Serbia from the Turks, without and also from a civil war within. The great Turkish invasion of 1398, which had almost entirely ruined Bosnia, had convinced the Bosnian magnates that a woman was unfit to rule over their land. Headed by Hervro Vukic, the king-maker of Bosnian history, they accordingly deposed Helena Gruba and elected Stephen Ostraha, probably an illegitimate son of the great Tvrtko, as their king. As long as Ostraha obeyed the dictates of his all-powerful vassal, who proudly styled himself the Grand Vivode of the Bosnian kingdom and Vicar-General of the most gracious sovereigns, King Ladlis and King Osta, he kept his throne. Under Hervos' guidance, he repulsed the attack of King Sismund of Hungary, who had claimed the overlordship of Bosnia in accordance with the Treaty of Jakovo, and endeavored to recover Dalmatia and Croatia for the Bosnian crown under the pretext of supporting Sismund's rival, Ladislas of Naples. But when the latter showed by his coronation at Zara as king of both those lands that he had no intention of allowing them to become Bosnian possessions, Ostaha changed his policy and made his peace with Sigismund and recognized him as his suzerain. The puppet king had, however, forgotten his maker. Hrovi, the Bosnian kinglet, aided by the Ragusans, laid siege to the royal castle of Bobovac, where the king was residing, and when Sismund intervened on behalf of his vassal, summoned an assembly of the nobles in 1404 to depose Ostaha and choose a new sovereign. The assembled barons unanimously voted the expulsion of Ostaha and elected Trvetko's legitimate son, who had been passed over 13 years before under the title of Trvetko II. All real authority, however, lay as before in the hands of Hervo, whom the grateful Ladislas had created Duke of Spalato and Lord of Cattaro, whom Sismund regarded as his chief rival, whom a modern historian has described as the most powerful man between the Save and the Adriatic, and to whom the shrewd Ragusians wrote that whatsoever thou dost command in Bosnia is done. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Balkan States 2. The Turkish Conquest, 1355 to 1483, Part 3, by William Miller. A Hungarian invasion and a civil war followed the election of Tvrtko II, for Sigismund was resolved to restore his influence, while Ostoja still held out at Bovovac. After a first futile attempt, the Magyar monarch entered Bosnia in 1408. Once again the walls of Dobor witnessed a Hungarian victory. The yellow waters of the Bosna were reddened by the headless corpses of more than 100 Bosnian nobles, and Tvrtko II was led a prisoner to Buda. Hrvoje humbled himself before the victor, and Ladislas of Naples sold all his Dalmatian rights to Venice in despair. But Sigismund's schemes for extending Hungarian authority over Bosnia encountered the stubborn resistance of the National Party, whose leaders came from the land of Hum, the cradle of so many insurrections against the foreigner. They restored Ostoja to the throne, and in their own stony country and in the south of Bosnia their candidate held out against the Hungarian sovereign, who dismembered the rest of the kingdom and even bestowed Srebrenica, its most important mining district, upon the despot of Serbia, thus sowing discord between the two kindred peoples. Law and order ceased. Members of the royal family took to highway robbery, and the Ragusans complained that even among the heathen Turks their traders met with less harm than in Christian Bosnia. The climax was reached when Sigismund, occupied with the religious quarrels of Western Europe, released Tvrtko in 1415 and sent him with a Hungarian army to recover the Bosnian crown. Hard pressed by this formidable combination, for Tvrtko's was a name to conjure with, his rival and Hrvoje, who had now rallied to Ostroja, committed the fatal mistake of summoning the Turks to their aid, thus setting an example which ultimately caused the ruin of Bosnia. The immediate result of this policy was indeed successful. The Magyars were routed, but the victors could not rid themselves of their Turkish allies so easily. In the very next year, Mohammed I appointed his general Isaac governor of the district of Frabosna, which took its name from the sources of the Bosna, and occupied the heart of the country. From the like-named castle, on the site of the present fortress of Sarajevo, the low-born Turkish viceroy could dominate the plain at his feet and confirm great Bosnian nobles in their fiefs by the grace of his and their master, the Sultan. The joint authors of this Turkish occupation did not long survive the evil which they had inflicted on their country. In the same year that saw the Turkish garrison installed at Vrobozna, Hrvoje died. No Balkan noble is better known to us than this remarkable man. An ancient missal has preserved for us his features, and we are told of his gruff voice and rough manners, which so greatly disgusted the courteous magnates of Hungary. The coins which he struck for his duchy of Spalato have survived, and the loveliest town in all Bosnia, the fairy-like Yecha, the egg of the southern Slavs, will ever be connected with his name. There, on the egg-shaped hill above the magnificent waterfall, he had bidden an Italian architect build him a castle on the model of the famous Castel del Uovo at Naples, and there he dug out those catacombs which still bear his arms and were intended to serve as his family vault. But the influence of this Bosnian kingmaker perished with him. His widow became the wife of Ostoja, who, 2 years later, died himself. Another great noble, the Grand Voivoda Sandali Hranic of the House of Kostaka, once Hrvoje's most formidable rival, for nearly 2 decades wielded from his stronghold in the land of Hum the predominant authority over the south. He did not scruple, during the brief reign of Ostoja's feeble son and successor, Stefan Ostojich, to increase his estates by the aid of the Turkish garrison in Vrobozna. Fortunately, the death of King Isaac on a Hungarian raid ended for the moment the Turkish occupation. Stephen Ostojich did not, however, long profit by the liberation of his country from this terrible foe. Tvrtko II, who had disputed the throne with Ostoja, now once more arose to wrest it from Ostoja's son. His attempt succeeded. In 1421, Ostojich is heard of for the last time. Tvrtko II wore again the crown of his father, a crown which had, however, just lost that bright jewel which the first Tvrtko had added to it, the city of Cattaro and its splendid fjord. Only the new castle which the great king had built to command the mouth still remained in Bosnian hands, the powerful hands of Sandalji Hranic, and survived in those of his successors the downfall of the kingdom itself. Wallachia, like Bosnia, had suffered from the armies of Mohammed I. After the defeat of Musa, the victorious Sultan sent an army to ravage the land of Mercia, who had previously sheltered his rival, and Mercia was forced to purchase peace by the promise of a tribute. The spirit of the Wallachian ruler chafed, however, at this fresh degradation. He welcomed the advent of a self-styled son of Bayezid, who claimed the Turkish throne and supported his claim. The pretender was defeated, and Mercia paid for his temerity by a fresh Turkish inroad. In order to have a base for future action against Wallachia, Mohammed occupied the 2 Romanian towns, Târnu Severin and Gheorghevo. Not long afterwards, in 1418, Mercia the Great, as his countrymen call him, died, the first commanding figure in their troubled history. Unfortunately, the great prince had won his crown by the murder of his elder brother, and his crime was now visited upon his heirs and his country. Wallachia was distracted by the civil wars of the rival cousins, who appealed with success to the jealousies of the nobles and to those misguided feelings of local patriotism which tended towards the separation of the smaller western from the larger eastern portion of the principality. In their eagerness to gain the throne, the hostile candidates called in now the Hungarians and now the Turks to their aid, and thus the resources of the country were weakened by almost constant bloodshed. Meanwhile, the sister principality of Moldavia, after a number of ephemeral reigns, found in Alexander the Good a prince who managed to maintain himself on the throne, albeit under the suzerainty of Poland, for nearly a whole generation. His administration, which lasted from 1401 to 1433, was devoted to the internal organization of Moldavia and to the development of its resources. He regulated the tariff, prevented the export of the famous Moldave horses, upon which the defense of the country largely depended, established the official hierarchy of the Moldave nobles, and recognized the long-disputed authority of the ecumenical patriarch over the Moldavian Church. Hitherto, both Romanian principalities had, with rare intervals, depended in ecclesiastical matters upon the ancient church of Ochrida, an arrangement dating from the time of the First Bulgarian Empire, which had had the natural result of introducing Old Slavonic as the language of the Romanian church services. Even at a time when Ochrida had long ceased to be Bulgarian and a patriarchate, the jurisdiction of this archiepiscopal see over the distant Romanian lands beyond the Danube was revived, and the literature of the church and the official language of the princely chanceries still remained Slav. After Alexander's time, the archbishopric of Ochrida recovered its authority, which Wallachia did not shake off till the end of the 15th, and Moldavia till the 17th century, when the Romanian language, alike in church and state, replaced the archaic idiom of the alien Slavs. While such was the dubious plight of the Latins of the lower Danube, their neighbours, the Serbs, were being driven back upon that river under the pressure of the Turkish advance to the north. Originally a mountainous, and at its zenith a Macedonian state, Serbia under George Branković, except for a few places on the Adriatic, was essentially a Danubian principality, even to a greater degree than was till lately the case. The new despot, a fine tall man of 60 when he at last succeeded his uncle, was an experienced diplomatist, whose life had been spent in those tortuous political manoeuvres which passed in the Near East for the height of statesmanship. But something more than diplomacy was needed to defend the Balkan Christians from the Turks, now that a warlike sultan in the person of Murad II directed their undivided forces. As soon as Murad had leisure to attend to Serbian affairs, he sent an embassy to the despot, demanding the whole of Serbia for himself, on the pretext that a sister of the late prince had married his father. George saw that his best policy was to pacify the dragon by making some concessions, and thus to save at least a portion of his territory. He promised to sever all connection with Hungary, to pay an annual tribute, not a difficult undertaking for a man of his great wealth, to furnish the usual military contingent to the Sultan's armies, and to give to the latter the hand of his daughter Maria with a dowry of Serbian land. Delay in the performance of this last condition brought upon Branković a Turkish invasion. TriciaG, the residence of Prince Lazar, fell before the invaders and ceased to be the Serbian capital, and the despot, when he had secured a respite by the betrothal of his daughter, humbly but astutely asked from her all-powerful suitor permission to build a new fortress at Smederevo or Semendria on the right bank of the Danube. The site was well chosen, for if the Sultan was induced to approve of the construction of Semendria as a bulwark against Hungary, the despot could easily escape thence across the river, should his suzerain attack him there. The noble towers and ramparts of George Branković's castle, thenceforth the Serbian capital till the Turkish conquest, still stand by the brink of the great river. The cross of red brick which the master builder defiantly built into the walls has survived the long centuries of the Crescent's domination, and the coins which the despot minted there commemorate the foundation of this great Danubian stronghold. In our own day, when Serbia feared the Austrian more than the Turk, it was a disadvantage to have the capital on the northern frontier. In the 15th century, when the Hungarian was the only hope of safety, it was the best choice. Brankovic, in order to secure for himself a comfortable refuge beyond the Danube, did not hesitate to hand over Belgrade itself, which his uncle had rendered even stronger than it was by nature, to the King of Hungary in exchange for a goodly list of towns and estates in that sovereign's territory. This act of enlightened selfishness was a sore blow to the Serbian people. It was a bitter humiliation to them to see the White City transferred to the authority of a Magyar commander. Nature herself seemed to protest against the cession of Belgrade. Thunder rolled over the betrayed fortress. A tempest swept the roofs off the houses, and the citizens wept at the surrender of their homes to the foreigner from beyond the Sava. More serious still, Murad was angry that so valuable a position should be in Hungarian hands. For the present, however, he contented himself with sending for his betrothed, who still lingered at her father's court. Brankovic, who had just received from the Greek emperor the dignity and the emblems of despot, gave the bride a splendid outfit worthy of a king's daughter. The charms of the Serbian princess captivated the heart of the Sultan, but this matrimonial alliance, from which the Serbs might have expected much, availed nothing against reasons of state. Brankovic, as a French traveller who visited him said, was in daily fear of losing Serbia. His only safeguard was the Sultan's belief that tributary states were more profitable to Turkey than annexation. Murad had not been many months married to the fair Serbian when one of those fanatics so common in Muslim lands accused him of sinning against Allah by allowing the unbelievers to live in peace. The building of Samandria, as this man insisted, had been not only a crime but a blunder, for it barred the way to the conquest of Hungary and of Italy beyond it, the ultimate goal of Mussulman endeavour, which might be reached by means of the immense riches of the Serbian despot. Murad listened to this counsel and sent an ultimatum to his father-in-law, demanding the surrender of Samandria. Brankovic left his capital in charge of his eldest son Gregory and one of his Greek relatives, and crossed over with his youngest son Lazar into Hungary to obtain assistance. Samandria, strong as were its defences, had, however, provisions for no more than 3 months, so that before the pedantic bureaucracy of the Magyar army could be put in motion, the garrison was compelled to yield. Gregory and his next brother Stephen, who had been forced to accompany Murad to the siege, were blinded at the instigation of the Sultan's fanatical adviser and deported to Asia Minor. From Samandria, where he left a Turkish guard, Murad marched to the rich mining town of Novo Brdo, which a Byzantine historian calls the mother of cities, and the minerals of which had been rented by the Ragusans for a large sum. Novo Brdo was captured, and nearly all Serbia was in 1439 a Turkish province. Her lawful ruler was forced to seek refuge in the maritime towns of Antivari and Budua, which were still Serbian. Even there, however, the long arm of the Sultan menaced him. He fled with his vast treasures to the neighbouring republic of Ragusa, where he hoped to find a shelter on neutral ground. But Murad was still inexorable. He bade the embarrassed republicans banish their guest, and suggested that they might salve their consciences for this breach of hospitality by appropriating the 500,000 ducats which his father-in-law had deposited for safety in their public coffers. The Ragusans boldly refused to tarnish their honour at the Sultan's bidding, but they nonetheless hinted to their guest that he had better return to Hungary. Warned by this example, his last possessions on or near the Adriatic, Padua, Drivasto, and Antivari, sought and obtained from Venice that protection which he could no longer give them. Many noble Serbs settled at Ragusa, and that artistic city owes one of her most treasured relics, the cross of Stephen Uros II, to this troubled period of South Slavonic history. Belgrade, however, with its Hungarian garrison, still rose above the Ottoman flood which had swept over the rest of Serbia, and in 1440 Murad accordingly laid siege to it by land and water. The fortress was commanded by a Ragusan and provided with excellent artillery, which wrought such terrible havoc among the besiegers that neither the Turkish flotilla nor the Janissaries could prevail against it. After wasting 6 months before the town, Murad reluctantly raised the siege with the sinister threat that, sooner or later, the White City must be his. It was not till 81 years after this first Turkish siege that his threat was accomplished by one of his greatest successors. A new figure now arose to check for a time the Ottoman advance. John Hunyadi, the White Knight of Wallachia, a Romanian in the service of Hungary, began his victorious career with his appointment as voivoda of Transylvania in 1441. After several preliminary defeats of the Turks on the slopes of the Carpathians and in the neighbourhood of Belgrade, he undertook with King Vladislav I in 1443 a great expedition across Serbia and Bulgaria. Both Pope Eugenius IV and Branković subsidized the undertaking. Vlad, the Devil of Wallachia, joined his countrymen, while the exiled despot placed his local knowledge at the disposition of the dashing Romanians. The Christian army rapidly traversed Serbia, burning Kruševac and Niš on the way, and entered Bulgaria, whose inhabitants received the Polish king of Hungary and the Slavs in his force as brothers. Leaving Sofia behind him, Hunyadi pressed on with his colleagues toward Philippopolis, but he found the pass near Zlatica already occupied by the Janissaries, whom Murad had assembled, and he had to retreat. On the return march, the despot, who was in command of the rear, was attacked by the Turks at Kunovica near Nis, but the cavalry came to his aid and completely routed his assailants. Murad, dismayed at this first great Hungarian raid across the Danube and threatened by troubles in Asia, signed, in July 1444, the humiliating peace of Zedgodin, which restored to Branković the whole of Serbia and his 2 blinded sons, on condition of his handing half the revenue of the land as tribute to the Sultan. Bulgaria remained a portion of the Turkish Empire, and the citizens of Sofia, which 10 years earlier had been the most flourishing town in the whole country, lamented amongst the ashes of their ruined houses the vain attempt of the Christians to set them free. Their city, famous for its baths, became the residence of the Begeleg of Rumelia, the viceroy of the Sultan in the Balkans. Wallachia, under Vlad the Devil, continued to pay tribute to Turkey while acknowledging the suzerainty of Hungary, whose sovereign pledged himself not to cross the Danube against the Turks, just as the Sultan vowed likewise not to cross it against the Magyars. The only real gainer by the campaign of 1443 was George Branković, who received the congratulations of Venice on his fortunate restoration to the throne of Serbia. Honour and policy alike suggested the maintenance of this solemn treaty with the Turks. But the parchment bond had scarcely been signed when the evil counsels of Cardinal Julian Cesarini, the papal legate, caused the Hungarian monarch to break it. The moment seemed to the statesmanship of the Vatican to have come for driving the Turks out of Europe. Murad was occupied in Asia, and it was thought the fleets of the Duke of Burgundy and the Pope could prevent his return. In vain Brankovic argued against this impolitic act of treachery. Hunyadi, the soul of this new crusade, was eager to free Bulgaria in order to revive in his own person the empire of the Tsars. The legate was ready to absolve Vladislav from the oath which he had so lately sworn. Not without forebodings of his approaching doom, the perjured king of Hungary recrossed the forbidden river, set fire to Vidin, and, flushed by easy successes gained at the expense of the helpless peasantry whom he had come to liberate, disregarded the warning of the astute voivoda of Wallachia and pushed on to the Black Sea. Thus far his expedition had been a triumphal march. But among the gardens and vineyards of Varna, the district which still preserves the name of the former Bulgarian despot Dobrocic, he suddenly found himself confronted by the Turkish army. Murad had made peace with his enemies in Asia, and, thanks to the strong wind which had prevented the Christian vessels from leaving the Dardanelles, had crossed over to Europe at his ease, where the Bosphorus is narrowest, and had reached Varna by forced marches. The battle which decided the fate of this last attempt of Christendom to free Bulgaria was fought on 10th of November 1444. It is only a later, if picturesque, legend that Murad displayed before him on a lance his copy of the broken treaty. But when night fell, the scattered remnant of the Christian army had good cause to lament alike the perjury and the rashness of its leader. At first the prowess of Hunyadi seemed to have broken the Ottoman ranks, but the young king, envious of the laurels of his more experienced commander, insisted on exposing his valuable life at a critical moment. His death was the signal for the defeat of his army. His evil adviser, the cardinal, perished in the carnage. The survivors fled either across the Danube into Wallachia or westward to the fastnesses of Albania, where Skanderbeg a year earlier had begun to defy the Turks in his native mountains. Hunyadi was treacherously captured by the Wallachian devil, whom he had accused of double-dealing during the campaign, but was released on the arrival of a Hungarian ultimatum. 2 years later he wreaked his vengeance upon his captor, whom he deprived of both crown and life, restoring the elder branch of the Wallachian princely house to the throne which Mircea and his descendants had usurped from his brother and his brother's children. George Brankovic, wise in his generation, had refused to take part in the expedition which had ended so disastrously at Varna. Like the shrewd diplomatist that he was, he had made his calculation in the event of either a Hungarian or a Turkish victory. In the former case, he relied on his money to shelter him from the consequences of his neutrality. Against the latter he made provision by sending news of the Christian advance to the Sultan and by barring the road by which Skanderbeg was to have traversed Serbia on his way to join the Christian forces at Varna. He persisted in the same policy of enlightened selfishness when, 4 years later, Hunyadi again attacked the Turks. On this occasion, too, Brankovic betrayed the Christian cause by warning Murad of the coming Hungarian invasion and refused to participate in an expedition which he considered inadequate for the purpose intended. Hunyadi stormed and vowed vengeance upon him, but once more facts proved the shrewd old Serb to be right. The armies met on the fatal field of Kosovo on 17th October 1448, while the Serbs lurked in the mountain passes which led out of the plain, ready to fall upon and plunder the fugitives. On the first and second days the issue was uncertain, but when the fight was renewed on the third, the Romanian contingent, whose leader owed his throne to Hunyadi, deserted in a body to the Turks. Murad, however, suspecting this movement to be a feint, ordered them to be cut to pieces. Nevertheless, their defection demoralized their chivalrous countryman, who fled for his life towards Belgrade. His danger was great, for Brankovic, anxious to obtain possession of a man whom he hated and whom he could then surrender to the Sultan, had ordered the Serbs to examine and report to the authorities every Hungarian subject whom they met, while the Turks were also on his track. Once, like Marius, he hid himself among the reeds of a marsh. Then he narrowly escaped assassination at the hands of 2 Serbian guides. At last, driven by hunger, he was forced to disclose his identity to a Serbian peasant. The peasant revealed the secret to his brothers, one of the latter reported it to the local governor, and Hunyadi was sent in chains to Semendria. The despot durst not, however, provoke the power of Hungary by refusing to release so distinguished a champion of Christendom, and his captive recovered his freedom by promising to pay a ransom and never to lead an army across Serbia again. Not only did these promises remain unfulfilled, but as soon as Hunyadi was free, he revenged himself by seizing the Brankovic estates in Hungary and by devastating Serbian territory. But the Serbian despots armed neutrality while others fought at Varna and Kosovo was not his only crime against the common cause of the Balkan Christians. Despite his years in the imminent Turkish peril, he did not scruple to extend his frontiers at the expense of Bosnia with the Sultan's permission. Tvrtko II had not long enjoyed in peace his restoration to the Bosnian throne. His title was disputed by Radivoje, a bastard son of Ostoja, who summoned Murad II to his aid, and Tvrtko was forced to purchase peace by the cession of several towns to the Sultan, already the real arbiter of Bosnia. In 1433, the puppet king was overthrown by a combination between Brankovic and the powerful Bosnian magnate Sandali Ramanic, who paid the Sultan a lump sum for his gracious permission to partition the Bosnian kingdom. The despot thereupon annexed the district of Usora, watered by the Lower Bosna, while the Grand Voivode ruled over the whole of what was soon to be called the Herzegovina and a part of what is now Montenegro. Hranic might claim to be de facto, if not de jure, the successor of the great Tvrtko, for the monastery in which the first Bosnian king had been crowned and the castle which he had built to command the fjord of Katara were both his. But the opposition of the barons hindered, and his death in 1435 ended his striving after the royal title. His vast territories passed to his nephew Stefan Vojcic, the last of the 3 great Bosnian magnates whose commanding figures overshadowed the pygmy wearers of the crown. His land was now regarded as independent of Bosnia. Ere long, despite a Bosnian protest, he received, either from the Emperor Frederick III or from the Pope, the title of Duke of St. Sava, which, in its German form of Herzog, gave to the Herzegovina its name. Footnote: It is usually supposed that Vukcic received the ducal title either from Frederick III in 1448 or from the Pope in 1449 when he turned Roman Catholic, or else from the King of Aragon. Vis Mit 3, pages 503 to 9, 10, pages 103n, Kleich, page 382. But he is styled Dox Terrae Huminis as early as 23rd August 1445. Mon spec ist Slav Merid, 21, page 226. Duke of St. Sava, in a document of 1446. Far late Illyricum Sacrum 4, page 68. And Duke, in a dubious inscription of that year, Vis Mit 3, page 502. A less probable theory, Ibid 1, page 434, derives the name of the Herzegovina from a Turkish word meaning the land of stones. Thalocci, Studien zur Geschichte Bosniens und Serbiens, pages 146 to 159, thinks that he took the title himself with the connivance of the Porte. End footnote. Meanwhile, in 1436, a Turkish garrison reoccupied Bosna, and Tvrtko II, who had sought refuge in Hungary, recovered his throne by consenting to pay a tribute of 25,000 ducats to the Sultan. He had not, however, been long reinstalled when the Turkish invasion of Serbia up to the gates of Belgrade seemed to forebode the annexation of Bosnia also. In his despair, he implored now Venice, now Vladislav I, the Polish king of Hungary, to take compassion upon him. Venice he begged to take over the government of his dominions. Vladislav he urged to succor a land whose people were also Slavs. But the diplomatic republic declined the dangerous honour with complimentary phrases, while Tvrtko did not live long enough to witness the fulfilment of the Hungarian monarch's promise to aid him. In 1443 he was murdered by his subjects, and with him the royal house of Kotromanich became extinct. In his place the magnates elected another bastard son of Ostoya, Stefan Thomas Ostoyevich, as their king. End of section 82.